Welcome back to Success with Steven. My name is Steven Smith. On this channel, we talk about all things financial literacy. And today I'm going to be talking about credit card stacking once again, but this is really an update to a video I did a few months ago. So this is going to be the ultimate guide to credit card stacking. I will include a compilation video of all the credit cards that I've gotten this year. For anybody, if you're new and you've never seen any of my content before, please leave a comment. I would definitely like to welcome you to the channel. This is a continuation once again of a video that I did in the past. However, when I did it, I had about half the amount of credit cards that I have currently and about half of the amount of credit limit that I have now. So if you're not familiar with this channel, at the beginning of the year, I started with repairing my own credit, some tips and tricks when it comes to financial literacy, building a personal brand, starting your business, side hustles. If you can think of it, I've done it. With that being said, I'm going to go over all the credit cards once again that I've gotten this year. I started with a $200 secured credit card. That's how I started in the beginning of this year. And I'm going to take you through exactly where I'm finishing at the end of November of 2024. So that way you have an idea that it's possible. You know, if you repair your credit, really get an understanding for what it takes to make money, and then you go out and execute. Hopefully this will help you. There's some data points and again, additional strategies. So without further ado, let me get right into the video. Full disclosure, these are cards that I've gotten throughout the entirety of 2024, and limits have changed in these videos. So know that these videos are usually the initial credit limit when I first got them, and then I'm just explaining data points. But this is the current up-to-date credit cards that I've gotten this year, and I'm going to give you the current credit limits of each card. So the Sam's Club Business Mastercard, it's $15,000 on that card. The Wells Fargo Business Card is currently $5,000. The GM Marcus Card is $8,000. The American Express Business Blue Cash Card is $10,000. The American Express Amazon Business Card is $12,000. The American Express Platinum is a charge card, but it has a pay over time limit of $100,000. The American Express Plum card is a charge card with a pay over time limit of $50,000. The Chase Inc. Cash card is $5,000. The Chase Inc. Unlimited card is $10,000. The Chase Inc. Premier card is $10,000. The Navy Federal Go Biz card is $25,000. State Farm US Bank card is $3,000. The Associated Bank card is $3,000 backed by Elon Financial, which is a subsidiary of US Bank. So basically a US Bank card. Wyndham, the business card, is a Barclays card. This is the last card that I received, and it's $1,700 for the initial starting limit. If we add up all of these credit lines, then I have a total of $97,700 in available credit limit. And if I add the pay over time limits of the Platinum and the Plum, I have $245,400. I round that up to around $250,000 essentially that I have access to in credit line, just to have like a round number, right? So again, these are all cards that I've gotten this year. I've gotten them in the past 11 months in total. And you guys can basically apply for the exact same thing. You can use the same data points. You can use the same strategies. And I just wanted you to see, because I don't think I'm going to have any more business cards, at least not this year, because we only have like, slightly over maybe 5 weeks left in the year anyway. So just know that from where I came from, you are able to do the exact same thing. And within 1 year, I went from only access to $200 in credit line to $250,000 in credit line. And once again, like I said, I've barely touched this credit line whatsoever. I gave you my strategy for Black Friday, how I plan to use this credit line. I'm only using $30,000, and I'm using that to purchase inventory and essentially make around $100,000. So I'm not even using close to, my maximum credit line that I have available. And, I tend to do very, very well towards this time of year. This is where I pretty much make a lot of my money. So I'm very excited to have access to this, but also be in a position where I've made enough cash flow from a cash flow business that I didn't have to leverage credit. I made all the money, and now I can take a risk like this to essentially make an entire yearly salary just from inventories. You can check out all of my videos. I've documented the entire process so anyone can do the exact same thing. This doesn't take anything but dedication, patience, and education, and the willingness to want to learn. That's really it. So with that being said, my credit card stacking strategy will be in the next video. I have a video on how to remove hard inquiries for business credit cards. It's okay for you to remove the hard inquiries. So essentially you can apply for as many cards as you want until you get approved. So this will just help you kind of work out the data points that you need in order to get approval. And for each one of these cards, there is a video associated in the description. I go through data points. I explain at the time what my credit score was. I explain that at the time what I did to get them. I explained it in depth. So you will guarantee have the information that you need in order for you to get approved for any of these cards. And essentially, if you just apply for all of these same things, I believe that you can get around $250,000 in business credit. Watch the second video after the credit card stacking video that talks about the psychology of this, and of course being responsible with trying to leverage credit in order to make money, because I want to make sure that everyone understands that we're not really here to just make a lot of money. We're here so we can buy back time to do the things that we care about. So you don't want to get greedy. You don't want to do things that are going to be so risky that they, can set you back. We are just here to educate ourselves, learn about leveraging credit in order to make money in a responsible fashion, but ultimately learn more about business and hopefully having a cash flow business that, again, frees up time so we can do more things that we care about. I freed up a little bit more time. Now I have at least 1 or 2 days a week where I spend time doing things that I really want to do, which hopefully I can turn into a viable business in the future. And then I could wake up and do what I love every day for a living. That's the ultimate goal for me. And I hope that, it can be the ultimate goal for you as well. So thank you guys so much for watching this video. I don't think you understand how much I appreciate time, because time is the most important thing. It is a finite resource. We don't have an unlimited amount of it. So for you to spend your precious time watching anything that I put out means the world to me. And I want to make sure that your time's not wasted by providing you with valuable information. So yeah, this is, again, an update to credit card stacking. The strategy is the same. Watch the very next video on that one, just about the psychology of this if you would like. And then after that, you can go through and find the data points for whatever card that you're looking at getting. If you have any questions, by all means, leave it in the comment section. I will answer it as promptly as I can. And you guys have a very, very wonderful day. Thank you so much for watching. Welcome back to Success with Steven. My name is Steven Smith. On this channel, we talk about everything financial literacy, business credit, personal credit, credit repair, passive income, and just all things finance. And today, we're going to be talking about something that I was asked about recently during a one-on-one coaching. I now have one-on-one business coaching to specifically talk about business credit. And someone asked me about credit card stacking. And I realized that I never actually talked about credit card stacking as a strategy and went into detail about what it actually was. So I wanted to make a video where I actually got into exactly what credit card stacking is, why we do it, when you should do it, what are the pros and what are the cons of credit card stacking. So with this video, I'm not going to be talking about starting a business or structuring your business. We've already covered that in previous videos. I'll probably link them here, or they'll be at the end of the video and you can check those out after this one. But I just want to talk about this strategy. And when I talk about it, I'm going to talk about it as if the prerequisites in order to do this strategy, they are already met. So again, if you haven't structured your business, there is a video on that. I also have links in the description that you can use to help you, as well as Relay. They've given us a nice $50 sign up bonus when you open a free business bank account with them. So check that out. Link is in the description. So let's talk about what credit card stacking actually is. For most people, they just think that it is getting a lot of credit cards for your business so that you can have a high credit limit. And I feel like that's a simple very elementary explanation of what it is, there is a method to doing this. So credit card stacking is the strategy of applying for multiple credit cards in a specific order to access a larger unsecured line of credit than individual small business credit cards can offer. And then I'm going to explain how that works. And again, we'll talk about the costs, the benefits, and when it may be and when it may not be a good option for a small business owner. Now, for most people who are doing this strategy, we're going to be doing it in the hopes that we already have a business plan, we already have a proof of concept, and we already, have a general idea about the business that we're going to be starting. Now, this is how credit card stacking actually works. First, you review your personal credit scores. You do have to personally guarantee everything. And again, you can refer back to our videos about how to structure a business. There's plenty of videos on this channel about fixing personal credit if that's something that you need to do. But you first need to review your personal credit scores, your income, and other relevant qualifications to identify cards that you will qualify for. So there is a process where you need to actually do research on credit cards and get data points in order to know which ones you can get and also which promotions will best suit you. For example, most of the cards that I look for are 0% APR. This means for a certain period of time, usually 12 to 8 months, you don't have to pay interest. Why is that important? Well, if I make a large purchase for something like, let's say, inventory for a business that I'm purchasing actual goods, then I don't want to have to pay back the money on that card right away within 30 days. I want to be able to pay it back as I'm making profit. So I'm spending money to make money and then paying back the money that I actually used on my credit card, right? That is a strategy. We're not just getting a random card with a high limit with a high interest rate. We also want to look at cards for, say, for example, your industry requires you to purchase software. There are certain credit cards that will give you 4%, 5% cash back for that particular transaction. So you want to look for a combination of things that actually, one, give you money for actually spending the credit line. And two, you also want to look for cards where you don't have to pay the interest. So you have time to actually make a profit. And then you could get some cash reserve built up, right? So there is, there is a order of operation to how you want to do this. Now, your personal credit score, it typically needs to be at least a 680 or above to get qualified for most business credit cards. And it's worth noting that, approval is not guaranteed. Just because you have a 680 credit score does not guarantee you will get approved. I had a 700 credit score and I still had one charge off remaining. And I wanted to just test on a few cards if I would qualify, some soft inquiries. I did not get approved. So even if you have a high credit score, any derogatory marks can prevent you from getting that credit card that you would like. So you want to choose between 5 to 10 cards to apply for. And again, you want to tailor these cards to your business. Not every single card that you use may make sense for you. It depends on what you're doing. So you want to choose between 5 to 10 cards to apply for. And we target business credit cards because business credit cards don't show up on your personal credit report. Okay. There's a reason why you don't want to use personal credit in order to do this. With a majority of business credit cards, there are some that do report to your personal credit, but those are ones that we would try to avoid. And this also is why we need to make sure that we're being strategic and we're doing research. You want to pick business credit cards that don't report to your personal credit. That way, let's say you make that large purchase, your utilization might be 95%. In most cases, if you were to do that to your personal credit score with the personal credit card, it would destroy your personal score, at least until you paid it down, right? And then it would go back up. It's not like as soon as you pay it back down, it's fine. So we want to avoid that. Best way of doing that is by getting a business credit card. As long as you make the payments on time, you don't have to worry about that actually showing up on your personal credit. If you default on it, then yes, it will show up on your personal credit. But if you took the time to vet your business, you have a good idea about what you're doing, the defaulting shouldn't even be on your mind. You should be focusing on how you're going to be successful in your business. We're not thinking about failing. So we're thinking about how we're going to be successful and intentional. Now, again, you want to protect your personal credit score from high utilization and high balances. And then for financing purposes, you may also want to focus on, again, 0% APR, or at least there are some credit cards where the APR is so low. Like, for example, I'm trying to think of the business credit card, but I can't think of it right now. It's not coming to mind. But there's a business credit card that you could get where the interest rate is around 2.2%. So let's say even if you didn't have 0% APR on this particular card, or maybe you've exhausted all your 0% APR options, or maybe there are no promotional options. Again, those are promotional offers that you get when they're available. Maybe that might be the best option at the time. You would want to pick the card with the lowest interest. And then you would want to see, well, if I paid this off in 12 months, how much would I pay in interest? How much would I look to profit? Does this make sense? And, it should make sense. You should be profitable, and you should see more profit than the cost that it would have been to spend the credit line, right? So usually the first 12 or 6 to 18 months, there are some with a 6-month introductory period. There are some that are 9. There are some that are 12. Best ones are 18. I don't know if I've seen an 18-month offer in the last 24 months or so, but those they do come around, just depending on what's going on with the economy and how tight banks are with lending money. So once you are approved, the credit cards are issued and you can use them towards your business expenses going forward. I talked about some of the benefits of credit card stacking, but I wanted to share personally how this has benefited me. So if you are a entrepreneur and you want to start a business, I would say for a majority of businesses, you do need to spend money in order for you to make money. That is just, a truth for a majority of businesses. Either that or you have to spend a lot of time. But I remember I have a video where I talk about I was saving $15,000 per year on a low income. And I was doing things like high yield savings accounts and other things to try to, maximize off of interest and other ways to try to save money. And I was trying to save $100,000. And it was, I was able to get up there. But, I struggled for a very, very long time. I was talking to someone that introduced me to business credit, and he basically was like, "Oh, I just got approved for $30,000. I'm like, $30,000? How did you get that?" So he was telling me that he was applying for credit under his business. I had no idea what this was. I thought that was complicated. I thought it was so hard to get loans for your business, or that was my interpretation of what he was doing. And then also you have to pay back loans. Loans have high interest rates. My credit score is bad. I can't do that. So I kind of brushed it off. But he kept coming into work. He's my coworker, and he would a couple weeks later, I got another one. I got another 30,000. So I was like, man, in the span of 2 or 3 months, this guy has gotten $100,000 in credit line, and I'm struggling to save money. And I think that was the light bulb moment for me where I was like, okay, if time is currency, time is inherently more valuable than anything else. If it takes me 5 years, 4 or 5 years of my life to save up this amount, maybe 4, if I'm really, really doing it well, but I could get the same results just by having good personal credit and by leveraging that in order to make money from banks, especially with 0% APR cards like he was getting, that makes more sense. That was it clicked, right? It clicked for me. So in the last few months, in 60 days between 2 business credit cards, I was able to get over $60,000. So I saw, man, it's easy to get approved for 60, 100K, 150K. It's easier to get approved for that with good credit than it would be to save it. Think about it like this. How long would it take you to save $150,000? It might even take you 7 years, depending on your situation. In 7 years, if you had bad credit, most things will fall off anyway. So, I mean, just by you doing nothing, you're not even credit repair and just waiting that the 7 years, you would still have that opportunity. So it's like either way, what would prevent you from trying to have good credit when that would be a more viable option when it's very hard to save money? So that's why having excellent personal credit and having a structured business is so important. And many banks only check one of the three credit bureaus. Now, this is something where for this channel, we already know I've had videos that I put out on how to remove hard inquiries. So it's not like this is really like a thing for most of us, but still, let's say that you weren't able to remove hard inquiries, just for the sake of argument, right? Excuse me. Most banks, when you get business credit cards, they only pull from one bank, right? So if you do your research and get multiple cards, you could get like 4 with one bureau, 3 with another bureau, 4 with another bureau. All right. So if you do the research, you can get multiple cards. Not to mention, you normally get 4 to 5 times the amount of credit line you receive on the personal side. And most people have seen this if they've gotten 1 or 2 business credit cards. You may get approved for a $3,000 card, 4 or 5, maybe even $10,000 on the personal side. But on the business side, the standard becomes like 8,000, 15,000, 20,000, 25,000. You've seen upwards of 50,000 just on the Amex. Now, this is an Amex charge card, but just on that card, I can carry over a balance on that single card of $75,000. That's on a single card. So, with that being said, these are all the amazing benefits that come with credit card stacking, but just using business credit cards in general, right? So I wanted to give a visual representation of what this would look like if you were trying to get, let's say, 150,000. And these cards are all, again, for example. I mean, these are cards that you can apply for, but the limits are all for example purposes. You're not guaranteed any of these limits, but these are realistic limits. I can attest to a lot of these. On the Goldman Sachs, I've gotten the $8,000 limit to start. In 90 days, I'll increase that. The Go Biz rewards, I started with 15,000. Literally, I'm going to call this month to increase that. American Express charge card, buying power, spending power for one transaction of up to 50,000, carryover balance of 75,000. For the business cash card, I actually started with a limit of 1,100, but I did figure out the reason why I started with the low limit. And that's okay, though. I'm going to increase that. I actually have an old video that I did that when it comes out, I kind of talk about my strategy for that and what happened with that. And eventually that video will come out. But I'll also talk about, why that happened and also the strategy around why we need to build relationships. That's going to be a little later. But don't take this representation as literal. Just know that it's an example, right? So you could get 4 credit cards with Experian. What you're going to notice is most business credit cards, they pull from Experian. But if you were looking at, let's say, getting 2 business Chase cash cards, the business cash, the business preferred, because you can get multiple, you may get approved for $25,000 each if you've built a relationship with Chase or you have an existing one with them, right? You may get the American Express Business Blue Card, where you get $25,000 on that. And the Go Biz Rewards Card, that's $25,000 on that, which is the max limit. And I myself got approved for $15,000 initially to start. So between all of those cards, potentially, you could get $100,000. This was all from one credit bureau, right? You would have 4 hard inquiries from all of these. You'd have $100,000. You can then go over to Equifax and you could get 25,000 with the Goldman Sachs potentially. And then you could get Truist. Now, Truist is a regional bank. Again, don't take these literally. There's a bunch of different cards that you could get that pull from each bureau. That's where you'd have to do research and find which ones work best for you. But again, these are just different options. This is just a visual representation of how easily you could get up to $150,000 in credit line, and we haven't even touched TransUnion yet. Okay, So the strategy for this would be to go for cards like American Express first. American Express is one of them that's not inquiry sensitive. Okay. You could have 4 hard inquiries, 5 hard inquiries, and still get a good American Express credit limit. You also don't have to really build relationships as far as getting a business checking and depositing money in it. American Express doesn't really do that. I guess they're focused more on their credit card products, so that's not really a thing with them. So American Express is one I would recommend that you start with. I would think that would be like a really good one to start with. For Navy Federal, I would say that one is more of a relationship building. You would want to open up a personal account with them, which you have to have one in order to get a business one, but you would want to open up a personal one, maybe get a flagship checking, then a savings, and then maybe get some additional products with them. While I was rebuilding my credit, I had a pledge loan with them. I had a secured card that I graduated into a cash rewards card, and I got a Go Rewards card with them on the personal side. So I got those products with them. And then I had my business account open with them for a while. And then I was able to apply for this card when my credit was up to par. They're not very inquiry sensitive. And this is also a credit card that doesn't show up on the personal side or the business side. For better or for worse, that might make sense for you. If you looked at your Experian personal credit side, you still have a credit risk assessment on there. This one doesn't show up at all. So it's pretty cool. It's like a complete phantom card. And that's just the benefit of that. But Navy Federal does not have any 0% introductory offers, anything like that. So keep that in mind. But again, this is just a visual representation of the limit that you could get approved for potentially. All right. It's not any strategy that I'm saying you can or that you should or should not do. It all depends on exactly what you're trying to accomplish and what offers are available at the time. For the business cash card with Chase, that one is a 0% APR card. So is the Goldman Sachs card currently right now. I don't know if the business preferred has that, but I think a majority of the Chase products that you can get do at this time. Truist also has credit cards that do have that, and so does American Express. Now, this is a business credit hard pull that I put together for just a few cards, not that many. I'm thinking about also making a list of all the cards and where they pull from. Now, when you're looking at this list, please do your due diligence, because I've seen where some credit pools are regional or state, where you may be in Nevada like me and you get an Experian pool. But if you lived in, let's say, Georgia, you may get an Equifax pool. So you do want to do research, and you want to make sure that where you live, that this makes sense or that it's lining up with this. But the reason why I picked these 4 cards is because for the most part, from what I've seen, almost national, this was consistent when I did some research on it. And I found 4 for each just to get you started. That may be a good idea for you to look at. So Experian Inquiry, that's Navy Federal, Go Biz, American Express, all of their products, PNC, and Chase. TransUnion Inquiry is Bank of America, U.S. Bank, BMO Harris, and Fifth Third Bank. Equifax inquiries are Marcus by Goldman Sachs, the Citi AA Advantage, Truist, and KeyBank credit cards, respectively. So you can either screenshot this and then you can go back and do your due diligence to check and see if in your state or your area, if it's different than what we're seeing here. And again, I just made that note here to remind myself, but Chase is inquiry sensitive and American Express is not. So if you were starting this off, you may want to, start with the inquiry sensitive one like Chase first, and then maybe go into Amex, and then also look at 0% APR offers. And if you get one big limit to start, you want to be strategic. Maybe you want to just use one card because next year you may need another 0% APR card. So if you got a good limit for like 25,000 and you know that you don't need more than that at that time, maybe consider just using that, waiting a year until that expires. Next year, get another one. Okay. So there's all types of strategies that we can do where we can make that work. You can also think of starting potentially maybe even starting a new business. to see what else that you can qualify for. But again, you can screenshot this. These are just 4 different credit cards that normally pull from these particular bureaus that you can look at getting. I want to talk about the cost of credit card stacking. Now, there is a real risk when it comes to credit card stacking. And no matter what you do or how much research that you do, there's always a risk assessment that you will need to take. So if you use $100,000 worth of credit line and you can't pay it back, or if your business is not successful, you can go into real debt. And it could be, if you have good credit right now, it could put you in a bad place. If you have bad credit and you spent so much time repairing it, it could put you back into that same place. So my thing is, you definitely want to make sure that you are being responsible. I want to say something that, most people probably wouldn't say who are doing the same thing, that as I've gotten all of these new credit cards, I have not used one of them for business purposes yet. I've been using them for rewards and cash back in helping me purchase ETFs, invest in Roth IRAs, and going into my high yield savings. A lot of them have sign up bonuses, and they give me 5% to at least 3% cash back on my everyday transactions. So I pick cards in a certain order that mostly didn't have 0% APR, and that could give me a good amount of cash back for my day-to-day transactions that I'm going to spend anyway. And I have a video on that should be coming out, should be actually before this video, so you may have already seen it. But I talk about the cards that I had gotten up to that point and how they're going to make me almost $5,000 to $7,000 by the end of this year, just from me spending money the way I normally do. So right now, that's what I've used my business credit cards for. Now, I do plan on using business credit cards to scale my business in the future, but I know that I'm going to wait till I get to a certain point to do that. When I get to that point, I will be doing cards. I will be getting cards for that specific purpose to spend them and then scale. But I'm going to scale when I'm already making a certain amount of money. I have a plan where even if I spend money, I know I can pay this money back. So, most people wouldn't say that. I have not used them for anything yet, because the one thing that I realized that, and if you watch my passive income video, there are many types of things as far as passive income that you can do where you don't have to spend money to do it. It just takes time and effort. Most people would rather make money quickly than spend a bunch of time starting something from the ground up, expanding it. And then when they get to the point of expansion where they've outgrown their normal business practices and they need funding to then make, to scale it higher, that's really when you really should use it. But there are some people who have a business plan and they've done the work and they have a proof of concept and they want to spend the money first and then make profit and then pay it back. So you can do it either way. I just wanted to say that for me, I think I'd rather work something first and then prove to myself that I can make the money first and then I can scale it later. I think that is the best approach. And it won't get you in trouble. So some cards may carry a low introductory rate, but after that expires, the APR may be much higher. So, if you have a 0% APR card for 1 year and you spent $50,000 and you have not been paying it back for whatever reason, eventually a time is going to come where you're going to have to pay that money back, and you're going to have maybe even 19 to 29% APR on that card. And if you let that go for a few months, even 4 or 5 months, you may get into a hole. So you have to understand that, even though it's very, very easy to get approved for these higher limits, you need to be very responsible when you're using it. I just want to say that because when I'm talking to or making these videos, I want to talk to people like I'm talking to my friend, not like, Not like I'm trying to sell you on an idea. I don't want you to just get these cards and think, oh, don't blow it. I want you to really think this out, think it through, have a plan. Really, have a business strategy when you're going to do this. Make sure that you're taking, no matter what you do, you will take risk, but take calculated risk. This isn't a gamble. Take a calculated risk. This is your life and you want to be responsible with it. And I don't want to see you end up in a bad place. So yeah, just, make sure that you're using this responsibly, because all major credit card issuers, with the exception of maybe the Sam's Club business, Mastercard, they require a personal guarantee when you get these cards. And you just want to make sure that you're in a position where you can pay back your debt, because the issuer will come after you personally and you will be personally liable for that debt. And I wouldn't want to see a situation where you're forced to have to file for bankruptcy or then have to work your way out of an incredibly large amount of debt. And if you ruin the relationship with all of these banks simultaneously, you may not have many options to go back to. You may have very few options, even with repairing your credit. They may see you as a risk because they still will have internal information on you, whether you paid it or not. So you don't want to sour the relationship with all of these big institutions in one fell swoop, but that's just something to consider, what the cost is of credit card stacking. And just keep that in mind. So when is credit card stacking a good idea? I think if you're a new business owner, you won't have tax returns and you don't have any revenue that's coming in, right? So you can't qualify for a business loan. You're not going to be able to get a loan if you are a brand new business. So if you don't qualify for a business loan, if you don't qualify for business lines of credit, and you don't have any working capital, credit card stacking may be a good idea for you. Additionally, small companies or low revenue businesses that have yet to accumulate assets and are unable to qualify for traditional loans like we just talked about, or business lines of credit, unsecured ones, this is a good option to consider. And it can be a good way to get money quickly. And you can usually get approved and receive your cards in 7 to 10 business days. But again, you want to have a business plan in mind before using credit card stacking as a strategy. Now, I want to talk about the requirements of credit card stacking, which would be having a good personal credit score. So your credit report should look as follows. You want to have 5% or less credit utilization. You want to have 100% on-time payment history, no derogatory marks, no collections, no late payments, and 3 to 4 years of credit history would look very good. If you don't, that's okay. Me personally, because I've added new trade lines, it's shortened my age. My age is around like a year and maybe like 7 months. It's not, that long. And I've gotten pretty good approvals with just what I have currently. So that's not don't look at these as hard numbers. I'm just saying if, in the best case, this is what we're looking at. If you have late payments that are over 24 months old, you might be okay as well. No derogatory marks, no collections at all. None. 10 positive accounts would be ideal. I don't have 10 positive accounts. I may have like 7. So I'm just letting you know, and a lot of them were credit builders. So those can work as well. I'm just letting you know that these are all this is ideal, but if you don't, it's okay. You want to get as close to this as possible. We're just trying to make sure you can maximize your limit. We want to make sure you can get the highest limit. We want to make sure that you get approvals and you don't have to waste time. We're just trying to check all the boxes. And then you want to have 2 or less hard inquiries if possible. 2 or less hard inquiries. So as long as you have all of these things, you are in a good position to get approved for most business credit cards. A 680 credit score, 5% or less for the utilization, 100% on-time payments, no derogatory marks, no collections, no charge-offs, no late payments, 3 to 4 years of history. But again, we know that it's okay if it's 1 to 2. 10 positive accounts. That's not a hard number. Just have some positive. You need to have some positive history. And 2 or less hard inquiries. Now let's talk about relationship building. We've talked about this in previous videos. This is something that I didn't do with my Chase card. With the Chase card, I didn't open a business bank account at first, and I just applied. I think I had gotten too excited. I had gotten so many approvals with decent limits. I just pulled the trigger on it, and my limit was extremely low. It was one of the lowest that I've ever seen, but then I also learned why it was that low. They actually were trying to, I believe I was getting I believe that it was because I put a freeze on my Experian credit score at the time. And when they tried to do the pull, I wasn't able to actually do it. I then called a week later, and then I had to talk to their actual fraud department to make sure and to verify my identity. And that was the cause of the low limit. So from what I was told, if I use the card and pay it back on time for the next 91 days, I could then contact them and look at getting I could look at increasing my limit. And if not, then I could try again in 6 months. So that's what I'm going to do. That's the plan. I don't actually need the card for anything in particular right now. But what I liked about the card was that it gave me 5% cash back on basically paying my phone bill and also paying my internet bill. And my bills are kind of high. It's like I would say almost $1,200 a month between all of those bills. So I get 5% cash back on that up to $25,000. So I believe it was somewhere around like an additional $700-800 I could make potentially by the end of the year just off of that one bill alone. So my thing is, I try to look at my bills. I pick cards where I could get almost, close to $1,000 back for each set of bills that I have per month. So anyway, relationship building. You want to open a bank account. All right. You want to deposit funds into the account. You want these reoccurring deposits made. And I would at least do this for 60 to 90 days to maximize funding. All right. So, for example, if you were doing Chase, you were doing PNC, you were doing Truist Bank. These are banks where I would make sure I opened a checking and savings. There is no particular amount that I can say you need to deposit. I have no hard evidence to prove that. But I was depositing, in most of my accounts, $25 a month, $25, $50. I'm sorry, $25 or $50 per week. So it ended up being like, just in a month, maybe $200 to $400. And then after 90 days, $1,200, somewhere around that range, maybe a little bit more. It just varies. But I would do that. It just looks good. And there is an internal bank score that all banks have. It will increase that with them because they're going to anticipate you doing this same thing for a long period of time. And banks use the money that you sit in your account for other purposes. So the more money you sit in with a bank, the more they're going to approve you for. Okay. And then I made a note here that this isn't always necessary because Amex historically, they provide high limits without the need of opening a business checking account. So again, this goes back to doing research. For American Express, this isn't applicable. So again, that may be a reason why this may be one of the first cards you want to get. Chase is also inquiry sensitive. So when you're starting, but again, I know we know how to remove hard inquiries, but I'm just saying in the case that you didn't, you probably would want to start with Chase first. And then because it's inquiry sensitive, get that one out the way. Then get American Express because it's not inquiry sensitive and it doesn't require the business checking. So that way you have two really good cards to start with really good limits. Between the both of those, I could easily see you doing 50 to 75,000. Or if you get two Chase cards, that could be your first 100,000 to 150,000. It just depends. So relationship building is very important. I would not skip this step. Don't be like me and make that mistake. You definitely want to make sure that you're doing this to start. And if you just want to get a business credit card without doing the relationship building first, American Express is a good one to start with. I just want to summarize everything that we've gone over today. All right. And this credit card stacking method. And again, your strategy for this is contingent upon your business. You have to do research. You have to find credit cards that pay you rewards because, of course, you want to make money for spending money. You want to make an ecosystem of every time I spend something, I'm making money. So you want to look at cards that have rewards that align with your business. You want to make sure that you're getting 0% APR cards, and you want to make sure that the bonus offers, sign-up bonuses, or the introductory offers all are in line with what you're trying to do. And there isn't one particular one that works better for the other. It's just what works best for you. So a new business can acquire $150,000 plus in 0% interest funding for 12 to 18 months using credit card stacking as a strategy. All right. Making this an easy way for a new business to receive working capital. And most lenders only check one of the three major credit bureaus, which enables you to get multiple approvals across all three bureaus, potentially getting 8 to 10 credit cards. You must have a credit profile that is going to get approved. So you 680, that is clean. All right. You need that to be approved because this method requires you to personally guarantee. And to receive the highest possible credit limits, building a relationship first is usually the best approach. We know that we have some exceptions. There may be more exceptions, but you would want to do research on those particular credit cards because I can't account for every exception or every particular thing that might change. That's why it has to be tailored for you. So if you ever wanted to talk credit card stacking strategy, or maybe go over the approach that might work best for you or which ones may work best, we can always talk about that. I have one-on-one business coachings, or you can also put comments at the bottom and we can talk about that as well. You want to make sure that your business is, again, structured properly. You want to also make sure that your credit profile is up to par. You definitely want to make sure that you have a good, clean credit profile. And again, there's plenty of links in the description that you can use as far as credit building accounts that can help increase the accounts that you have. As far as opening a business bank account with Relay, again, opening that free account, you can get $50 when you deposit at least $100. And then there are, other net 30 options and things. Links are in the description. Lots of tools and resources that you can use in order to structure everything to get the highest limits and to start your credit card stacking. If I can leave you with anything else, I don't believe that credit card stacking is the only way to make money. In fact, I'm starting to lean over to the side that unless you have a business that requires you to spend this capital upfront in order to make money, I would probably avoid it until you start a business and you're already making money and you're familiar with the industry and you're just looking for a way to enhance everything. Like if you're doing $100,000 a year and you're like, man, if I had this money, I could scale this up to $1 million. This may be a good idea for you in that case. Because I just want to make sure that, with this, we're trying to be as responsible as possible, because when we're dealing with this much in funding, sometimes, it can be exciting, but we definitely want to take the approach of caution and strategy. If you have, any other questions or concerns, please leave them in the comments. Let me know what credit cards that you're looking to get approved for. If there's any credit cards that you would like me to review or to talk about, what other types of videos that you're looking for in the future. Thank you guys for your support. Thank you for watching. You have a wonderful day. Welcome back to Success with Steven. My name is Steven Smith, and today I have a really good video for you guys that I'm very excited about. And I want to talk to you about how I use credit cards to make money with no money. I think this is going to be a really good video. It's going to give you a lot of value. So without further ado, let's just get right into the video. So I want to just go over the agenda that we're looking at for today. Today, we're going to talk about 5 key financial terms. Then I'm going to give you some more details with those terms and some examples. After that, we'll be talking about the problem when you're trying to use credit cards to make money with no money, the solution to that problem, the strategy, failing a lot, and then think wealthy. Those are going to be the things that we're going to cover for today. So let's get started with our 5 key finance terms. All right. So the 5 key finance terms that I want to talk about are income, expenses, assets, liabilities, and cash flow. So I'm going to make this as simple as possible, where I think anyone would be able to understand. So when we're talking about income is money that's coming in. To put it simply, our job is income. Any place that we go for work, income. Our expenses are going to be money that's going out. Our bills, things we have to pay for every single month, those are our expenses. Now, assets, that's anything that appreciates in value, anything that makes us money, of course. Liabilities, that's anything or anyone that you owe money to. Liabilities is just anything that you owe to that needs to be paid. And cash flow, this is my definition of cash flow. I think it's very simple. You take your income, you minus your expenses, and what's ever left, that cash that's left, that would be your cash flow. And then we're going to go over why each one of these things are very important in how they actually apply to making money with credit cards when you have no money. All right. So I want to briefly discuss different types of debt. And this is going to be very important because most videos that you watch on YouTube about like making money, especially when you're doing it like this with credit cards, they don't really break down the different details that you need to be aware of. And all debt isn't bad. Despite what anyone will tell you, all debt isn't bad. There is good debt. So if you have any debt that makes you money, it's good. That's, as simple as it's going to get. If you have any debt that cost you money, then it's bad debt. Plain and simple. So a good example of this is if you were to have a rental property that makes more money than it's expensive, than its expenses, that is a positive cash flow. That's good debt. We have a home. It may cost maintenance, insurance per month, property taxes, all the things that go into it. If after everything's said and done, we have money coming in from that, then that's good. The bad example would be credit card debt used to buy something that doesn't make you money and cost you money. So if you spend money on, a bunch of fast food places, you buy some shoes, you buy some clothes, you get a bunch of things that are making other people money, that would be an example of bad debt. So this is going to seem very elementary, right? Like this seems obvious. Of course, I know what good debt and bad debt is, but all of these things and really understanding them is very important. And the next example that I get into is going to lend that credence. All right. So you want to use credit cards to make money. Let's say you take a credit card at 0% APR for 18 months, and then you take that card and purchase something that creates positive cash flow. That would be considered by our definition good debt, right? We took this credit card with 0% APR. It's not costing us anything to use it. Cool. We bought something that made us money. Cool. That would be considered positive. I think that's really, really good. Plain and simple. Very, very plain and simple. So now let's get into this example. Because one thing I want to get people to understand is that money is cheap. That probably sounds really, really weird to say, but money is cheap. What I mean by that is if you saved up $100,000 this year, next year your $100,000 will only yield you maybe $80,000 worth of goods. Money is always being devalued because of inflation. So money is cheap. That's why saving money is a lose-lose situation. Not to say that you shouldn't have a cash reserve, because I do. But the thing is, you need to have a majority of your money working for you to create more money. That's the only way to basically preserve that money's value, because that money isn't going to be worth as much next year. So we have to find a way to take the money that we do have and make it bring back more money. That way, we're preserving the value, or maybe not so much preserving the value, but we're using what we have to get more, which would make us, cash flow positive in that case. So if you have a $400,000 house and you wanted to pay that off, if I told you, hey, I'll give you $400,000 right now to pay off your house, most people would take that $400,000 off and they would just pay the house off, which that's a normal thing. I would think any person would think, oh, that makes sense. I'm going to save on my mortgage. But stay with me. So as of January 9th, 2024, the national average of mortgage rates for a 30-year fixed mortgage is 6.06%. And that's if you have excellent credit. With these terms, if you bought a $400,000 house and you put down 20%, a conventional loan, and for a conventional loan, you don't have to pay certain insurances. So, that may be a good reason why. That or FHA, that's a side note, depending on what you want. But you would put down 20%. Your monthly mortgage payment would be $2,142 or $25,692 per year. Now, I get it. That makes sense, right? Pay off the house. I'm going to save $2,141. The only problem is, why would you take all of that money and you basically use that money to pay an expense? This is an expense now. When you're trying to make money, you have to find a way to take certain things or take a situation and turn it into a situation where it becomes something that's cash flow positive. So if you were to take $400,000 that I gave you and you purchased an asset. Now, I'm not saying like this is a situation that is ideal, but also I'm not a person who makes excuses. So if your answer to everything is, well, that's not going to work because you've already lost. There's situations that someone's winning with this situation. You just have to find a way for you to also win with the same type of situation. But I digress. If you took $400,000 and purchased an asset that made 12% annually, you would make $48,000 per year, essentially paying your home and making you cash flow positive. Again, we're going to get to what that has to do with using credit cards to make money. But what I'm trying to say is there's a mentality that people need to understand when it comes to using credit cards to make money. And that is called leveraging debt. And that's really, I went through all of that just to get to this, because I wanted to make sure I went through the easiest definitions, and you'll probably look at those words and play it back and you'll be like, oh yeah, that makes sense. And then I get to here, and if this doesn't make sense, then that's the disconnect that I'm talking about. That's why I wanted to do that. This is probably a little more complicated than just those few key terms and a few easy examples. But this is a real example where if you were to do this, you would come out better. But most people would have done they would have just paid the house off. OK. And of course, every situation, every scenario is unique. They're not all the same. So there's plenty of ways that you could spin this to where you can make it, work. But what I'm saying is we manipulate situations to our advantage. So in that situation, I'm manipulating this to my advantage because I know that I could make more money off of that money than it would be for me to pay this particular interest rate. And if the interest rate was even lower, it would get even easier. At a point, a house 3%. So you may have to wait until interest rates come down. But if it was even more ideal, it just gives this more merit. Anyway, let's move on. So leveraging debt. Not all debts are created equal. That's really what I wanted you to understand. Not all debts are bad and not all debt is good. So good debts have the potential to increase your wealth, while bad debts will cost you money with high interests on purchase for depreciating assets or just liabilities. So determining whether a debt is good or bad, it depends on your unique financial situation, including how much you can afford to lose. So this will, again, everyone's situation is unique. How much money in debt I can leverage will not be the same as you. That's why even if we all have access to $100,000 in credit cards, it doesn't mean we should all take the same amount of risk. Okay? Just keep that in mind. So credit cards, they are a type of revolving loan and they are unsecured. All right? Credit cards have some of the highest interest rates imaginable. That's the reason why we need to use 0% APR cards. And that's the reason why we start businesses. One, you can have multiple that can go towards any type of, purchase or industry that you are in. And also they are separate from our personal credit. We don't want to mix the two, because that can make us look risky to lenders on the personal side. We want to separate our business from our personal. But even though interest rates have some of the most predatory in the whole financial industry, because they could cost you a lot if you fail, it's just like fire. Like fire can burn you, but it can also keep you warm. It all depends on how you decide to use this. So when they utilize credit cards for frivolous things and meaningless things, yes, it's considered bad debt. But when you leverage debt to purchase things that increase in value, then it's good. All right. So even anything can be good or bad. It just depends on how you decide to use it. But leveraging debt is how people build wealth. People don't build wealth by saving. They build it by leveraging debt. Now, here is the problem. If you go to Google right now and you look up the term over-leveraged. Over-leveraged is also a simple term. It means that you've taken on too much debt. That's it. You need to have good risk management skills when it comes to using credit cards to make money with no money. And again, I'm going to get into a specific example that I talk about how I was able to do that. But you need to take calculated risk before leveraging debt. You shouldn't spend money that you can't reasonably manage. And we tend to focus a lot on instant gratification because we want to start making money using other people's money. While that sounds amazing in theory, actually executing this properly is a bit more complex. It's not just easy to take money and make money with it. That's why people who win the lottery, you hear them in a couple months or years that all the money is gone. And you're thinking, how did they? A lot of people don't know how to use money or debt to make money. That's why they trade time for money, because it's easier to go to work than it is to figure out how I could take $10 and turn it into 20. That's hard. But the more you do it, the easier it becomes. So that is the problem. That's the problem with using credit cards to make money with no money, is that if you have no money, you more than likely will not be able to reasonably manage this because you have no money, right? And this is debt, which means you need to either, one, pay it back at some point, or you need to reasonably be making positive cash flow where the money you spent that was debt actually came out cash flow positive, and now you can pay back the credit card. Which, again, that probably seems obvious, but I want to talk about this first because it's the little things like this where people try to go from having no money to putting 20% down on a property without knowing anything about real estate. And then the house gets foreclosed on because they couldn't get a tenant, or it cost them more than what they could afford because they don't have enough money to actually keep up with property taxes. And it's so many different things that it could go like. And that's the reason why I'm talking about this, and we're talking about the problem, but we're going to talk about the solution to that problem. And the solution was in our key terms. The solution is cash flow. So you may be tempted to use large amounts of debt for personal spending or high risk business plans. I'm guilty of that. I said, I'm going to do this and run this up, and I'm going to make $1 million in 6 months. I didn't make $1 million in 6 months. All right. In the early stages, you need to focus on how to build cash flow. That's the most important thing when you're first trying to invest. If you find yourself with excess of cash, it's a good idea to either pay down or pay off some loans to free up some of that capital to spend to create more cash flow, as opposed to just wasting it. Or you can invest it where it could grow but it's easily accessible. So what I mean by that is, and I'm going to use a personal example from me, how I first used credit cards to make money was with e-commerce. And I've told this story. I have it documented in a video. I purchased things on my credit cards and I sold them different places, but primarily Amazon FBA. And that's the best one that I feel like I can organize the information, but it's also been Shopify and other stores. But I was able to, when I first started, I used my own money. I used $5,000 of my own money. Now, here's the reason why I did that. I wanted to make sure that I could actually do this and it worked. And it did work at the very beginning. I took my $5,000 and I made right around $14,000. And then I scaled that up to about $30,000. So then when I got a $10,000 credit card, I actually got the Sam's Club Business Mastercard with no personal guarantee because I was still rebuilding my credit at the time. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm going to scale this up to $100,000 in gross income, which I did. I did scale it up to $100,000. Now, here's the only problem with that. Halfway through, I ran into a lot of issues. I started learning a lot of things about selling on Amazon, and I was doing retail arbitrage, which means I was selling other people's brands. And I thought all you needed was the invoice and you can get approved. And while you can, if that brand decides to kick you off of that listing, you're off of that listing. And when that happens, they send you all that inventory back and they charge you for sending it back. And now you just stuck with inventory. I learned a lesson because I actually had $10,000 now worth of expenses that I had to pay back and pay back fees on top of that for them having to ship it back to me. I learned something when that happened. There was a limitation with what I was doing. That was a problem. But guess what? Because I was working a job, I had the cash flow from my job to pay that debt back, and I learned something. I learned. And that's the main thing I want to say with these 0% APR cards. You can make money from them with no money very quickly. But if you're going to do that, only do it for a business or something or a venture that you know well. You know the ins and outs. You know when it goes up and down. If things go wrong, you know how to pivot and move and get back on track. Because what happens is a lot of people just listen to someone on YouTube like myself, and they give them this grand idea that in theory it sounds great, right? But you have no idea how that industry works. You have no idea about the details. You have no idea about like I said with Amazon and selling things online. No one told me that in a YouTube video that can happen and that now I just owe all this money and I have all this inventory just sitting. No one told me that. I had to go learn that. And when you learn it in real time, if I would have scaled to begin with $100,000 worth of credit cards, I would have just had $100,000 worth of debt. So you want to become cash flow positive first. That's the first thing. Take your time. If you have no money, here's what I recommend. Get one credit card first. Start off with $10,000. Say, and preferably a 0% APR card. As a matter of fact, let's go to the strategy. Let's talk about strategy. So you want to get a business credit card because, of course, it doesn't show up on your personal credit for most of them. You want to get a 0% APR card that has interest-free terms for maybe 12 to 18 months. You then use that to invest into your business, your trade, an asset that you feel comfortable with. If you are doing something for the very first time, one, you can use your own money to start and then test it, see how it works for a few months. Or number two, you use very little of that credit card. If you have a $10,000 limit, start off with $1,000. If you can turn that $1,000 into $4,000 or $5,000, cool. You know what happened? You just got cash flow positive. You just made a profit of $4,000, $3,000. Take that money, set it to the side, pay off the credit card, and you could put the money in like a high yield savings. So of course it's getting interest. You know, you want to still have your money, make money now, but you want to go ahead and you want to take that money, pay off what you owe. Now go spend $6,000. Ooh, now you made a profit of like 6 or 7. Or I'm sorry, now you made a profit of, that's 6, 7 times. Excuse me. Let's say you go spend let's just say you spend $4,000 because you can effectively pay that back with your money that you just made. That's your cash flow. So let's say you spend $4,000, but now you just made $20,000. Ooh, right? You go back, you pay the $4,000. You now have cash flow positive $16,000. You add that with your other $4,000. Ooh, you have $20,000 in a high yield savings, getting 5%, making you money. Awesome. And you're making money from this. You want to do the strategy like that to slowly build, because then if anything goes wrong, guess what you have on the side right there? Cash that's been sitting there collecting interest in some other type of asset that if anything goes wrong, you can recover. I just don't want you to wipe out. That's all. So that's the reason why we want to talk strategy and we want to talk mentality, because there's a reason why you need to know the difference between good debt and bad debt, why you need to know what's income, what's expenses, what are assets, what are liabilities, what is cash flow. All of these things matter because that mindset is going to be the thing that will keep you from making costly mistakes. So again, don't wipe out. Start off small if you have no money and scale, or start with your own money in small increments, scale it up until you're like, I can do this comfortably, and then go from there. And then if you do that, it totally mitigates any risk that you have, which brings us to failing a lot. People don't want to hear this, but you're not going to get 0% APR credit cards, put it down on a property, and become an instant real estate mogul. That's not how it's going to work. And you're not going to have $5 million in the next year. You're going to do something. You're going to try it. It's going to either work or it's not going to work. If it doesn't work, to me, that's even better, because guess what? You know what didn't work, and now you can do it better next time. If it does work, that's still good. Eventually, in every industry, you'll come with a hiccup. If it did work, awesome. Be wary, though, if things go too well. Put something on the side and prepare for when it doesn't. That's all I can say. But the reason why startups fail when leveraging debt, it can't easily be answered because every single situation is different. However, if I had to pinpoint one thing, it's really not embracing your failures. Failures ultimately provide valuable lessons. And the more experience that you have as an entrepreneur to critically evaluate things and how they went wrong, the more successful you're going to be. that information will be invaluable as you embark on your next venture and everything you know in between. So for me, I can tell you wholeheartedly, I'm in love with the process and I'm in love with failing. You gotta start to learn to like do it. If you don't like to fail, business is not for you, because you will fail. But the good thing is, when you fail, you learn and you come better. That is where you become very, very successful. So, you know, this is my strategy. This is how I use credit cards to make money and to scale. But as of late, I've become focused on things that are cash flow positive. That has been my favorite thing. Things that, in fact, I look for things now that I can make a lot of cash flow from, where I don't have to spend money. The only time that I want to spend money is to scale something. When if I've taken, like, for example, if I take YouTube and I make it to 6 figures in year 1, well, I have a whole plan for how I'm going to use credit cards for YouTube and how we're going to take this from, if I made 100,000 off of that and it was all cash flow positive, you know, I'm setting the money aside. So you can only imagine what I'm going to try to do in year 2 to get this up to $1 million. And that's my point. If I just started spending money right away on things for YouTube, maybe to spend on advertisements and things of that nature, or paying people and stuff like that, I would just be in the negative if things went bad. And then I would have to end up either using all of my money to pay it back, or I would end up having to go back to work in order to, you know, make up for that. The best thing to do is to start on the ground level. I do the work myself. I put in the work myself. I make it cash flow positive, and then we scale with 0% APR credit cards to make money. That's another example. And you could do this any way that you want with any business industry. I don't want to tell you what industry to get into. You could do this with real estate if you so choose. I recommend having a lot of cash flow. You know, if you have a high paying job and you want to do that, then by all means, you could do e-commerce like me. You sell things online, whether it's digital or physical product. You could do digital content like this. You could do any type of trade job. I talked about that. There's so many different ways that you can make money. And you can watch my video on how to start a successful business. If you don't know what you want to do in that video, I give you, I walk through the entire process of how you should start a successful business. And if you don't know what you want to do, how you figure that out, how I figured it out. And I think it's very enlightening. Now, the last thing that I want to talk about is another thing that's very important, other than failing a lot, because that's not no one wants to hear that, but that failure is going to make you the most successful. Trust me. You want to think like the wealthy. And I just want to give you a little bit of information and why I'm saying that. But wealthy people, they make money from money. Okay? So stay with me for this. You don't make the most money by working a service job. Even if you're paying, if you're working a high service job, like let's say I was doing consultations and it was $1,000 per consultation. Yes, I'm making a lot of money, but the problem with that is the moment I stop doing consultations, the money stops. Wealthy people don't make money by actually spending time or services. They make money by lending people money. That's how banks make money. That's like the major key. So by lending people money, and let's say they pay you back 5 to 12%, that'll make you tons. That's all the banks do. We pay wealthy people to use their money because we don't understand how to use money. That is how the central banking system works. That is how this entire economy works. That's the reason why they give out loans, to charge a decent interest rate. And you become wealthy when you figure out how to leverage other people's money without paying them a cent. That's how you really build wealth. You use that money, you grow it, you scale it, you make it, and then the money you get from them, you then take that money and you put it in places where that money can grow all on its own. So let me give you another example. If you deposit $100,000 into a bank, let's say you deposited $100,000 in a bank over the course of, let's say, like a year. That bank can then go to the central bank, also known as the Federal Reserve, and they could try to get 10 times that amount, which means your $100,000 that you're leaving in their bank gives them the ability to then get up to $1 million, and then they can give that $1 million out to people as loans. Now, imagine that bank using your money that's sitting in that account to, one, get interest on it, but two, they can also leverage your money to loan it out to other people, and those other people are paying 5 to 12% on that loan. They're making billions. And I'm sure you're thinking like, well, I'm not a bank, I can't become a bank. There are things called hard loaners. So there are people who do that, and they loan money to people and make interest. There's actually little small, I think there's like apps and stuff like that where you can actually loan people money and then they pay you interest. It's really cool. You should look it up. But what I'm saying is, like, if you have a business that you like and you just want to find a business that you enjoy and do a good job and make some good money, awesome. Do that. If you wanted to become wealthy, just think like a wealthy person. You need to start thinking how to get money from other people, use that money to scale, and then take the profit that you made from that money, your cash flow positive, and put that money other places where other people can borrow against it. I mean, in a sense, the stock market is like that. So just keep that in mind. And there's not just credit cards. There's SBA funding. There's grants. There's a lot of different ways out there that you can use money and leverage money. The only thing that I would say is be careful when you do it. Have good risk management and understand that it's okay to make mistakes. It's okay to fail. Just take baby steps. You don't want to get $100,000 worth of credit cards when you have no money, right? And then just spend it all up on a gamble. You can take calculated risk, but I mean, a gamble, I mean, if you didn't do any calculating, you just said this is going to work because I said that it's going to work. No. Have a plan. Have a exit strategy if it don't work. My exit strategy always is, hey, worst case, I go back to work. Hey, worst case, I go back to work, I'll make some money, and guess what? I'll do it again, and then I'll do it again, and I'll do it again until I get it right. That's my exit strategy, because I can always just do that. I can always go back to selling my time for money. I don't want to, but if I had to, that would be my thing. So that's just my little tidbit, and thank you guys for watching. I really hope that this video gave you, the information that you were looking at. I know it wasn't just a straight video of, oh, go get a credit card and then go get real estate. I can't tell you that. I can't tell you that in good conscience, because I don't believe that it's as easy as that. I don't like to give people the illusion of instant gratification, like this thing is just going to work. That's why I try to keep it as realistic as possible. And I give you examples from my own life, because I've made a lot of mistakes that led to a lot of failures. I mean, that led to a lot of successes later, because then the next time I did it, I made a bunch of money. One day I'll come here and tell you about my whole my years of investing in the stock market and being a day trader and swing trader. Boy, let me tell you, that is a tough place to be at, but boy, does it teach you a lot. So thank you guys for watching. Leave a comment. Let me know if this was helpful to you. Let me know if you want more information like this on leveraging debt, because I could actually get way more detailed. If you want a lot more details, more examples, if you want me to talk about real estate, things of that nature, let me know, because I can definitely get into a lot more details and make this a lot. I can make it a lot more specific if there's something specific you want me to talk about, like a hard example of in this industry. Here's an example of this, and you can do this. I can do that for you. That way, this was very general, because I really believe people should apply their skills in whatever they care about to this stuff. I don't think you should just do something because someone else is doing it. I think you should do what you're good at or what you're skilled at, because I believe you'll go much further in that industry than you would trying to replicate what someone else did, because you're not the same as that person. We're all not a monolith. We're all not the same. We're all individuals with our own interest, and we're all talented at different things. So I don't want you to think that the only thing you have to do is get a credit card and buy real estate, or get a credit card and buy products and sell them online. You could do whatever you want. And if you need help with figuring that out, check out my how to start a business video. I really think that that's a really good video. I think it will help you. And if you have any ideas about something specifically I should talk about and go into detail about, drop a comment below and let me know. Thank you so much for watching. You guys have a wonderful day. Did your business use an additional $25,000? Are you a member of Navy Federal? If so, this is the perfect video for you, because I'm going to show you not just data points, step by step, how you can get approved for this card and how I got approved for this card. So join me on the computer and I'm going to show you step by step how to get approved for the Navy Federal Go Biz Rewards card in 2024. Now, for full transparency, I was approved for the Navy Federal Go Biz Rewards card, and I was approved for $15,000. I do plan on submitting a request for a credit line increase within the next 91 days. I believe you can do it within 30 days, but I'm just going to wait the 91. That way I can get some usage out of it before I make that request. So I'm just going to probably put like on the screen somewhere the approval, and yeah, let's get started. So the first thing you need to do in order to qualify for the Navy Federal Go Biz Rewards card is set up an account with Navy Federal. If you are not a member and you would like me to make a video on other ways that you can become a member, then I will do that as well. Let me know in the comments if that's something that you would like to see. Now, I received an access code from one of my friends who allowed me to become a member. Once I did that, the first thing I did was open up a easy checking account, a flagship checking account, a savings account. After I made these 3 accounts, the very next thing that I did was get a in reward secured card. And then I also got the pledge loan for $501. If you do $501, then you can have the pledge loan for 12 months. Now, I'm going to preface this by saying there are different ways to approach getting this card depending on where you are in your credit repair journey, or if you have prime credit. So in my instance, when I first started with Navy Federal, I was rebuilding credit. I had a lot of charge-offs, a lot of collections. My credit score was sub 600, so somewhere in the 500s. So if this sounds like your situation, I'm going to give you the steps that I took in that situation. If you have a fair credit score, but you don't have any derogatory marks, I'll give you that scenario. And if you have prime credit, I'll give you that scenario. So let's just start with what I originally started with. I started with easy checking, flagship, savings, in rewards, secured card. And I also started with the pledge loan, $501. You can pretty much do this all within like a 2 or 3 day time span. So I wouldn't even overthink it. With this, I'm going to be under the assumption that you are already a member as we're doing this. So let's go under the guise that you're already a member with Navy Federal, or you have the ability to become one at this moment. All right. If you have subprime credit, I will follow those steps that I took. If you have fair credit, like you're below a 650, but you're probably above like a 630, and you have no derogatory marks, I would still do everything I just said, but I would change one thing. Sorry, I'm going to just go right here. So this was the In Reward Secure card. When I got this card, I got it because I went to pre-qualify and I could not get any other credit card. I would go to the pre-qualify me section on Navy Federal before you get the In Rewards card. Check if they pre-qualify you for any other credit card. I now have a Cash Rewards card. I now have a Go Rewards card. I received both of those cards prior to me getting the business credit card. So if you're fair credit, no derogatory marks, no collections, no anything like that, and you're above a 630, right around that range, go to the pre-qualify me section and have them pre-qualify you for something else. You may get a Cash Rewards card. You may get something else. Go Rewards. You may get something else. If you get that, cool. Get that card instead of the In Reward Secure card and do the pledge loan. Same checking accounts, same savings account. If you have Prime credit, a lot of this won't apply to you. If you're a 750 or above, I would just open an account with Navy Federal. I would still do the flagship checking account. I would still do the savings account. You don't necessarily need to do the credit card or the pledge loan. The more products you have, the more you build up your internal score. But with a score like that, you don't need to do it. I don't see that as being something that you need to do. Would it hurt? No, but not necessarily anything that's, I would recommend for you. You don't have to do that. Now with the secure card, I did the deposit of $200. It was very, very easy. I put it in my savings account. I called Navy Federal. They went ahead and took it from my savings. And then that was my credit line. With the pledge loan, I put $501 in my savings account. They take it from your savings account and then they put it back into your checking. You get the money back, but then you'll also see the pledge loan. I paid 90% of that loan. So I paid about $450. And when you pay it, they put the money back into your account again. So a pledge loan is really just you transferring funds around. You don't really have to worry about that. You could even use the same money from the pledge loan, do the pledge loan, pay the $450 on 501, and then take 200 from that and use that for the secure card. You could just move the money around and shuffle it and do the same thing. You only get the money back for the In Reward Secure card. You only get that back after 6 months at least. I think they can graduate you earlier. It took me 1 year to graduate. Now, these are just some prerequisites that I'm recommending because I know everyone's at a different point in their situation with trying to get this business credit card. So I just want to make sure I touch everybody. Okay. I hate to always deviate from the point, but I just want to tell you, this is what I did. This is exactly what I did. After I did all of this and set up these Navy Federal products, the next thing I did was open up a business membership. So become a business member and get started. This process for me was very, very easy. You want to gather all your information before you start the business membership application. When you start the application, they're going to ask you for some documents. Let's actually go to this and we'll go to right here to our business solution facts. So what documentation do I need to submit with my application? So for business, the business solutions require your structure for your business. For me, it was my business license. I went to irs.gov and got my EIN number. So if you're familiar with creating a business and filing that information with the Secretary of State, you need to get a EIN number. You have to get a business license. And then they say that you need a certificate of good standing. But for the state that I'm in, I just went to my Secretary of State website, search for my business and screenshot it as my certificate of good standing. It shows that the business is active. So the documents, they vary by the business type. I never create LLCs. I only create corporations. That's just my preference. So if you have a corporation, they want the good standing certificate filed stamped within 60 days before date of application. Again, I just did a screenshot from my Secretary of State website. It showed that my business was valid. You're going to need your federal tax ID. When you start a business, you should already have this and you'll have those documents. The beneficial owner form. If you're the 100% owner of this, then just yourself. And the fictitious name certificate is if you had it, that's just if it's applicable. I didn't even need that. Now, I would say the most common business that people use is probably an LLC. So for LLC, certificate of good standing, again, with your state, it depends. I went to the Secretary of State website, screenshot, your federal tax ID, and then the beneficial owner. So same documentation you would need for a corporation, and then so on and so forth. You guys could take a look at this and see where you would fall under your particular business type. And then this is what you would want to do. And it tells you some information about what a beneficial owner is. How does Navy Federal collect this information? So you can go here and read through. Once I collected all this information, they're going to have you start a to-do list where you're going to be uploading all this information. You're going to upload all this information. It's fairly easy, guys, super quick. Once that information is uploaded, you're going to call this number, 1-877-418-1462, within 2 business days after you've uploaded your documents. Now, I do a lot of research. I've seen videos where some people said that it took them, you should wait 30 days before you apply for the business account. Just so you know, I did mine within 2 days. I opened up my account with Navy Federal, right? I did everything that I told you about, the pledge loan, the in rewards, the secure card. And then I set up my direct deposit, of course, for Navy Federal. And then right after that, I did this online and I submitted all my documentation. The phone call is about 1 hour. So right here, it lets you know, review your application and documents with our representatives. Please be mindful that the review process can take an hour. So that review process is as follows. They will ask you for your NACIS code, or you may know it as like the SIC code, your business type. I had a website. They asked me for the website. They reviewed the website. They wanted to know what my business did, how we made profit. You know, they just want to check your business address. They're going to ask you if it's a virtual address. They said that that's okay. So all this was done. It took about 1 hour, just like they're saying here. And you need to be prepared to fund your business membership. So the minimum amount required to open your account will be $250 to $255. And this amount should be available for transfer from your personal Navy Federal account through a non-Navy Federal debit or credit card. So it's pretty straightforward, guys. It doesn't take long to apply for this account. Again, you could do this all within like 2 or 3 days. If you have Prime credit 750 or above, you can open your checking account, your savings account. I recommend all 3, the easy, the flagship, and the savings. And then you can go ahead, wait for your online account to be active. And then you can go to this page, business membership, get started, follow these steps to start an application, right? You're going to just go to start the application. And when you go to start the application, you have to sign. When you go to start the application, you have to sign into the Business Solutions portal in order for you to even see it. But what will happen is you sign into your personal account, you go to start the application, and then it's going to bring you to the Solutions portal. And then once you get to the portal, that's when it's going to ask you to upload all the documentation that we just went over. All right. So just so that I can bring everything back together. At this point, subprime people, the people who are rebuilding, we've gotten that secure card, we've gotten that checking savings account, we've gotten that pledge loan. Our mid-tier people, fair credit people with no collections and no derogatory marks. You're going to do the same thing, but you're going to pre-qualify for a different credit card just in case you can get the cash rewards or the go rewards and save yourself that secure deposit. And for our prime people, you just set up the checking accounts, the savings, and then you can go right on ahead to this step. And the reason why I'm saying this is because when I originally joined Navy Federal, I applied for this credit card before. I had just gotten my credit score to a 600, right around that range. And I still had derogatory marks. I still had collections and charge-offs. I applied for this card. They pull from your Experian credit score. Personal TransUnion credit cards pull. Personal credit cards from Navy Federal pull from TransUnion. The business pulls from Experian. Just keep that in mind. When I did it, I was denied. When I was denied, I received a response telling me I had too many delinquent accounts. So that's why I'm saying it's not that you wouldn't qualify if you have those delinquent accounts, but you're going to have to do more relationship building first. That's why for you guys, I recommend the pledge loan. That's why for you guys, I recommend the In Rewards card, direct deposit. And then I would even set up a direct deposit for your business account. Even if it's just $25 every 2 weeks, I would just put some money in there. You do that for 6 months, improve your credit score, and then you can go back and take a look and see if you can qualify. Now, in my case, I don't know if you can qualify if you have any derogatory marks. I do know that with Navy Federal, it's all about relationship building. That's one of the major keys. So if you have improved your credit score enough and you've also gotten these products with them, it will just increase your chances of getting qualified for this credit card. At the time that I qualified for this business credit card, I had no derogatory marks. I had no collections, and my credit score was a 762. So I just want to have you guys keep that in mind. So once you've started that business account, this is the Go Biz Rewards credit card, right? Once you started it, you can start the application here. So before I go on, I'm going to tell you a few data points about my personal business. Again, it was a corporation. When I applied for this card the first time, my corporation was only open for around 8 months. When I applied for it the second time, my corporation was open around 1 year and 7 months. And I believe I did this on February the 6th of 2024. So I just got this account. This is fairly new. Now, I will say for this card, I received the 14.4% APR variable. There is no annual fee. It's a 1x point per dollar spent. So for people who have a lot of other business credit cards, this is not the greatest rewards card. But hey, if you need funding, it's good to get started. This card is available in a Visa or a Mastercard. Once you go to the start an application point, you will be given the option of choosing between a Visa or a Mastercard. There is no earnings cap on this card. But again, it's basically 1 point per dollar spent. So it's like 1%. So it's not the best rewards, but it's better than nothing. There's no foreign transaction fees. It's great for travel and expenses, and zero liability policy for unauthorized charges. Okay. So I did get approved for the Mastercard. That's the one that I chose. My business again opened 1 year and 7 months. I did build some business credit, but I don't think that was an important factor when it came to qualifying for this card. I think the two most important factors is having a fair credit score. I had less than 3 inquiries, only 2 inquiries at the time. And I'm sorry, I had 1 inquiry at the time, only 1. But I would say 3 or less would actually be good. I would say have at least a 680 credit score without a relationship. If you have below a 680, then I would say build the relationship first, especially if you have collections or derogatory marks. You definitely want to build that relationship with them first. Other than that, I think it's pretty straightforward. And that's really all that I had with a business. I believe you could get this card with a brand new business as long as it's structured properly. When I say structured, I mean you have a a website, you have a Google profile where this business can be found. You get your number in the white pages and yellow pages online. Believe me, that still matters. You have a business number for this line. You have a virtual address. I actually started doing a course on starting a business, and I'm going to be starting a new business within the next probably 4 weeks. When I start this new business, I'm going to document the entire process, and I haven't decided yet if I'm going to put it on YouTube or if it's going to be like a course that you can get from my website, successwithstevensmith.com. So just keep an eye out for that. But I'm going to be doing a lot more videos when it comes to business credit cards and getting business funding. So this is the first of many more to come. So let's go to start the application. And we're going to go to single owner unless you're a multi-owner business, but I'm a single owner business. So I'm going to sign in to apply here. I was able to sign in with ease, so that is good. Right now I have the screen like covered slightly because I'm concealing my business name, but this was the process. The process was application, underwriting, it was approval, closing, and then booked. So it lets you know application, you completed the loan application, it's been received, and monitor your to-do list, right? Underwriting, review of the application and supporting documentation. The loan will be decisioned once it's determined that the application is complete. Approval, closing, and booked. So this is the process. I applied on February the 6th. I was approved on February the 9th. And I was able to see the account in my online business portal on February the 12th. And on February 13th, the account was booked, and then it showed booked and closed by the 13th. All right. So the entire process was, I would say 7 days. It could probably take 7 to 10 days. But for me, 5-6 days, really. Not, with the weekend. So I did start a process that I was going to show you guys. And I didn't want to go much further. So it's an incomplete application that's going to expire within 48 hours. Now it's showing my business information here, so I'm going to have to conceal that. But and I'm not going to go any further because at some point they do the hard inquiry and my information just seems to auto populate. So I'm not going to go any further than this. But this is the business visa application. I already have the Mastercard, so this is the Visa one. So card application, your business, where they're just going to ask for your business details. It's going to auto populate right here. Again, I probably have this concealed right now. I can see it, but you'll see your business information. Then the electronic communications, they just some information that they're going to want you to confirm. Beneficial ownership. That's when you're going to put if you're 100% or if this business is split between two different owners. Your card information. They're just going to ask you where do you want the card sent to, and it'll probably be, I think it only gives you the option for the address on file, which should be your business address. Your personal income and housing. That's where they're going to ask you for how much money you make as an individual and your housing expenses. Now for the amount that I put, it was over 100,000. But again, I'm not sure if that actually is applicable. It just depends. But you can also do under 100. I would just put what your personal income is, because I really don't know any data points that it would be for that. But I'm just telling you, for me, I put above 100,000 for the personal income. For your business income, they're going to ask you if your business makes less than $1 million per year. And if you fall into that category, then that's what you're going to choose. And and your certifications and disclosures, again, some things that they're going to get you to confirm. Your certification of organization, That's where they're just going to confirm that your business is in good standing, and you just confirm that information. You're going to have an electronic signature with your first name, last name, and I believe your initials. You're going to review and then submit. After that next step, basically it's the process that we had discussed before, which is you have to wait for it to go through to to go through that status of application, underwriting, approval, and then that booking one. So we're going to go through that process. Again, it should take about, for me, it was like 3 days to know that I was approved. It took about 5 to 6 days to actually see the account on my online portal. And it took about 7 days for that account to be completely, that whole entire application to be booked, which it's now online and it's completely closed and we're done. So if you guys have any questions, please let me know in the comments. If you're a member of Navy Federal and you have this card or you recently applied for this card, please put that down in the comments. Let me know what you were approved for. For me, again, I was approved for $15,000, and that was with a, again, 762 credit score, no derogatory marks, no collections, no charge-offs, and I only had one inquiry at the time that I applied, and my business was open for 1 year and 7 months. Again, I don't think that's applicable. I just think your business needs to be structured, which if you were able to get the business checking account, then I believe that your business is structured. And I think that that's all you need, man. If you have a decent credit score, 680 or above, you're good to go. Below that, with no derogatory marks, like below a 680, but maybe like that 630 to like 660 range, I would just get a couple products and then I would go and apply. And if you are subprime with the credit, I would get the In Rewards card, and then I would get the pledge loan, and I would make some deposits, wait until your credit is cleaned up a bit, maybe wait 6 months, and then go apply for the card. Worst case scenario, I have a video that you've probably seen of how to remove the hard inquiries. This credit card does not show up on your personal credit. It doesn't show up on your business credit. Some people don't like that. For me and what I do with credit, that's perfect because the utilization doesn't get reported. So it won't affect you if you used 80% of the credit balance. It won't affect your business credit. So for me, I don't see that as a problem. In fact, that's the reason why I got the card in the first place. I don't see any advantage of the rewards for this card. There are much better cards with rewards. American Express has a lot of good cards. Chase has better business cards, but just the fact that it doesn't report on your business credit or your personal credit was an advantage to me to have that extra 25,000. I mean, I think, well, 15,000, but I'll get to 25. But to me, that was an advantage. I thought that was actually a pretty good thing. I'm trying to think other than that, if there was anything else that we need to go through. But I think that is everything. So if you guys have any additional questions, if I missed anything, if you think that there was some step that maybe I overlooked, please let me know in the comments so that I can clarify anything for you, or any other questions that you have. You guys know I'm very responsive. I'll answer as many questions as possible. Usually I'm doing some work in between, but if you email me, if you leave a comment, if you DM me, I usually respond fast. I think my fastest responses will come from the comments more than it'll come from any other medium. So please leave a comment, like and share and subscribe. And I want to see you guys get $25,000 in business funding, please. So start these applications, start the process, and I want to see it. Let me know. Thank you for everything, and you guys have a wonderful day. Welcome back to Success with Steven. My name is Steven Smith. Today, I'm making a quick video on the Amazon Business Prime card. It is Wednesday, April the 11th. And I just was approved for the Amazon Business Prime card. Reason why I got this card is because I've been collecting business cards that I can use for a lot of things that I normally spend money on, as a lot of you probably do as well. Amazon is probably one of the main places where you spend a lot of money. So whether you're using it for personal or business, there's something that you can definitely find on here that will probably work for you. So I let me go back to the approval. Here I was approved. I submitted the application on March 31st. And it took a little while to get approved because I accidentally left my Experian credit report frozen. Once I left it frozen, I went back in and tried to do the application again after I unlocked it. And then once I did that, it caused an identity verification issue. Eventually, American Express called me, and then they went ahead and they actually approved me for the card with a $12,000 limit. Now, the initial limit is $2,500. It is activated on my Amazon account right now, and I believe the full limit will be available once the card is activated. Couple things I wanted to mention with that. Normally, I had been hearing that you only get one hard pull once you have an American Express card. Maybe it's because I didn't do them all at the same time. I was approved for the American Express Gold, I believe March 30th or somewhere around that time. I did this one like a day or two later, and it was an additional hard pull. Maybe it was because it's a Prime card with an American Express affinity. I can't say for sure, but just in my experience, it was not a soft pull after I was approved for a American Express card. From what I was reading, if you have a charge card, there was a rule that was applying. You can only apply for, I think, one American Express card, one every 5 days, like a 1 in 5 rule. From what I was reading, as long as you're applying for a card that is revolving, then if you apply for a charge card, it doesn't apply to that one. It applies to the ones that are revolving. So since I had gotten a charge card, I went ahead and did the American Express Business Prime card because it was a revolving account or account type, not a charge card. Hopefully that makes sense. And yeah, it was actually not that bad of an experience. The last one went very smooth. I assume if I did not freeze my report or forget to unlock my report, this would not have happened. Or it wouldn't have taken so long to get the approval. But nonetheless, glad it worked out. Now, this card did come with a welcome offer of $125. It immediately was available to me. So I have $125 that I can use. The APR was, I believe, around 20 something percent. I have to go check the variable again. I'll log on to the account and take a look at that. So you get 5% cash back if you pay within 30 days. It gives you the option to get 5% cash back, or you can do a 90-day term. So you have to do one or the other. If you want to pay it back within the same cycle date, you can pick the 5%. If you want to do a 90-day term where you can pay it back in 90 days, I believe that the interest still does apply. I'd have to double check that actually, if it does apply. But you get 90 days to pay it back, but you don't get the 5%. So you have to, take that as you will. There is no annual fee, but you do have to be an Amazon Prime business member in order to get the card, which the business is around like $189 for the year. They make you pay the year up front. So however you want to look at that, I don't believe I think I did like the trial and then I stopped it. We have to see how that's going to work. I'm not actually sure. Maybe I'll update that in the description and let you guys know. Again, I just got the card. The main thing that I got it for was the 5%. And then I've been doing a little digging to find out exactly what other things that I might want to tell anyone else who's looking to get this card. It's 2% back on purchases at restaurants, gas stations, and wireless phone service. Again, I just got the American Express Gold, which gives me 4 points back on restaurants and gas stations. So I probably won't be using it for that. 1% back on all other purchases. Now, this is how I'm going to use this card. You don't get 5% cash back. They give you 5% cash back that you can use towards Amazon purchases. But what I'm going to do is, let's say I spend $1,000 on this card. I'm going to pay $950 to Amazon, and then I'm going to use the other $50 as a statement credit, and then I'm going to give myself $50 cash back. I'm reimbursing myself, and that's how I will essentially get cash back. So that's kind of the plan that I've had with all of these cards. I've been finding whatever their top category is, and I've been finding 5, 6, 4 basically percent cards, either points or cash back, that I can basically spend on everything. So at the end of the year, like, I probably will spend around $150,000. As long as I get around 5 to 6% cash back for everything, I will basically get reimbursed 7,000, right around, I would say $7,000 to $7,500, right around there. And then I can put that into, like, let's say a Roth IRA. The contribution maxes out at $6,000. I can use that for my entire Roth IRA for the year, for money I was going to already spend anyway. To me, that's perfect. Amazon is just one of those places where I can do this. So it just was, for me, it was a no-brainer. There's no foreign transaction fee. Again, like I was saying, you earn the Amazon shopping points, but I reimburse myself, and I just use that as, it's essentially cash back for me. You can use this card 99% of places that American Express is accepted. And other than that, that seems to be a lot of the additional benefits. There's an extended warranty, which you guys may actually like. You can shop with not having to worry about the original manufacturer's warranty. You get the additional warranty of 5 years or less, covered purchases in the United States or its territories. Purchase protection. Some of you may like this. When an American Express card member charges a covered purchase with their eligible card, purchase protection can help protect their covered purchases for up to 90 days from the covered purchase date. If it's stolen or accidentally damaged, the coverage is limited up to $1,000 per occurrence and up to $50,000 per card member account per calendar year. So to kind of break that down, if you were to have something stolen or accidentally damaged that you purchased with this card, and that's eligible purchases up to $1,000, you can get a reimbursement for that, and it's up to $50,000 per card member for the calendar year. Dispute resolution, like most places, they're going to offer you a dispute option if anything happens. Fraudulent accounts, things of that nature. And then Amex offer, from inline at the store to online from the couch. Add Amex offers to your eligible cards. It's just in the American Express app. There are some additional Amazon Prime, it's not just Amazon offers, but some American Express offers. All right. There was one more benefit that I was looking at, but I don't want to accidentally give wrong information, so I don't seem to find it here. If I want to update anything, I'm going to put it in the description, okay? Now, before I wrap up this video, we're just going to go ahead and take a look at the American Express account from two different angles, from the actual Amazon account and then online for American Express. All right, so this is the main thing that I wanted to actually show. As you can see here, that $125 gift card balance is available immediately, basically. And right here, it gives you the Amazon Business Prime card as a card that I can use, right away. Now, your card benefit options right here, it lets you know I can do 5% cash back, or I can do a 90-day payment term. So let's just learn more. So you can get rewarded for everyday purchases, select to earn 5% back on the first $120,000. That's pretty good. 5% back up to $120,000. in U.S. purchases at Amazon Business, AWS, or Amazon.com, and Whole Foods Market. I forgot to include that. You can get 5% back at Whole Foods if you shop there. So again, that's pretty great. With an eligible Prime membership each calendar year, 1% back thereafter. Redeem rewards on purchases during checkout at Amazon Business and Amazon.com. And again, with the Amazon membership, even though this is a 0 annual fee card, technically with the membership, it's kind of an annual fee. But if you use it properly and you do spend a lot on Amazon, I think with the 5% that you can get back for up to $120,000, it pays for itself, right? If you need more time to pay, select 90-day payment terms on U.S. purchases at Amazon Business, AWS, Amazon.com, and Whole Food Market with an eligible Prime membership. Purchases made using payment term will not count towards the $120,000 cap. So when you do the 90-day purchase, you will not be able to get 5% cash back. Okay, but it does give you 3 months to pay whatever it is that you are trying to pay. Now, I was trying to confirm whether or not you get interest when you do the 90-day, but I'll have to check on the account. Hopefully we can get an answer to that question. But yeah, I just wanted you guys to take a look at that just so that you're aware of how that's going to show up in your Amazon business account once you're approved for that card. On my Amazon account here, I just switched it because I have the gold high yield savings. That's the American Express. Excuse me, I've not made any purchases, so the balance is 0. My available amount that I can actually spend right now is $2,500. I was told when I got approved on the phone that it was $12,000 is my actual limit. So we'll see if that actually updates. I believe when I activate the card, from at least what I looked up, then that should change here. But, all right, so I just wanted to check that. I checked the frequently asked questions, a couple of the account services, the rewards and benefits. Didn't see anything additional that I wanted to go over, but yeah, that was it. Took a little while to get approved for it. Make sure to unfreeze. Again, I kept it frozen because I thought it was a soft inquiry. I didn't think I would need to unlock it because from what I was reading, everyone was telling me that it was only a soft inquiry when you get, one American Express. The one after that, in this situation, for me, it was a hard inquiry again. And maybe it was because I didn't do them all at the same time. I did wait like a day or two and went in for the next one. So just for you guys, be forewarned that that's a possibility. But I also got the hard inquiries removed anyway. So that's neither here nor there. If you guys like this video, please like and let me know. I know that this wasn't as thorough as I normally would make my videos, but the most important thing for me was to get the 5% back, or the 5% as a statement credit, and then reimburse myself because I do spend a lot on Amazon, and I wanted to make sure that I was maximizing the rewards that I can get for my credit cards, because the main thing is we want to get these accounts so that we can really have them give us money. We want to get rewarded and get paid for spending money, because that's the main thing. And this is money that you were going to spend anyway. So it just is like, it's a really great thing when you can actually make money from money that you were already going to spend. I think that's one of the best things, especially if you take it, you invest it. Again, I have my high yield savings here. Check out the American Express high yield savings. I could take all the rewards that I get, that I reimburse myself, put it right into the American Express high yield savings and make interest on that. Or I could put it into my Roth IRA, maxes out at $6,000 this year for the contribution, and all of that money I would be able to get tax free at 59 when I retire. And it was all made from money that I did not have to save. Depending on how you look at it, but it was reimbursed. So it was all money that technically I got from just spending money. All right. If you guys enjoy this, again, please let me know in the comments. I have a few other credit cards, business credit cards that I do plan on getting. I probably will make a comprehensive guide to why I picked the cards that I picked, how I'm using them, and how you can make sure that you can find the best cards for you and your situation. Honestly, none of these cards are really going to be used for business. I'm not gonna say they're not used for business expenses, but these are gonna be cards that the main point is the rewards. I'm gonna have some other cards that I plan on getting later in the year where they're really gonna be for the credit limit and probably for 0% APR. All right. You guys have a wonderful day. Appreciate you watching this video and thank you for everything. Welcome back to Success with Steven. Today, I'm going to be talking about the Amex Business Gold Card, and excuse me for this video. I might actually go back and make another video on this one, but I was just approved for it yesterday. Did some research, and there were a couple things that I found out that I thought was interesting, and I really was curious to see if other people knew this information as well. So if I missed anything, again, excuse me. I may come back with a more in-depth video. The more that I use it, the more that I learn. But this is really just for letting you know the data points that I needed to get it and some things that I just didn't know about the gold card that is very, very interesting to me. So we'll start with, first a couple of things about this card. Now, the American Express Business Gold, from what I learned that I didn't know, you don't necessarily need to have a business in order for you to get this card. You can actually get this card as a sole prop with no business whatsoever, which is very, very interesting. I didn't know that you can actually get 10 Amex cards between one account. So that's between personal and business. Also, if you do a hard inquiry, there is a 5-in-1 rule, and it's different for credit cards and for charge cards. For charge cards on American Express, you have to pay them within 30 days, and there are also some 60-day term options. The other one are regular credit cards that revolve, but it depends on which one that you actually have. But that 5-in-1 rule, I believe it applies to the charge cards. But again, still learning about the rules. I plan on applying for another Amex in the next 5 days, and I'll come with a video for that as well. It's probably going to be the Amex Prime card for Amazon, so I'll let you guys know how that goes as well. Now, what I did like about this card, and the main reason why I got it, you get 4x points depending on your category. And again, I've been mentioning today, I'm recording 3 videos in one day just because there's so many things I want to talk about. I like the reward points. I like the points. I like if I'm spending money, I can get cash back. I wanted to actually get this as my personal card, but then I would have had to keep that hard inquiry and it would show up on my personal credit report. So the great thing about the business one is it doesn't show up on your personal credit whatsoever. And as you know, we can remove the hard inquiry, so I can have no hard inquiry once I get this one and my other one. And I only get one hard inquiry for each Amex card that I apply for going forward. So I won't even get a hard inquiry for the next one that I plan to apply for. So you earn 4x membership reward points in 2 select categories where you spend the most. And that's up to 150,000 in combined purchases from these categories each year, which is great. You're never gonna probably spend that much in those each, and you might, I don't know, you might end up spending that much. Who's to say how much you're going to spend? But you also get 3x membership reward points on flight and prepaid hotels. And I look at the points as basically percentage, like 3%. 4%. That's how I see it. In those categories that I pick, I get 4%. On this card, one of the things that people might not like, which is why I saw a lot of people go for the blue Amex. This one does have a $75 annual fee. Each employee card is $95. So I did get one card, and I also did get an employee card. So I will have a $375 annual fee Plus, I will also have a $95 annual fee for the employee card. I think that the rewards make up for that most definitely. And personally, I know that I'm going to be able to spend $10,000 in 3 months. So automatically, I'm going to get 150,000 points for spending $10,000 in 3 months. And so if I'm not mistaken, I'll have to double check it, but I believe that's going to be the equivalent of $1,500. So I'm going to spend 10,000, which I was going to spend anyway, and get 1,500 back, which I plan to put into my Amex high yield savings. All of my rewards that I get from my credit cards, I only spend money on credit cards now. I don't use debit cards for anything. I take those, I put them in a high yield savings. By the end of the year, I'll probably have $6,000 in reward points. And this card that's the main reason why I wanted this card. But the business one, again, it doesn't show up on your personal credit, so it's even better. One thing I also found out about, I use Walmart Plus. Walmart Plus members enjoy perks. You get a credit for your Walmart Plus membership account. That's pretty cool. And then the categories that you have, U.S. purchases at restaurants, gas stations, which is going to probably be a lot of the ones that I actually use, restaurants and gas stations. And then your wireless services, your phone bill. I am curious because it just says wireless telephone charges made directly from a wireless telephone provider. I have Cox for my internet. And as some of you might know, if you're familiar with Cox or if you have Comcast or such, they have phones now. So can I put my cable bill on here too? Like my internet bill? Curious, right? So I'll check up on that and see if that actually counts towards this category. But that would be great. The more things I can find. And it's U.S. purchases made from electronic goods, retailers, and software cloud systems. I have a lot of accounts that I've signed up for that I'm paying monthly for services and softwares and clouds and things like that. So, hey, a lot of that stuff is good. For travel, I didn't really look at this too much. There's no foreign transaction fees, which is good. You can book a flight and use the membership reward points for travel. I feel like there's other cards if I want travel. American Express has a Delta travel card that gives you a good amount of points. So I probably would go for something like that if I wanted to book travel. You still get 3 times the points if you do that, but I'm not really going to be worried about using it for that. Now, let's talk about the application process. So this is a quick tidbit. If you go on the American Express personal side, you can actually get pre-approved. If you get pre-approved on the personal side, I think it pretty much lets you know on the business side, you're going to be approved. So the great thing about it is you can go before I applied, I got pre-approved for a card on the personal. They're like, you're approved. If you want to continue, just continue. I didn't. Instead, I went to the business side like, oh, well, if they pre-approve me for the gold personal, they'll pre-approve me for the gold business, right? No problem. So I kind of already knew. So just so that if you're hesitant, again, a little trick. Go on the personal side first, check that one, and then come back to the business. I'm not saying that guarantees anything. I'm not saying that, but for me, it worked, and I believe that the two things are correlated. The other thing, I was asked what was my credit limit for this card, and I didn't know this, but for the Amex, there was no credit limit. So right here, where it says financial flexibility and the increased buying power for large business purchases, in the Amex account, it actually asked me, how much do I want to spend on a purchase? I put 25,000. It said approved. I'm like, oh, okay. I put 50,000. It said approved. When I went above 50,000, it said I not approved. Like I couldn't spend that much. So for all intents and purposes, since I don't actually have a limit on this card, let's just say that my limit is 50,000. Excuse me, because I don't have a limit. It doesn't say that. It just says flexible limit. which is, it's pretty cool because basically as I use it for purchases, I guess it'll fluctuate with my purchase. So I think what I'll do is do more research, and then in 90 days, I might come back and say, oh, I understand this a little bit more. I increased my amount that I wanted to spend. And then I can come back and let you guys know. But yeah, I don't have a limit for the card. And again, that's something that I personally did not know, but it's interesting to me now. APR is right around where the prime rate's at. So that depends on your credit worthiness. My business has been open for 29, 30 days. So that lets you know, didn't matter really if it was a brand new one. It goes off of personal mostly. Personal credit score pulled from Experian, nowhere else. It was a 759 score. I only have one hard inquiry besides this one, but I'm going to remove it. As soon as I get the other one, I'm removing this one. So I'll go back down to just one. And that's the other trick about business credit cards. When it's business, you can remove those hard inquiries because there's no account associated, right? Nice little trick. And the only thing that I really think that I want to go over, because we talked about the rewards, the incentives that you get on the initial opening of the card. I guess I want to go over the difference between the charge card and the credit card, which was to me one of the most important things that I did not know. So I'm on the American Express charge cards versus credit cards, and what's the difference? So it says, from hassle-free payments of your bills to your day-to-day shopping, credit and charge cards have become a convenient mode of payment. However, there's a difference between how both the cards work, and knowing about the difference will help you properly plan your purchases and spending needs. Because I didn't know this, and I thought it was the same. So a credit card lets you pay for a purchase without cash. Credit card offers a line of credit or a loan that allows you to make purchases and pay back the amount later. If you fail to pay back the balance in full, you are charged an interest. Okay. That's what we traditionally know. A charge card works like a credit card, but without offering the option of making part payment. You are required to pay the charge card in full by the due date. Charge cards offer a no preset spending limit. A no preset limit means that your charge cards are approved based on your spending pattern, your financials, your credit record, and your account history. So unbeknownst to me, the card that I got approved for was not a credit card per se. It was a charge card. Now for this card, because I plan on using it like a personal for points, that actually works lovely for me because I never plan on carrying a balance on this card at all. I plan on paying it in full, and knowing that I have that option to be able to spend up to that amount, it makes perfect sense for me and my life. But as I continue to get other Amex cards, which I plan on getting probably 2 more, I think it's the blue one, and then I plan on getting the Amazon one, and then if I get one for flight, maybe the Delta. But so far, that's it. And depending on how my situation changes, maybe the platinum, because they have a reward category for marketing, and I may end up doing a lot of marketing like TikTok ads, Instagram ads, and it gives you a nice bonus. At that point, I'll be getting paid for my own marketing with the rewards. That may be something I do in the future, but that's contingent upon however business goes for me. I mean, I think after that, it's pretty much straightforward. And now I have a better understanding of how that works. So it has a preset limit for the credit card. Charge card, no. Is part payments allowed? Yes. Charges interest? Yes. Annual fee? Yes. Influences your credit score? Yes. And then charges late payments? Yes and yes. One of the weird parts was, I'm pretty sure that even though it says charges interest, it says no, but I definitely know when I filled it out, they showed me the APR, like the prime rate. So I'm not really sure like maybe it doesn't charge because you're supposed to pay it in full. But if you didn't pay it in full, I'm assuming that's when it kicks in. But yeah, that's a little bit weird. But hey, so I think that was the most, I think that was the one thing that I just really was like, oh, this is interesting. I've never seen that before. So that's the one thing I wanted to make mention of. And of course, knowing that now you have the option of not having to have a business, you can still get this card. You can also, with one hard inquiry, you can get multiple cards with the 5-to-1 rule. You can get one every 5 days. You can have up to 10 cards on one account between personal and business. So that's also a great thing to know, and the rewards that you get for it, man. So my suggestion is you look at the American Express cards, you decide which one is conducive to your lifestyle, and you find the reward system that works best for you, and you start redeeming these rewards, man. Start you a high interest yield savings account and start putting these, you're spending this money anyway. You might as well make something for it. And again, this is even prior, because this is a business credit card that I'm going to use for personal use. But rewards, when I get the Amex Blue, that's going to be the one I'm using for business expenses. And then I'll be able to go over that later. That's going to be a later one. I can guarantee that one is a credit card. It's not a charge card, because it has a introductory 0% APR for 12 months. So clearly you have to be able to carry a balance if you're going to only be doing the minimum payment for that time. So that is the one that once I'm ready, I'm going to get that one for sure. And then I will definitely make a video for that one. I'm also going to probably make a follow-up video for this. This is just a quick introduction to, you again, getting this without a business or getting this with a new business, and the requirements that it took to get it, and just some things that I just found out myself. And I hope that for the people who did not know, like me, this was very helpful to you. And if you're interested in getting this card, it encourages you to go with the pre-approval method first on the personal side, knowing that you're pre-approved with no hard inquiry, and then going to the business side if you decide to go that route, depending on what the perks are. If it makes sense for your lifestyle, you can then know with at least have confidence that, oh, well, if they approve me on this personal side, they'll approve me on the business side. And again, the business one, it's a charge card, so utilization isn't a problem. It wouldn't be, because utilization wouldn't matter. You're going to pay it off in full or regardless. But for not reporting, so that way it doesn't shorten your history, and not to mention, again, remove that hard inquiry once you got it. So I hope this was helpful to you. Drop a comment if you guys have any questions, because you may have a question that I may find the answer to, or you may spark something. I love you guys' questions. I love the questions. I can't lie. Like, my comments is great, because literally I'll read a comment or something that someone asks me, and I can make a whole video off of that one comment. So I get a lot of good information from the questions that you ask, because then it forces me to go do research and then come bring my findings back to you, which again is like an ecosystem of nothing but, like, you're giving me something and I'm giving you something back. So it's mutually beneficial for the community. So definitely leave a comment, ask questions, maybe things that you knew, because some of you may have this card or Amex Gold Personal, anything that you know that I don't know that you want to tell me so I can get some more benefits. Again, I'll continue to do research, and more than likely there will be a part 2 to follow this up with more information and more details. And with nothing else left, you guys have a great day. Welcome back to Success with Stephen Smith. Today, we're going to be talking about the Marcus by Goldman and Sachs business credit card. Quick heads up for you guys. I know that I haven't been doing as many business videos. I just want to reiterate that there will be a lot more business videos coming. I just started a brand new business on March 1st, 2024. The date that I'm recording this video right now is March 31st. Sorry, it's 31st. So it's March 31st, 2024. So this card that we're going to be talking about, the Marcus by Goldman Sachs, I want to go over a few data points. I also want to make mention that in order for you to get this card, you don't necessarily have to have a business. I'm thinking about making a video for people who I think it's very easy to have a business, and for tax purposes, it's much better. But I'm thinking about making a video for people who want to maybe get business credit cards, but they don't have a business. You don't necessarily have to have a business in order for you to get a business credit card. Okay. So, excuse me, if you guys would like to watch that or to get that information, please let me know. But again, this was a brand new business. I just opened it March 1st, 2024. And this card wasn't even a hard pull. It was actually a soft pull from Equifax. From what the research that I did, you only need about a 660 FICO 8 score in order to get this card. And of course, no derogatory marks, no charge-offs, no collections. And I'm going to be getting a lot of these cards fairly quickly because I've been checking my pre-approvals. I'm pretty much pre-approved for everything that I want. I'm just taking it slowly with what I need. And I'm not necessarily getting, just to get them quickly. I'm strategically picking cards that will suit the needs of my business at this moment in time. So for this particular card, it has a $750 bonus earnings to redeem with GM after spending $5,000 on the GM Business Mastercard in your first 5 months, plus no annual fee. I love that no annual fee unless you're looking to purchase a GM vehicle, which only falls under a few vehicles. I think it's like GMC, Buick, Cadillac. I got to check make sure that's all of them. But if you are looking at getting a vehicle, you can get $750 in bonus earnings that you can put towards that lease or that purchase. The other great thing about this card, you can apply and you'll pretty much know right away if you're approved. And again, you can apply as a sole prop. You don't have to necessarily have a business per se in order to get this card. So depending on what you do, this may benefit you. You get 5% earnings on purchases of GM. So that could be parts, accessories, certified services at authorized GM dealers. Me personally, as you guys have probably seen in my video where I talk about saving money, I talk about never using debit cards. So this is how I use my credit cards. I probably will never use this card for everyday purchases because I have a card now where I can get 4%. Actually, I have a card where I can get 5% cash back on gas stations. So this one isn't high enough. My goal is to get at least 4 to 5% cash back on everything I spend. So if I spend let's say in a year, I was to spend $120,000, which seems kind of real. Well, that's the cap on some of these cards. Once you go over a certain amount, then you can't get the money back. Then you only get 1%. So 5% of 120,000 is $6,000. Remember what I said about getting that money back and getting a high yield savings? You could then put it in there, earn interest on the money that you were already going to spend anyway. So you spent that money to pay your rent, bills, a couple other things, $6,000. Now you got that back for money you're going to spend plus the interest that it accumulated. Easy. This is free money. So that's how I use them. For this particular card, it has a 0% APR for 12 months. That is the biggest thing. So if you wanted to make a very large purchase, like let's say you wanted to get, maybe you were starting a YouTube channel and you want to get a couple cameras, equipment, things of that nature, you can purchase them with this card. And then you have 12 months of no interest payment. So you can just split it into 12 payments every month, set an automatic payment, pay it off. In a year, you would have been able to basically pay that stuff off with 0% interest. That to me is the biggest benefit of this card. That's the reason why I was able to get it. And there's also one more additional benefit that I think is pretty good. So for the rewards, you can redeem earnings when buying or leasing an eligible new GM vehicle with no redemption limit. Employee card purchases increase your earnings. Earnings don't expire as long as your account stays open. For me personally, as far as GM vehicles go, unless I come up with a good idea, I don't actually have anything that I think that you can actually use that for. But if something comes up, then maybe it'll benefit you. The Master Rental Insurance, CDW, which pays for damages and theft of a rental vehicle. I think that's really cool. If you have this particular card and you were going out of town and you were going to rent a vehicle, if you've ever rented a car, You know, when you're at the counter, they're going to ask you if you want the insurance. Insurance could be like, what, $40 a day, something. I'm just throwing out a random number, but it adds up, right? It gets expensive. If you have this card, you can use the master rental insurance, which pays for damages and theft of a rental vehicle. Now, I'm sure it pays up to a certain amount. And there probably is some stipulations. I don't know the stipulations. I haven't called and asked, but I would definitely call and ask that. It also includes personalized assistance with business assistant, concierge accessible 24 hours a day, 365 days. Pay only for purchases cardholders have authorized. Of course, it protects against anything that was unauthorized. And those are the main points that I found interesting about this card. Now, when I was doing the research on this card, I found out that the limit can actually go up to 50,000. Now, when I got approved, let me actually show you exactly what it went to. So right here, hi, Steven, good news. Your business is approved for the GM business card. Accept your offer today and start using the card instantly. Here are your account details. So accepted on, I had to accept by April 13th. I accepted it the same day that I got it. And I think I posted a screenshot on the community and some of you have responded. Credit limit is 8,000. Now, that could be because my business was so new. Could be for various reasons. Why, I can't say for sure, but it was 8,000. That was the limit. I was okay with that. Wasn't really pressing it for anything else. I did some research on Reddit. There were a lot of people who, I think when the card first came out, were getting 25,000, 30, 50. I mean, they were getting crazy limits. So maybe they reduced it back a little bit, especially with the 0% APR. But I'm sure the more you use it, you can ask for a limit increase if you need it more. But if not, I'm just letting you know what I was approved for. Brand new business. That could be it too. Not even a month old. Score was a 740 with Equifax. And maybe if I had 750 or above, it would have been more. Maybe if my business was open for more than, 28 days at the time, 29 days, it would have been more. But who's to say? We can't say for sure what their conditions are. And I think the APR rate was very similar. It was very similar. Another great thing, I was able to immediately add the card to my wallet, like right away. And I was able to use it the same day that I was approved. So if you wanted same day funding when the card's approved, then that's good. Now, here's what they did do. When I applied, it was at nighttime. The next day, they called me to verify that I was the one that put in the application from what I saw or what I was reading. Because before I apply for anything, I do a ton of research. Everyone says the same thing happened with them. They call you. They say, hey, was this you? Yes, that was me. You'll get your approval in an email in the next 5 minutes. Email came, 5 minutes, approved. You can add it right to your Apple Wallet. You're good to go, and you can use it. Very easy to set up. Setting up your account. There's an app for it. You make the account. You log in. You can link your bank account. Super easy. Very, very simple process. Yeah, man, I had no problems with this, and it was especially if you're starting to do a credit card stack for a business card, and you want to start with one where you're approved and you don't have to take a hard inquiry. I think this is a no-brainer, especially with 0% APR. If you have planned to buy inventory that you wanted to purchase and then recoup the money on, if you wanted to do something with even GM, and if you wanted to start building that relationship with Goldman Sachs, another thing that's really cool, that's separate. There's a high yield savings account that you can get with this one as well. Now, here's what I would suggest. If you were to use this card, I can't really say for sure what you would use it for, like necessarily, but let's say that you did initial deposit of $500 for the high yield savings, and then you were to deposit I mean, if you use this card, I think you'll see that on average you'll probably get 3% back on most things that you might use it for. And let's say you only spent like $50,000, or let's just actually say, let's do it for the month. You spend $5,000 a month, and it just so happens to fall into the 3% category. That's $150 that you can take from your card rewards and then add them to the high yield savings account. It's right next to the credit card. And then let's say that you were to do that for, this says what, for 1 year? I don't want to do the bank. Here we go, monthly. So it's letting you know what your interest could be, which your interest would then be $60. That's 4.5% APY. Bank of America, and it lets you compare each bank and what they have. So Chase, it'd be nothing. Citibank, it'd be nothing. Wells Fargo, like that's just letting you know like there's barely anything that you're going to get from those. And then you can check the time frames of what it would compound into after a certain amount of years. And you guys could check that out and kind of play with it. But what I'm really into is making money from spending money, and then spending my money on things that make me money. So if you can find things that make sense with this particular card and you're able to earn on the rewards, I say definitely do it. They also have a special term boost on savings on CDs. So that's 5% APY. You lock in this competitive rate and it's guaranteed, and you just have to fund it with at least 500. So just a couple of little other things, couple of tools that I think are very important that you should use, and products that you should use besides just the business MasterCard. But that's really all I have to cover on here. Really quick video, really good product. So shout out to Goldman and Sachs. Very easy business card to get. And if you want more information on how you can also get this same card, then I can definitely do that, and how you can actually get this without having a business at all. Right. So if this was enjoyable, please leave a comment. Let me know if you're interested in seeing that video of how to get a business credit card without a business, because there's actually a few that you can get without having one, just with a sole prop. So if that would interest you and you would like that, let me know. Also be on the lookout for my next business video. When I get a business credit score, I'm going to have it's going to be a very long video on setting it up, how long it took for the reporting, how long it took to start doing this stacking, because I'm doing this in real time. Like, you guys aren't getting this where this happened a year ago. You're seeing me do this in real time. Like, you look back, I'm still fixing credit, my own. I'm starting a new business. I did that. Then I'm going to this is all in real time. This isn't like, years later. I'm doing this as we speak in the moment, so that you can do it too. So definitely just let me know what you guys would like to see, but look out for that one. It's going to be a very extensive video with that. So hopefully, if you like, you can start the same process. There's also cards that we could talk about where it's very few, but there are some no PG options that you could also look at it by structuring your business, even though overall, no matter what they tell you, PGing is the ultimate way to go. Have to have good credit. Unfortunately, there's no way around it, but I do hope that all the other things that I'm putting out will enable you to find different ways that you can get that corrected so that you can move forward, and then you can start getting these, and we can just, keep rocking from there. So thank you guys for watching, and you have a wonderful day. Welcome back to Success with Steven. My name is Steven Smith. We talk about personal finance, financial literacy, repairing credit, business credit, leveraging capital on this channel. And today, as promised, I'm going to be talking about the Sam's Club Business MasterCard. Now, a majority of the videos that I've been talking about business credit cards, I've made it a point to always talk about a personal guarantee and the importance of having good personal credit in order to qualify for these credit cards. This is the one credit card that I can say does not require a personal guarantee. You can get a $20,000 credit line, all based off of your business, your EIN. And I've had this card on, I want to say 3 different occasions. The first business that I had, I was repairing credit while I was starting my new business. This card was the most reliable thing that I had at that time because I couldn't get any personal credit cards. When I first got this card, I was approved after 4 months of attempting to be approved. And back then you had to print out the document and you had to go down to Sam's Club and you have to apply. And if you were denied, you have to wait 30 days, come back. I would read the letter. The letter would tell me what I did wrong and I would come back and do it again. And when I was approved, I was initially approved for $8,000 and that was with the store card. So, excuse me, if you're not initially approved for this card, for the Mastercard, just know that you could be approved for the store card. The store card can be used at any Sam's Club. It can be used at any Walmart, as well as samsclub.com and walmart.com. So when I was starting Amazon FBA and I started making, money, this card really helped because I was able to find things to purchase from walmart.com, some things in Sam's Club, and I was able to resell them. So you just got to get creative. So just know, even if you don't get the Mastercard, there's plenty of ways that you can use this card in order to create income. If you want to start a car cleaning service, you could buy the equipment on the Sam's Club store card or Mastercard. Of course, for the store card, they have vending machines. You want to start a vending machine business. It's on Sam's Club. It's on Walmart. So you just have to get creative with what you're going to do with this card. But again, this card really, really came in handy. Even though a lot of the other credit cards or store cards, that you can get when you have business credit, you got to get creative. If you have a card with Home Depot, Floor and Decor, if you have a card with Best Buy, what have you, you can get creative and figure out what you can do. You don't always need cash or just a credit card in general to make things happen. Get creative. And that's what I did with this card. And this is going to be the most, to me, comprehensive step-by-step guide. I watched so many YouTube videos on this card trying to figure out how to get it. And some of them were good. Some of them were just restating the same information. But not only will I tell you about this card, I'm going to show you step by step how you can qualify for this card without having to take 4 months to get it. I'm going to tell you everything that I did wrong, everything that I did right. I'm going to tell you the total of what it's going to cost you to get this card because I don't want you to waste your time. I want to provide this information so you could get this card as soon as possible, so you can get your credit limit increases, so that you can do whatever you need to do for your business, even if you don't have perfect credit at this time. I know you're working on it. You're going to get there. In the meantime, we do have options. So this is one of those options that I definitely want to go into great detail about. All right, so let's get started. Now, the number one most important thing when it comes to getting the Sam's Club Business Mastercard is your business needs to be structured. Okay, I have 2 videos that are really good that talk about how to start a business, and another one that shows you how to build business credit within 30 days. Okay. I'll probably link the videos here, or they'll be at the end of this video. It's 2 videos. If you want an in-depth review about that, they're fairly long, and this one will probably be fairly long too. So I'm not going to reiterate much of that, but I'm just going to go over this. You need to start a business, structure it properly. First, when you're starting a business, you have to obtain your EIN through irs.gov. Your EIN is free. You never have to pay for it. You want to obtain a professional business address. Now, I'm going to go over these things step by step for you, just so you have an idea of what's going on. So the first thing I'm going to go over for you very briefly is Alliance Virtual Office. Now, I have another video where I tell you every virtual office for a business that you could get and every virtual mailbox. And the difference between a virtual office and a virtual mailbox. You can go back and watch that video if you would like. If I had to pick one, I would pick Alliance Virtual Office because usually they have theirs in a business center, or iPostal One. You could do one or the other. iPostal 1 being the least expensive. Alliance Virtual Office is right there in the middle for me. I would say if you want a actual office in a business center to show up for your business address, this is a great one. And I'm just going to quickly go over what that looks like as far as pricing. In the end, I'm going to give you a total of how much everything will cost, because to structure your business properly, to get this card, it will cost some money, but I'll give you a general idea of what you're looking at in terms of getting qualified for the Sam's Club Business Mastercard. Right now, I'm currently on the Alliance Virtual Office website. I'm going to put a link in the description if you would like to take a look at this option for your virtual office. If you want to look at more options with more pricing, please look at my video about virtual offices. I compare all of them. I've tried all of them, and you can pick the one that you like the most if you don't like this one. So I'm just going to type in a quick example. I'm in Las Vegas, Nevada. Let's see what they have for virtual offices in Las Vegas. So really quick and easy. Here's a virtual business address. The price is starting at $50. Okay. Easy, right? Let's go ahead. We're going to add this to our cart, and it gives you the option of customizing mail forwarding. If we're just doing this for the purpose of getting the Sam's Club Business Mastercard, let's just do it in the most cost-effective way possible. All right, so as you can see, it's saying that there is a one-time setup fee of $200, a monthly reoccurring charge of $50. If you go up to the top right now, and this may change depending on when you're watching this video, it is April 25th, 2024 at this time, so please keep that in mind. There's a promotion where you can get $175 off of the setup. So by adding that promotion on there, you see before your one-time setup fee was $200. Now it's $25. So for the day, you'll be charged $33.33 for today. Your monthly reoccurring charge will be $50 in order to have this as a virtual address, a virtual office address. And then there is a agreement term of 6 months. So $50 is pretty good, I would say, for a virtual address that is in a business center and that looks very professional. And for the first time, it'll cost you $33.33. So if you're interested in Alliance as a virtual office, I will put the link in the description. But keep in mind, I also have a video that goes over every virtual office and every virtual mailbox if you want to take a look at that. Now, back onto the slide about structuring your business. Now, you're going to want to use a professional business phone number. Now, when it comes to a professional business phone number, what I normally do, I normally go to Google Voice and I lock a number in. Reason why I do that, Google Voice is free. It's no cost. Now, I will say that when you're filling out the application for the Sam's Club Business Mastercard, sometimes they do call you. And if you have a Google Voice number, that can sometimes be the reason why you get denied. So I normally, when I make my business, because when you normally, make your business, you have to have all this information. You need to have an address, a phone number already established. The easiest thing I think you could do is get a Google Voice number for free. And when you're ready, you can take that number and you can port it to a carrier, or you can port it to whatever service you want to port it to. Usually every number is portable. So Google Voice allows you to at least temporarily, well, not temporarily, but as long as you need to, you can lock in that number. So that way you have it, then you can decide where you want to move it later. Now, I have another video where I show you how to get a business phone number with Verizon Wireless. Again, that's no credit check. You can get a business phone number with Verizon Wireless, EIN only, and you can do that within around, I would say, 30 to 45 days of starting your new business. And you can knock this out like simultaneously. If you want to get the Google Voice, set up the business, structure it for 30 days, get your phone line with Verizon. You can watch my video on that. It's pretty straightforward. Then you can go ahead and apply for the Sam's Club Business Mastercard after everything else is done. You guys can follow. There is an order of operations that you can handle this in, where you can get all of this done. So that's my recommendation for the business phone number, to basically do it the most cost effective way. Now, your business email. You need to have a business email that's not a Gmail account. I'm going to actually show you in one screen how you could get all of this done at the same time. So for your business email, we're going to come back to that, but I'm going to show you how I use a business email with Shopify, because you also need to have a business website. But when you start a Shopify, you actually get a business email that you can then use for forwarding to a Gmail. But for all intents and purposes, it basically is free and you don't have to pay any additional money for it. Now, applying for your DUNS number, again, this is all stuff that you're gonna be doing in the course of structuring your business initially. So applying for the DUNS number, I did a video on that. You guys could watch that to learn how to apply for that. Obtain a business domain and creating a website. So there's two things that you need to do. The first thing that you need to do is get a business domain name. So a business domain name is just your website name. You're going to want to have this because, again, when you're structuring your business, it needs to look professional. It needs to look like a actual business that's operating and that I could walk into at any point in time. So the first thing that I'm going to show you is a website called HostGator. HostGator is one that I use to get my domain and to get my website name, like successwithstevensmith.com, and my new business. I got the domain name by using HostGator. So I'm on HostGator right now. As you can see, you can start for as low as $3.75 per month. Let's go to get started. Would just go with the hatchling plan because you're really only just using this for the domain name. So let's just go to the hatchling. For my website name, let's just do Stephen Smith example. Doesn't really matter. There we go. Stephen Smith example, $12.99 for the year. All right. Now, right here where it says choose a hosting plan, you have to pick your billing cycle terms. Now, let's say you planned on keeping this for 3 years. They're going to want to charge you at $3.75 a month for 3 years. Let's say you wanted it for 12 months. It's $4.95. Let's say you wanted it at, 1 month. It's $12.95. So my recommendation is, if you plan on keeping this website for a long time, the most cost effective is the 3 years. If you plan on keeping the website, temporarily, then you could do the 1 month. If you want to, keep it for, see how this goes, I think 12 months is like a good place to actually look at. And now let's see what that does to our price. All right. So the hatchling plan for the year ends up being $87.34. That's going to be the total for your domain name for the entire year. But let's see what it would be if we did month by month. So if you decided to do the domain for just 1 year, then you're looking at $38.93 up front. And then monthly, it'll be $12.95. Okay. So you can kind of play around with this. Different domain names have different costs. You could play around with the months and everything. But if you just needed a quick domain, you could probably get it for, I would say, I've seen as low as $15 depending on the name, and it could go up from there. So I would say like an average, you could probably get away with spending $25 a month and maybe $25 up front, and then $12 or $13 per month, depending on what you want to do. But this is what I normally do. I normally do it for the year because I want to see how it's going to go with whatever domain that I'm using, because it's $38 here. You pay 80 something. It's for the whole year. You don't have to even think about it. So it just depends on how you look at it. To me, that's the most cost effective. It's only, maybe $40 more to have it for the whole year, and I never have to worry. I'd rather just do it for the whole year, but it is up to you which option you would like to do. But this is what I use to get my domain name quickly. All right. And I'm going to leave a link to HostGator at the bottom as well. Now, for my website, I use Shopify. And that's the website that, if you look at mine, successwithstevensmith.com, that's the one that I'm using. But I'm going to tell you why I'm using it. I don't think it's better than Squarespace or it's better than Wix. If you're not selling anything on Shopify, you don't necessarily need it, but I look at what it could do for me as far as price. Now, if you're selling something, definitely, but when you're initially getting started, if you were trying to just create a website that you were going to only need for maybe, let's say, like a month or so, I do think it's a really good option, especially for the very first month. So I'm going to show you why. So with Shopify, you can get a 3-day free trial. You don't have to add any credit card information. And then you get 1 month for $1. All right. So with that, you get a nice amount of time to start your website, and then you don't have to actually, come out of pocket too much money in order to get started, especially if you don't plan on keeping this website, if you don't plan on keeping it after you are, qualified for this stuff, or you plan on reactivating it later, that's fine. I think that this is a very cost-effective way of getting started. And again, you can also get your email with Shopify, your business email. So I'm going to talk about that, and I'm going to show you my business email and how I was able to set that up, the same one that you guys actually will email me on most of the time. Now, before I show you the email, I want to show you Shopify's actual prices. Now, keep in mind, this price that you're seeing here, it's showing that it's $29.99, but that's for the annual price. You save 25% annually. Now, if you go to pay monthly, it's going to cost you $39. So keep that in mind. Your first month is $1. After that, it does go to $39 if you don't have an annual plan, and that's for the basic Shopify store. So bear that in mind. If you're going to do the $1 for the month, try to get that done. If you want to keep it because you like it, cool. If you don't like it, then I recommend looking for something cheaper. But to get started, I think this is definitely the most cost effective, especially for that very first month. Now, this is my domain section of my Shopify store. As you can see, I just took my HostGator domain. You can type it in and search it in here, and you can connect an existing domain name. And it's pretty intuitive, so it walks you through how to add this, but you can go to the domain section of your store, and then you can add that HostGator domain to Shopify. And when you do this, it allows you to create a store email, which you can use for your business email. So that won't be any additional cost to you. So let me show you the business email. And as you can see right here, when I go to my store details, this is my store email. If you actually click on the little pencil that's right here on the side, it gives you the option right here to change your store email. So the reason why I like this more than just getting an actual business email is at any time I can change this and it'll just forward to my Gmail. So I created a Gmail, successwithstevensmith@gmail.com. And then I have my store email, info@successwithstevensmith.com. And it just forwards straight there. So it's like, I can change this email whenever I want to. It didn't cost me any additional money, and it comes with Shopify. So you get to basically kill two birds with one stone. So that's the reason why I recommend this, especially if we're only trying to structure this just to get the Sam's Club Business Mastercard. So I'm going to put a link for Shopify as well in the description, and you guys can check that out. There are also alternative options. So Shopify isn't the only one. Again, there's Squarespace, there's Wix, there's plenty of other places that you can go to and do the same thing. This one is the most cost effective upfront from my experience, and it's the one that I currently use now. Now, you're going to want to register your business with the 411 directories. This is really easy. You just could go to Google, type in register my business 411 directory. It's going to put your phone number in a place where it'll appear online, giving your business more metadata. More metadata makes your business searchable when it's being looked at by possibly an underwriting team for Sam's Club. For Synchrony Bank, since they're the underwriter. So do that. It's very easy and straightforward. As soon as you do all of this other stuff, you just type it into Google, you add your business information, and you're all set. It's pretty easy. And the last thing that you want to do when structuring your business is opening a business bank account. Now, I know for some people, they're having issues with opening a business bank account depending on the institution that they're going with. So for my first business, one of the business I opened up an account with was Novo. And Novo is an online business bank account that you can get. It's easy to get approved for, and especially when you just need to get one right away, because a lot of times some places will require you to have a business bank account. So this is the last part in structuring. I do have a link to there as well. All right, so this is Novo, streamlining your business finances. It's no monthly fee banking, budgeting, payments, and invoicing all in one. So this one is completely free. It doesn't cost you anything. It works with Stripe, Wise, Square, Shopify, and QuickBooks. So to get started, I recommend that you just sign up for this right away because it's easy and it's free, and you can get your debit card in the mail within like 7 to 10 business days. However, if you're going to be actually operating your business, I always recommend having a major institution, a bank that you can find almost anywhere that you go to, like a Chase, like a Citibank, any type of large financial institution. I recommend that you do have that in conjunction with this. But if you were just trying to get a bank account fast, and trust me when I say, when you have a brand new business and you're trying to get a bank account, it's very hard for them to identify your business because it hasn't been 30 days yet, and it may not show up in the IRS system yet. So this is a really quick way to get a business bank account, get set up with that, and get started, and it's free. So I'm going to put a link into the description, and you guys can check that out as well. Unless you already have a business bank account, then you'll be all good. And that completes the structuring portion of this video. So with everything being completely structured, we want to just make sure that our business website is also structured. Now, I used mine as an example, even though my Success with Stephen Smith website isn't necessarily structured properly, but my new business has a different website. I'm not trying to hide it, but I'm going to actually be using my new business later on for something else. So I just want to not mention it or show it until I'm ready to. So eventually, I was probably like the next 5 to 6 months, but this one right now is good for example purposes. It's a one pager. You want to make sure your business phone number is visible somewhere on the page. Very easy to add with Shopify. You want to make sure that your business email is visible. Again, that's very easy to add. And you want to have your business address visible on the website. So when people go to your website, it looks very professional. They can tell exactly what you're doing, how you're doing it. And, I should be able to know exactly what your business does just by going on to the website. And I should be able to easily contact you and find you and, very, very quickly. The other thing that I want to mention that I did not actually add to the structuring portion is a Google business profile. Now, I want to put an asterisk by this. The first time that I set up a Google business profile, which a Google business profile is just, you can search your business online and you can find it. That's pretty much all it is. I can look your business up and I can find it on Google. There's a Google little panel thing with a phone number and an address. Before, you used to be able to get one of these by Google Business sending you a postcard and you just put the registration code in. Now, the only way for you to register your business on the Google profile is to record a video of you actually going into your business and showing that it's operating. Now, here's the thing, because a Google business profile is only supposed to work for storefronts. Here's the thing. If you get a business card, like I got a business card, I made them on Canva. I ordered them. It was like $10. You can record outside of your business virtual address outside. You can record a video of the card, and then you can record yourself walking into the reception at the reception desk. Like if you're in Alliance, there's a reception desk. If you're using something like iPostal One, then you can just record yourself picking up your mail, and you can show them that you're getting something from there. The video should be no more than, I think, like 2 minutes. You want to just do that. You upload it to Google. they'll verify it, and then they'll verify your business. That's the easiest way. If enough people have difficulties with this, I may make a video on it. But I was able to get my new business verified. So, it didn't seem very difficult. And that was just the way that I did it. It seemed very, very easy. And that's the only thing I feel like I possibly could have missed in the structuring portion. Other than that, this is everything that we need. And I'm going to give you an idea of how much all of this will actually cost you a little later. Now, I talked about this before. Net 30 trade lines. I talked about this in my Net 30 video. Now, why am I mentioning this? In order for you to get the Sam's Club Business Mastercard, you want to have a Paydex score of at least 80. That's Dun & Bradstreet score. You want to have a Experian business credit score of at least 80. Equifax Business, if I'm being honest, I don't think it's that impactful. But I would at least try to have like a score in like that 150 range, right around there. Now, here's what, again, I wish someone had told me. In order to get your score to generate, I recommend having 6 trade lines reporting to, 5 to 6 reporting to Experian, Dun & Bradstreet, and Equifax Business. I'm going to tell you exactly which trade lines to get. These are going to be the most cost effective, and they report quick. Now, most people mention Uline and Quill. I actually mentioned Uline and Quill in my other Net 30 video. Now, keep in mind with Uline and with Quill, when you have a brand new business, I just did this like a month and a half ago. My brand new business, Quill and Uline kept denying me because I did not have my business open long enough. So just keep in mind that if you try to do Uline and you try to do Quill and they do not allow you to do it, you might want to wait 90 days. But of course, if we're trying to get this done the fastest way, we don't want to wait. So I didn't include them on this list, but if you're structuring your business for like, let's say 90 days, those are definitely something that you could look into. If you want it fast, here's the fastest ones that I found and the most cost effective. NAV and NAV Prime. I have a video again. It talks about this. NAV is basically a business credit monitoring service. This will do a couple good things for you. One, it's going to show you your Dun & Bradstreet score, your Paydex score. Actually, I'm sorry. It doesn't show the Paydex score anymore. It shows your business FICO score. It shows your Experian score, and it shows your Equifax business score. But you still want to monitor those. You're able to monitor those. In the past, you were able to monitor Dun & Bradstreet as well. So you're going to get a reporting that's going to go to all 3 of those bureaus. You're going to get the NAV Prime card. It's going to report to all 3. I know that doesn't seem like a big deal, but if you guys are looking at starting and structuring a business and you're getting trade lines, one of the hardest things I had to learn at the beginning was, how do I get all these trade lines to report? Because some of them only report to one place. With NAV, you get 2 that report to all 3 off the bat. Easy. And it's $49.99. Easy off the bat. You already got it. Okay. The next one is Shirtsy. Now, Shirtsy does report to all 3. At least in my experience, I've seen it. I've done it. In fact, it's reporting to my new business now. It took around 35 days for these to show up. Now, Shirtsy does cost to set it up $99. There's a $99 setup fee. I'll put a link at the bottom to Shirtsy as well, but it's $99 to start. But you have to, if you just pay for that, it'll report. Now, if you use that to get other things, then that's awesome too, but it does report, which is good. BCC Supplies, they only report to Experian, but Experian is in my opinion, the most important one. Like, while you do need to make sure that all those other scores generate, 5 will get it done, but they pull from Experian. They look at Experian for the Sam's Club Business Mastercard. That's what you're working on. Experian Business. That one is $25. Word of caution, I used BCC Supply to get started. They do charge that $25 monthly. Like Shirty's a one-time charge. BCC Supplies is a $25 reoccurring charge. I didn't realize it was reoccurring. I tried to cancel with them. It took me a long time. I tried to call them. I sent about 3 emails. Eventually they did cancel it. So I didn't get charged. I got charged twice initially and then the following month. But they canceled my account. So I didn't get charged again. But just keep in mind, a lot of these you can cancel because these business trade lines, in my experience, once they report one time, you really don't have to keep them up. You could try to do like maybe 1 or 2 months for good measure, but after that, they stay on there for a pretty good amount of time. They don't really go anywhere. So I think you should just get what you need for like a month or two and then cancel it. Don't keep it up. NAV you may want to keep because it is a good monitoring service. And if you end up using the NAV Prime card very often, then, it may make sense for you. But, that's up to your discretion. eCredible Business Lift. eCredible Business Lift reports to all three. And I'm going to get to the end with the price. I think it's around $14.95 or $19.99, but I'm going to show you at the end. They report to all three. And if you have Alliance Virtual Office, you can actually report your virtual address as an additional trade line, and it'll report to Equifax Business. Okay, so that's why I put 2 trade lines here for eCredible, because you can add your virtual address as a additional utility bill that will report. And then A to B gas card. A to B gas card is fairly easy. I talk about this one. You can get this when you first set up your business. Very, very simple. They do have a $35 one-time fee to set up. And then after that, you can use it to get gas anywhere that Visa is accepted. So that one reports to Experian. And the good thing is it reports as a revolving account. So not only do you get a couple net 30s, the NAV Prime card and the A to B gas card report to your business credit Experian as revolving. It looks like you have credit cards. That actually will aid you into getting qualified for the Sam's Club Business Mastercard. All right. So I've given it to you 6 trade lines for Experian, 5 trade lines for Dun & Bradstreet, Equifax Business, 5 trade lines. These are the most cost-effective ones. I've done this in the last 30 days. So as of April 25th, 2024, I can confirm this is accurate, up-to-date information, and that you will have, 5 to 6 trade lines that will give you a good business credit score. My recommendation is the day that you set up your business, do this all in the same day. I did it all in the same day. I set up my business. I got my Google Voice number. I made my website. I got all of these trade lines. I just got on my computer on a Friday, did it all. Took me maybe 3-4 hours to do it all. It doesn't take that long to make a website. It don't take that long to do anything. And then I got I applied for the DUNS number same day. I did everything in the same day and just sat back and just waited 30 days. So you want to be, again, at least an 80. An 80 puts you in the low risk business scale. Lenders and suppliers are likely to see you as a business and that you're reliable and that it is low risk. To be honest, the moment you have net 30s report, you're going to see you probably start out at an 85. Most of you will. Now, depending on your business SIC code, which is the type of industry that you're in, you may see your business score drop when you enter in your SIC code. There's one more thing that I recommend that you use, but you don't necessarily have to do it. It's up to your discretion, but I just want to show it to you anyway. Now, this is Experian Business. What I recommend that you do when you're first starting your business, when you use NAV does report your business to the major business credit bureaus, but you can also go here and you can report your business to them. All right. Now, they actually offer a service that you can use where you can update your business information online. So if you go to get your report now, well, you'd have to type in your company name and put in all the information. You can get your business report. I'm going to show you what that report looks like as a sample, and I'm going to get into why this is important. All right, this is a sample of an Experian business report. See how it shows your business address. It shows your business name. It shows the different branches and locations. It shows your sales. It shows how long you've been in business. It shows your SIC code, which is the type of business that you are, and also your NAICS code. Now, depending on what this code is, can actually change your business score. Some business industries are riskier than others. But for the most part, you'll generally see that you're at an 80 to 85 range when you initially start. Now, if you sign up for Experian Business, it is $189 for the year, but you get access to this report, and they don't show it here on this example, but you can actually click on any of these sections and click update. In about a week to, I would say, 2 weeks, someone through Experian Business will go in there and update your account to the changes. Here's why this is important. Let's say that you finally have your business credit score through Experian, but then you get to the Sam's Club, you apply, you have an 85, you have 6 to 5 trade lines that are reporting to Experian, Paydex score is good, everything's good, business phone number is set, everything's great, right? Let's say that you get denied, and they say when you get your letter, they couldn't verify your business. If you go to Experian and look at this report, you might notice your name was spelled wrong. You may notice the phone number's not there. You may notice the SIC code is not there. You may notice that how many employees you have isn't there. This report needs to perfectly match everything that you put on your application. If it does not perfectly match, more than likely you will get denied. Now, me personally, the first 2 times I got denied, I had a friend who was also getting these credit cards. He had 2 of them. He put me on to this, and he told me, go to this, edit it, make sure that everything is the exact same to Dun & Bradstreet, to Experian Business, to Equifax Business. Like, make sure everything is the exact same. Now, I'm not saying that you have to do this, because you can actually go to the Experian Business website and there's a contact form. You can email them and ask them to update the information. But for me, I feel like this is very easy. I can update it at my leisure. I can make sure that it's right. It gives you your business credit score. It gives you your your stability risk. It gives you your SBFE risk rating. It gives you your payment trade lines. Like, as you can see here, this one is 66. I think on mine I have like 5 or 6 right now, but they'll all show up here, right? It'll show payment exercises, small business financial exchange, your trade line experiences. So it'll show like all of your different net 30s, your different accounts, your recent balances. Like, everything's going to be here for you. It'll show your business inquiries. Everything is going to be there for Experian. And you can manage it. You can change it. You could even contact them and ask them to remove hard inquiries. All of that, right? So this is just a sample. Maybe if you guys are interested in this, or there's more inquiries about how this works with Experian Business, I'll do a video on this. This is just something I wanted to put on the radar in case you get a denial. My recommendation would be to go here and make sure everything is correct. Now, if you're starting a brand new business, you probably will not have this issue as often unless something was entered in, incorrectly. But if you made sure everything was the same, that's why I said do it all on the same day. Everything the same, and just wait. If you have an old business, maybe you had different addresses, maybe you had different phone numbers, it gets a little bit tougher because now you have to go back and make sure everything is right everywhere. But for, new businesses, this will probably already be correct because you're going to be filling out all this information at the same time. So shouldn't be any issues there or any discrepancies. All right, so we can get back to the slide now. All right, so I created a little invoice to let you know how much it's going to cost you to structure your business in order to get the Sam's Club Business Master, your business license. I did a range. I'm in Nevada. I have one of the highest cost of starting a business. I always do corporations. You can do LLCs. Again, it just depends on your business preference. I'm not saying one is better than the other. It just depends on you. My license costs $725. So there's some people who theirs is as low as like, I believe it can be as low as like $50, depending on your state. So I can't say what it's going to be. Just know that it can vary for you. Yours could be 400, yours could be 200, yours could be 100, it could be 3. It varies by state. So I just did an average ballpark. Again, mine is very high, but I think that mine's the second highest. So it's only one other state that'll have a higher cost than what mine is. Now, business license, again, varies by state. $200. I put OTC here for one-time charge. And let me try to zoom in. There we go. One-time charge, $200. Virtual address, if you go with Alliance, the initial cost was, remember, right around 30, 33. So let's just say $35. The price monthly is $50. It's going to be $49 for Nav Business Builder. And then that's going to be $49 per month. eCredible Lift is $19.95 upfront and per month. HostGator, I just said around $60. I gave an average of if you did, let's say, the monthly or the yearly. If you do it for the year, you could probably get around $60. It just depends on your domain name and the type. So I just put 60 if you do it for the year, and it would be a one-time charge for that year. If you do Shopify, it is $1 basically to start, but it could potentially be $39.99 a month if you keep it, but it does give you your business email as well. Shirtsy, $99 one-time charge. A to B gas card, $35, and that's a one-time charge. I think I missed BCC supply is $25 with a $25 monthly charge, but you can cancel that, after it's been reported 1 or 2 months. Now, with that being said, the total that you're looking at is $524.94. That is the total that you are looking at upfront to really get your business started and to get it structured properly. Now, I didn't add up the monthly charge. I have that all here because it can vary, and it just depends on what you're doing. And it depends on if you decide to cancel it after you get the Sam's Club Business Mastercard, because you could keep it going until you get the card and then stop. If that was the only purpose in you doing this. So I didn't add that. And I also mentioned that this is without a phone. And, if I was to create an invoice and you were being charged for this, this is what I think it would look like. So for average, I think you'd be looking at somewhere between, maybe, as I think you could probably get away with potentially as low as like $430 to maybe as high as like, again, depends on your state, maybe as high as $1,000. It all depends. But if you were trying to structure your business anyway, these are things you're probably going to pay for. But again, this was something that I didn't know at first. And then I was paying for so many different trade lines. To try to get a business score. And I wish I just knew I could just get a couple of these. And these were the most cost effective. Now, if you find anything else that works better than these, drop them in the comments. This is just from my experience. I just did this recently. For me, this was the most cost-effective way that I tried. And of course, if you change your virtual address, if you maybe find something other than HostGator, if you find something other than Shopify or Shirtsy or whatever the case may be, this can change. This is just basically me saying I did all the work of gathering all this information. I put it all in one place for you to not have to spend time or energy doing it. And this was the total, or what I expect to be the total, in order for you to structure your business up front. You may have to spend this much money in a day. And if I missed anything, then I'm sorry. You could let me know in the comments. That way other people know. I tried to cover everything I thought that it could possibly be. because I want you to understand that in order to get this Sam's Club Business Mastercard, this is the kind of thing that you're going to have to do initially. And this is the thing that people don't mention. Now, one other thing that I didn't add on here, in order for you to apply for the Sam's Club Business Mastercard, you need to be a Sam's Club member. You need to be a Sam's Club member. Now, I didn't include that on here because if you're already a member, then that may not mean anything to you. If you're not a member, well, I believe that there's other benefits to that. And you know, that's just something that you definitely need. I didn't include it here, but if you want, my recommendation would be the day you start your business, if you don't have a Sam's Club membership, consider getting one that day. It's good if you have the account open for at least like 30 days before you apply, and then use it a little bit if you would like. But you do need to have a membership in order to apply for this card at all. If approved, you will either get the Sam's Club store card, probably with an $8,000 limit. It will not have a Mastercard logo, and you can use it at Sam's Club or Walmart. It'll be just like having a credit card that you could use at Sam's Club or Walmart. And this is it right here. You know, same thing. It'll say Sam's Club credit, no Mastercard logo. All right. You will get qualified for the Mastercard Blue. That's the standard membership. When you sign up for a membership with Sam's Club, that membership is $50. Right? That's just for you to be able to be a Sam's Club member. Now, if you get the Sam's Club Plus membership, you'll have a black Sam's Club credit card. It won't be the blue one like this one where it says Sam's Club member. It'll be the black one that says Sam's Club Plus member. So with the Sam's Club Plus membership, it's $110. You can get, I believe, early access to Sam's Club where you can go into the store an hour early. Whenever they open up, they give the Plus members that initial hour that the regular members can't go in. So that's one benefit. You also get an additional 2% cash back, and you get Sam's cash back. So if cash back was a big deal to you, I'll talk about that in another video, and why I wanted this card, because it was really for rewards. But if the rewards sound good to you, 5% back on gas, things like that, the Plus membership might make sense overall. There's a lot of good benefits, but again, that's a different video. I have that too. And again, you will need a membership to apply for this card. My recommendation is doing everything at the same time. Start your business, get your net 30s, build your website out. I know it sounds like a lot, but really it's very easy. Shopify makes it easy to make that quick website. Everything's fairly easy when you're doing it. You can do it all in one day, knock it out. And then after that, you just wait 30 days. And to be honest, all of this will also get you qualified for the Verizon phone with no credit check. So if you want to get your, if you're doing this anyway, you might as well go ahead and get your phone with Verizon with their business with their business account as well. You might as well just do that. All right. It is time to apply. If you've done all the steps in this video, I know it's been a long video, but I wanted to make sure, because I know when it comes to business credit cards, some people will tell you there are no credit cards that you can get without a personal guarantee. Some people lead you to believe that there are many options without a personal guarantee. In my personal experience, there are some credit cards that you can get without a personal guarantee. But usually those cards require you to have a certain amount of money in the bank in order to be able to get them. This one does not require that. From my research, this is like the only real credit card that you could get with no PG, with a wonderful limit, and a lot of benefits. So it's time to apply. You used to have to print out your application and go down to Sam's Club, stand in line and apply there. You can still do that, but you no longer have to. You can actually do it online now. You don't have to go inside of Sam's Club. So let's go to samsclub.com. So now we are on samsclub.com. If you are already a member, you're familiar with the website. If not, then you can sign up. And then once you sign up, we are going to go to Sam's Club Credit. Once you go to Sam's Club Credit, you're going to see this. It's going to show Sam's Club plus member, plus members can earn 5% back at Sam's Club, how it works. And again, it's only going to be the black card if you signed up for the Sam's Club Plus membership. I don't think that having a plus membership or a regular membership affects whether or not you qualify for this card. There's just a few more additional perks that you get when you do sign up as a plus member. But since we're a business, we're going to scroll down to the bottom. Right here, it says own a business. Apply for Sam's Club business credit card. All right. So we're going to go to apply now. All right. So when you go to apply now, it's going to automatically enter your membership number. And then after that, you're just going to enter in your business information, your federal tax ID, your business address. You're going to enter all your information. Then you're going to enter your applicant information. So first name, last name. There's going to be an option that asks you to personally guarantee it. You're going to skip that. Don't add your social at all to this application. Do not add your social at all. It's going to show you where doing a social or doing a personal credit check is optional. You don't have to do it. You're going to go through the options, agree to add in everything, agree to the terms and conditions, and you will get your results. Now, there's a good chance that when you get your results, they are going to ask you to call them and you're going to speak with Synchrony Bank. When you get on the phone with Synchrony Bank, they're probably going to ask you for it's going to be like a rec number. They're going to ask you for, or a reference number. They're going to ask you for that. It should be on the screen. You provide them with that reference number. They're going to ask you a couple of questions about your business, your address, your name. They're going to confirm that with you. Just make sure that you answer it all accurately. They're going to ask for your EIN number, all of that good stuff. Once they ask you for all of that, they're going to put you on a brief hold. In my experience, they usually try to call your business, and then they're going to be on the back end verifying information. Now, if you don't get a phone call, that's okay. They're just probably on the back end just verifying all the information is correct. Now, if your business was structured properly, we did everything in this video. We follow all the exact steps. Then congratulations, you should be approved for either the store card or the Mastercard. Now, your initial limit will probably be $8,000. That was my starting limit, and I was approved for the store card for my first business. For my first business, when I was approved for the store card, I used it very actively to make very large purchases. Now, I did make large purchases because I was using it to buy inventory, so I was making money, then paying it back. I was making my money within 30 days. I think that's now, in hindsight, very risky. I don't recommend that you do that, but that's just what I did. Once you use it for about 90 days since it opened, you can request a credit line increase within the app. I suggest that you do that. When I did that, I raised my credit line from 8,000 all the way to around 13, 14,000. And then a few months later, 3 months later, I raised it to 20,000. Once that was done, I then reapplied inside of Sam's Club for the Mastercard, and I was approved for the Mastercard. Same thing, 8,000 limit. Did the same thing, repeated the process, and had a $20,000 business credit card. Now, since then, starting my new business and getting these other credit cards, I did dissolve that business, my original one that I had, and I no longer have that credit card, but I do have my credit card with Sam's Club for my new business now. All right. And that one I did personally guarantee because I wanted to basically skip the steps of doing the structuring. I skipped the steps. Well, I didn't have to skip it because either way, what's funny enough, the first time I applied, even with great credit, I got denied. I got denied because my information wasn't accurate. I had to go back and update it. So, even with good credit, you still want to make sure at the very least that they can verify your business and that everything's up to par, even if you want to get approved with great credit. So go figure, right? Anyway, I hope that this was the most comprehensive guide that you have gotten to getting the Sam's Club Business Mastercard, with no personal guarantee. I think this is going to be the best step-by-step guide that you're going to find on YouTube. Hopefully, I answered every question. If you have any additional questions for me, please drop them in the comment section. I will answer them as fast as possible. I am leaving links to HostGator, to Shopify, to Shirtsy, to Novo. I'm going to leave links to all of the things that I use to set up my business, to Alliance Virtual Office. And again, if you guys want to look at other options, I have plenty of videos now that you can check about structuring, about other Net 30 accounts that you could potentially use. And I have also more information about, virtual mailboxes and virtual offices, the difference between a virtual mailbox and a virtual office. And then, you'll see the difference in cost there as well as you do your research and your due diligence. My suggestion is to go back, watch previous videos, come up with the outline plan, pick the ones that you're going to get, know how many you're going to report, and then in one day, start your business, get your, start your website, get your Net 30s, all in the same day, get your DUNS number, get everything done, and then get your Sam's Club membership, wait 30 days. For my new business, I would say at 30 days, I only had 2 trade lines report. And it's funny, like almost with 2 trade lines, I was able to get my Verizon account. And then I want to say 3 days after that, then 2 or 3 more popped up. And I was like, oh, okay, well, so 30, 35, 36, roughly, let's say let's say 45 to 60 at the most. And you'll probably have everything reporting and you're good to go. Okay. Hopefully you'll get this on the first try. If not, even with 2 months, you're better than me. It took you half the time. And this is just what I learned applying for this card and getting this card on 3 different occasions. And even though it took a lot of time. So thank you if you watch this video all the way through. I appreciate you guys that actually can tolerate watching these videos all the way through. I know they're extensive, but I don't want to have to break it into parts and make you have to watch multiple videos to provide information that I could have provided in one video. It doesn't make sense to me to do that to anybody. So thank you for listening to me. Thank you for tolerating the long video. Welcome back to Success with Steven. My name is Steven Smith. On this channel, we talk about everything financial literacy. And today we're going to be talking about the American Express Blue Business Cash Card. This is probably the most underrated business credit card of 2024. And I was able to get this card with a starting limit of $10,000. I do want to make a correction. There was another video where I talked about cards that were guaranteed $10,000 limits. This was supposed to be one of the cards. You can actually have a smaller starting limit for this particular card. It cannot be guaranteed to be $10,000. So I did want to make that correction. Now, with that said, there is a trick that I'm going to give you at the end of the video. And one of my recommendations to actually get a higher limit for this particular credit card and the things that I understand from talking to a representative with American Express. So before we go into that, I do want to talk about the benefits of this card, why I think that it is underrated, and why this is going to become one of the most important cards to me by the end of the year around Q4. Now, for this card, it has no annual fee. That's one of the best things. The other Amex cards that I've had is the Gold, the Platinum, with annual fees as high as $695. Now, I do have another video that by the time you watch this, it should be released, where I talk about the Amex Platinum and how those fees can somewhat be justified. But this one, no annual fee. It also has the benefit of being a 0% introductory APR for 12 months for your purchases, and that's going to be from the date of opening. After that, your APR will be at a variable rate of 18.49% to 26.49% based on your credit worthiness and other factors as determined at the time of account opening. There is this really huge advantage that you get with this card. I do want to come back to that advantage in a second. Now, you do earn a welcome offer bonus. At the time of recording, you can earn $250 in statement credit after you make $3,000 in purchases on your card in the first 3 months. Now, if you go to the website and you notice that there's another offer for $300 cash back for $6,000, I have been seeing that. It seems like it can vary depending on the offer that you select when you apply. I'm not really sure why there's so many different offers with American Express cards, but for this one, this is the one that I actually got offered. So if you do spend $3,000 within the first 3 months, you will get $250 cash back. If we look at some of the additional features here, there is 2% cash back on all eligible purchases up to $50,000 per calendar year. That is a huge benefit. Now, one drawback, I would say, the 2% that you actually get back, it's only in statement credit. You do not get cash back. There's another card that's also very good, the Wells Fargo Signify card. That one gives you 2% cash back that you can actually redeem and deposit into your bank account. Unfortunately, for this card, it is only a statement credit, so you should keep that in mind. It's also only up to $50,000 per calendar year. On the Wells Fargo one, there is no cap. And after that, it's 1% on purchases thereafter. Cash back earned is automatically credited to your statement. All right. There are some travel benefits, but if you have any other travel cards, these will just come basically standard for you. Car rental, loss and damage insurance, also global assistant. The shopping benefits that you have here will be extended warranty. So when you use your card on eligible purchases, you can cover any extra manufacturer warranties that will apply for 5 years. And there are some stipulations, so you will want to read the terms and conditions there. So again, you want to read those exclusions and restrictions. They'll let you know exactly what those are. So purchase protection. You'll also get protection if, let's say, your new camera was stolen, you knocked over your new lamp moving a couch, anything unexpected happened, you will be covered for those purchases, and that is up to 90 days from the covered purchase date. And then, of course, you want to read the exclusions and restrictions, and then American Express experiences. So you can stay in the know with exclusive access to ticket pre-sales. If you are familiar with all the pre-sales that Amex does offer, you get that benefit. Sometimes it's concerts, sometimes it's shows. And I'm going to tell you now why this is going to be one of the most important cards for any small business owner or any business owner, period, especially if you do some of the similar things that I do to earn extra money. So with this card, there are some people that have said on a previous video that this card has a limit as low as $2,000. Now, here is a strategy that I think you can use in order to actually increase that limit. So if you were to apply for the Amex Business Cash Card, from my understanding, the reason why this card normally starts out at a low limit is because it's a 0% APR card. It has the option of flexible spend. So on this card, you can actually spend a little bit more than the limit that they give you, the initial limit. However, that has to be approved by American Express. And normally for this card, if you don't have any type of relationship with them and you apply for it and you do get approved, they're usually going to start you off at a lower limit. So one option that you have, one, build a relationship with American Express. I would go for a different product first and then get this one. This is what I would also recommend. One of my my first American Express card was a gold charge card. Doesn't have a revolving limit, doesn't have the same restrictions as a revolving limit card. The next one that I got was the American Express Business Prime card. When you spend that card with Amazon Prime, you can get 5% cash back, well, 5% back to the card. Now, that one I got with a $12,000 limit. If you want to get the Amex Blue Cash card with a high limit and you don't have a relationship with American Express, my recommendation is to get the Business Prime card first. Reason being, they give more limit for that card. They give higher limit for that card. I think it's because it's not a 0% APR card. From my understanding from speaking to American Express, they normally will give you more, especially being new. For me, $12,000 off the bat. Then if you were to get the American Express Business Cash card, you can then move the limit over from that Prime card over to this one. So that would be my recommendation. If you're going to, be looking at getting the business cash, maybe start with the Prime first, the Amex Prime. Take the limit from that one, move it on to this one. That way, whatever limit that they give you, you can add that limit on to a 0% APR card. And again, that's the trick. In my opinion, it's a really good strategy in order for you to be able to get a higher limit on this card if they do not give it to you. I would start with that one first, then move on to this one, and then just move the limit over. If you did request a credit limit increase, you will have to wait 60 days in order to do this. On initial card opening, you may have to wait the 60 days. I didn't have to, do anything like that, but I am going to move probably $10,000 over from my Prime card over to this one. That way it can be 20,000. It'll be a much higher limit. And why I was saying this may be one of the most important cards that you have all year, or the most underrated card that you could possibly get if you do this same strategy, I'm going to buy inventory towards the end of the year that I'm going to be using for Amazon FBA. I will then have 0% APR for a very long amount of time with this card. And I was able to just move that limit over there. So now I can have access to $20,000, 0% APR for around 8 to 9 months, which for me is more than enough time. I know my inventory, very familiar. So that is going to be one of the most important things to me. 2% cashback statement credit, not to mention good profit margins. And it is the reason why I got this card in the first place, and the reason why I got it early. I have another American Express video where I talk about the do's and don'ts. One of the things that you do not want to do with a Amex card, you do not want to just get the card and start high spending. If you get this card and start trying to spend $10,000 off the bat, it will raise a red flag. They will ask for documentation, which is why I got the card a few months earlier. I'm going to get the card warmed up. I'm going to start with small transactions. Then I'm going to make larger transactions. And I'm going to keep doing it that way to gradually raise how much I'm spending on this card. That way, when the time comes when I want to make a big purchase for my inventory, the spend will not look abnormal. The spend will look on par with what I've been doing this whole time. And I've built up a little bit of equity from being able to use this card in that short period of time. So I recommend you use a similar strategy. If you want to use this card for 0% APR, maybe look at, again, Amazon Prime card. They seem to give out higher limits. I'm not guaranteeing anything. I'm just saying for my first two cards, Gold and then the Prime, they gave me a very high limit for revolving off the bat. And I had to do a review for 2 weeks. I didn't get the card immediately. It took 2 weeks for me to get the card and got it with that $12,000 limit. So, even with that scrutiny, I was able to get the card with a high limit. You can then get the same card. I will recommend doing this at least 90 days in advance. So yes, you do lose about 90 days on your 0% APR, but it's worth it because you're getting this prepared. Do the high, start using it, get it warmed up, move the credit line over. You can have a higher line on this card, and then whatever you need to do for the remaining time frame is to your discretion. So that's my strategy. That's what I'm going to be doing with this card. I think it's amazing. I think it's, again, highly underrated. I don't think it's spoken about enough, and it's definitely going to be one of my favorite business credit cards for the remainder of 2024. I think between this and the Wells Fargo Signify card, this is my really big matchup. Like, these two are just going to be like my go-to cards for the end of the year, for Q4, for e-commerce. These are my go-to guys. And then I also still have Marcus, of course, with 0% APR, the Chase Ink card with 0% APR, and a couple of other options that don't have 0% APR. But if I want to use more limit, I do have that. Do have Navy Federal. Do have the Amex Platinum. There's a couple of different options that I can lean on. But the 0% APR ones that I now have 3 of those, around 25,000 easily. No, around 35,000, I guess, easily between all of them now, right around there. So should be well equipped for the end of the year. And I think I'm going to document that process and let you guys see exactly what I do, how it starts and then how it finishes. So, maybe you can do a similar thing. All right. If you have any questions or concerns, please drop a comment below. More than likely, I'm going to do a compilation where I talk about all of these cards and just make it to where you can see them back to back. And this will be all of the business credit cards that I have for 2024, all the ones that I recommend for you. And if you have any other cards that maybe you want me to apply for or you have questions about, please drop a comment below. If you have this card, let me know the limit that you got when you received this card. Let me know if you also have that Amazon card and you got that one with the higher limit. And if you weren't aware, you can move that limit over. So if that was good information, good strategy that you may implement, then let me know in the comments. Other than that, you guys have a wonderful day and thank you for watching. Welcome back to Success with Steven. My name is Steven Smith. On this channel, we talk about everything financial literacy. And today we're going to be talking about the Business Cash Inc. card. I've had this card for, I think, approximately 4 months now. It has an amazing spin bonus on it. You can earn $350 after you spend $3,000 on purchases in the first 3 months. But after that, you get an additional $400 when you spend $6,000 on purchases in the first 6 months. Now, if you combine that by using the 5% cashback category, which that's all I've been using this card for, you can actually get $1,050 in cash back in 6 months with this particular card. So that is a really, really, really good offer. And it's still going on to date right now. So right now, at the time of recording this video, this is still applicable. If anything changes, please check the website and refer to that. This card has no annual fee, which is amazing. And you get 5% cash back on the first $25,000 spent in combined purchases each year on your account anniversary. And that's going to be at office supply stores, on internet, cable, and phone services. I have made a old video that I haven't released yet. And in that video, I talk about how all of my cards give me a certain amount of cash back. With this particular card, you can get 5% cash back on your internet, cable, and phone bill. Everyone has this particular bill. My bill is pretty high. If you have, boyfriend, girlfriend, husband, spouse, fiance, whoever, if you guys end up having separate bills, my recommendation is to combine all of your internet, cable, phone bills, put them all on this card. You should easily be able to spend up to $6,000 in total purchases within that 6 month time frame. And if you spend it on this additional category, you will get 5% cash back. You will earn 2% cash back on the first $25,000 spent in combined purchases at gas stations and restaurants. That's also very big. Or you earn 1% cash back on everything else. You also earn 5% cash back on Lyft rides through March 2025. That is going to expire, so you definitely want to take a look at that. And if you explore the benefits for business, there are 10% business relationship bonus offers. So if you have the Inc. Business Cash Card plus a Chase Business Checking, you will receive a one-time 10% bonus on all eligible cash back purchases earned in your first year. The offer is available for Inc. Business Cash Cards open between March and November of 2024. So you definitely want to get that Chase Business Checking account open so that way you can get up to 10% in cash back. There are also flexible redemption options to redeem for cash back, as far as gift cards, travel, and that's all going to be through the Chase Ultimate Rewards. And your cashback rewards don't expire as long as your account is open. They do have employee cards. You can, spend faster, earn more rewards. It's no additional cost to get that card, which is amazing because from some other particular banks, you may see that you have high annual fees for employee cards. So with this one being free, it's a no-brainer, especially with being able to get 10% back if you have a Chase checking account open with them for business. Now, there's a really cool calculator here. You can kind of break down exactly if you spend a certain amount of money, how much that you could potentially earn in cash back. And I think if you compare this to the Inc. Business Premier or even the Inc. Business Unlimited, you're going to find that this is one of the best offers for a brand new business or someone who is just starting to, get into maybe building equity for their company. Another thing that's really great about this card, which again, just to top it all off, it is a 0% APR card. Now, it was a 0% APR card at the time that I received it. Looking at this right now, I'm checking for that same offer. There we go. 0% APR on purchases in the first 12 months. After that, it is an APR of 18.49% to 24.49% variable. I mean, as you can see, the only other card that will give you something even close to that is going to be the Inc. Business Unlimited. That one will give you 1.5% cash back everywhere. So again, if you just tend to spend more on these things, you get 10% in business relationship bonus. I mean, that's a no-brainer. So if you have not applied for this card, this is also one of the cards that you can get without actually having a business. You can get this card as a sole proprietor. You do not need to have a business in order to get this card, as long as you are doing something to make money other than your regular work that you are a W-2 or contracted employee for. So if you wanted to apply, and I'm just bringing up the application now just to show you how simple that it actually is. You can pick owner, enter your first name, last name, and then you can actually enter either your individual tax ID or your social. If you are a sole proprietor, you would enter your social security number instead of entering a federal tax ID. And when you go to business info and they ask you for your legal structure, you can actually pick sole proprietorship. So knowing this, you can get this card with 0% APR, even if you have a side hustle, side business. Maybe you sell things online, Facebook Marketplace, OfferUp. You do Lyft, you do Uber, you do hair, you babysit, you walk dogs. I think you understand. There are many different things that you could do if you are doing them for income that they would qualify as a business, as a sole proprietor. All that means is that you have not chosen to incorporate legally yet, and you haven't chosen to separate the entities. So you'll still be doing this on a individual level, but you can still qualify for this credit card even if you do not have an LLC or a corporation. So I believe that's another, super big benefit that a lot of people don't talk about, but that you should definitely look into, even if you are, maybe not a traditional business. All right. So if you have any questions or concerns about this card, please leave a comment below. If you have this card, let me know how you're enjoying it. As far as what I'm using it for, it is serving its purpose to the fullest. I mean, it is absolutely amazing. I enjoy using it, and I definitely recommend that you combine this with that checking account to get that 5% bonus or that 10% bonus. Please leave a comment. Let me know exactly if there's any other card that you want me to talk about other than this. I do have some other upcoming videos about Chase, so be on the lookout for that. And other than that, thank you for watching, and you have a wonderful day. Welcome back to Success with Steven. My name is Steven Smith. On this channel, we talk about all things financial literacy. And today we're going to be looking at the Wells Fargo Signify Business Cash Card. This is a card that has a $20,000 initial starting limit. It's a business credit card that I actually applied for when it first released. So this is a brand new card by Wells Fargo. When I first opened up my checking account with Wells Fargo, I believe it was towards the very end of March or the beginning of April. I asked them if they had any credit options. At the time, the only thing that they had was an actual business line of credit. But the interest rate on that business line of credit was pretty high, so I wasn't really interested in it. The only reason why I set up the account with Wells Fargo was to test the results of early warning. I had some information I needed to remove. If you haven't seen that video, there's a video on that if you need help with that. But it just confirmed that I was able to open an account with Wells Fargo. And so it was the second or third business checking account and savings account that I opened. And I actually was going to close the account a few weeks later, but then I found out that this card had actually been released, and I was like, okay, well, there's a product that I can actually get behind. So that's how I was able to first apply for this card. When I initially had applied for the card, I wasn't denied, but I would put in the application and I wouldn't even get a hard inquiry. I'm going to talk about exactly what happened. I'm going to talk about the limit that I was approved for, and then how you can get a starting limit of $20,000 for this Wells Fargo business credit card, and the benefits of this card and why I think it would actually benefit anyone who's starting a business. All right, so let's get right into it. Now, let's talk about some data points really quick. For this credit card, again, this is a brand new card, so a lot of these data points, I'm just giving you what I had on my credit report because, again, it's a brand new card, so there's not a lot of information in regards to qualification. So for the credit score requirements, I would say, based off of some of the Wells Fargo personal cards, you want to have a 700 credit score or better, 700 plus. I would say no derogatory marks, no late payments, no collections, no charge-offs. This was in line with some of the other Wells Fargo personal credit cards. They tend to have a higher criteria for qualifications. Now, credit pulls. This card will pull from your personal experience score. Now, it could be regional. I'm in Nevada. I would say one of the easiest ways to test this, freeze both TransUnion and Equifax, leave your Experian open, then apply for the card. I also want to note that when you apply for this card, at least in my case, I've applied for this card, I think maybe 4 times. For the first 3 times that I applied, I didn't get a hard inquiry. I'll go into that why. When I actually was able to apply for the card and get a hard inquiry, it takes about, I want to say, like 1 hour before you get the hard inquiry. I never got an instant approval. They always gave me an email where they were telling me basically wait and you'll get a response from us soon. And then the very next day, when I did get approved for the card, I just saw the card on my Wells Fargo account. I didn't even get an approval email. I just had the card and I was able to add it to Apple Pay, through the Wells Fargo app. So that was pretty much it. But as far as I know, at least right now, there's no instant approval. You'll get an email letting you know that they're processing your application. Once that happens, an hour later, you'll probably see the hard inquiry. And then I would say within 24 hours, you probably can see, or you probably would get the approval via probably the app. Again, I didn't get an email. I didn't get a notification. I just saw it on the app and it was there. I was able to add it to my Apple Pay. Now with the pull, it pulls from Experian. Your utilization should be 10% or less. On my 3rd attempt with this card, I had a personal credit card that I had just got. And this personal credit card has been giving me a hard time. I was actually a little upset. I probably should have waited to get it, but it reduced my average account age. So my average account age was less than 2 years. The 3rd time that I applied, when I got denied, a real denial this time, it was because of my average account age. I had a recent account and my utilization was too high. On that personal card, the utilization was 35%. It was accidental. Every day, this credit card was weird. It was updating the utilization every single day. It was just changing every day. I would use it. It would change. Eventually, when the cycle date closes, I didn't know what the cycle date was. It stopped where I had 35%. That stayed for a month. Of course, that decreased my score. And of course, it affected trying to apply for this card. So that gave me some trouble. What I would recommend for you, utilization, 10% or less. Your average account age, 2 years, or I would at least say your most recent account should be, don't have any recent accounts. I would say maybe apply after you've had a new account for like 3 months or so. And also no recent inquiries. So it's not so much that you can't have inquiries. You don't want to have recent ones. So if you have 2 inquiries on your credit report, but they're from a year ago, that's fine. If you have 2 inquiries that are on your report, but they're from last month or the same month, you might want to wait at least a month or so before you apply for the card. And, these are just things that I'm just letting you know because it's a brand new card. Things that I noticed that I got denied for. And then this is the other thing. If your Wells Fargo account is open for less than 90 days, you will need to go into a branch and apply for this card. So the first 2 times I got denied for this card, I never got a hard inquiry. I thought it was weird. The reason why, and even when I called customer service, no one told me this. You have to have the account, your account, your checking, your savings has to be open for 3 months from that initial date that you opened it, 90 days, but 3 months, right? You need to have it open. If not, you will automatically be denied. They won't even pull your credit. You won't get a hard inquiry. You have to go into a branch and apply for it prior to that time. If you do, then you'll be good. Another thing too, because I had applied for this credit card so many different times, the 4th time I applied, I just did it without really, thinking too much about it because I had done it so many times. It was like, oh, okay, I'll just remove this hard inquiry, worst case. I wasn't putting any deposits into this Wells Fargo account. Unfortunately, I was not. I think that is the biggest reason why I was not able to get the $20,000 initial starting limit. My starting limit was $5,000. If I would have known beforehand, I would have been making the deposits. Again, this card wasn't even in existence. I was just getting this account just to test something, and I was going to close it. When the card got there, again, I wasn't like preparing for this product. I didn't know. Now, the reason why I put the $20,000 on this video is because when I called Wells Fargo, I was trying to see if they could possibly raise my limit. They weren't able to, but I was just trying to get some information that I can provide. I asked them, what is the highest initial starting limit that you have for, clients that have been banking with you for a while? The representative that I spoke with told me that $20,000, they've seen that limit. They've also seen higher, but around $20,000 had seemed to be the average. So here is what I think, based off of that conversation, based off of what happened with me, and based off of other information that I was able to find. Again, this is a new credit card at the time of recording this video, so the information's kind of limited. People who seem to deposit at least $500 into this account were getting an average of like $10,000 for their credit limit. People like me who weren't putting anything into this account, just had it open, were getting like the bare minimum. I think the bare minimum for this card is $5,000. And then people who were putting in more than $500 or had consistent deposits, they're looking at between $15,000, $20,000. And then if you've been with Wells Fargo even longer, you may have a higher limit depending on if you have other high limit credit cards on your credit profile. So if you have higher limit credit cards on your profile, you get a business account with Wells Fargo, you make a deposit of $500, you may get $10,000. If you wait 90 days, make some deposits, maybe $500 every month, get it to like $1,500, then you may get $20,000, $15,000 to $20,000 or above. So this is what I am estimating. Again, this is a brand new card. No data points on there. It's not really any information that you can research, but from my many attempts, from what I've gathered with other videos, I think that's about where you would be at based off of these things. So 700 plus or better credit score. Of course, no derogatory marks, no late payments, no collections, no charge-offs. You want to have 10% or less utilization with the average account age of 2 years or more. No recent inquiries in the last 6 months, I would say. That should get you a $20,000 Wells Fargo credit limit. And then we're going to go into, and of course, your account being open for 90 days at the least if it's a brand new business account. Now, I want to go over some of the benefits of this card and who I think it will benefit in using it and what offers they have currently. All right, so we are on the Wells Fargo website, and this is the welcome page for the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo. Right now, if you spend $5,000 in the first 3 months, you can earn $500 in cash reward bonus. There's no annual fee on this card, which is amazing because I've been using my Amex Gold and I've been using it for restaurants. In my opinion, I've been using it exactly for, what I would get the most points on. I feel like for this type of card, when I'm going to various other places and spending money, it has a flat 2% cash back. This is very hard to find. And I think I have the Amex Gold for business. I have the Amazon Prime for business. I have the Sam's Club Mastercard for business. And I have another video that surprisingly I did months ago but haven't put out yet, where I talk about the best business credit cards. I talk about how all of these credit cards give me like anywhere between like 3 to 5% cash back, and how I'm making so much money while spending money. The one thing I needed, like no matter how many cards you look for, there's no 3% cash back card on everything. The best that you could hope for, which has become like a standard, is about 2%. This is one of the best cashback cards with no limits that you could get for being a business credit card, not to mention no annual fee. It's amazing. And honestly, no matter what type of business that you have, if you can get 2% cashback, this card definitely needs to be in your arsenal. Then I get 5% back for gas. Then I can get 4% back for restaurants and dining with the Amex Gold. And I get 5%, or not 5% cash back. It's points. Excuse me. It's points with Amex. But the way that I do my points, I basically use them like I reimburse myself for cash. Like I use my points to pay for something, give myself cash back. Same thing with the Amazon Prime card. It's basically points, but it's 5% back in points. I just use it for whatever and then reimburse myself back with cash. So for me, it's the same thing as cash back. And if you have, all of these cards where basically every time you spend money, you could get 4 to 5% cash back, that's amazing. And then to have this one now, where I could get 2% cash back on everything. So if there's any category that I, for whatever reason, don't have covered with one of my other cards, this is going to be the one. I could use it for everything. So no matter what you're doing, I feel like this will benefit anyone. So it's unlimited 2% cash back on purchases made for your business with no categories to track, no limit to the amount. That's amazing. No annual fee. And of course, 0% APR for 12 months. And I'm going to also talk about why I wanted this card right now. Now, I have a plan in which I'll probably put this into a new video in the future, but I have a plan towards the end of the year where I'm going to show you how you can make $100,000 easily, probably in the next like 6 months. And this is something that honestly anyone can do as long as you have good credit and you have a business credit card with 0% APR. It's going to be good. But I did a video on American Express, and the video talks about the mistakes that you don't want to make. If you haven't seen that video, check it out. But when you get these new cards, sometimes you want to warm them up. And what I mean by that is when you get a brand new 0% APR card, you don't want to make a large purchase on it right away. You want to take a few months, and I would say use the card, spend it normally, pay it back, and then spend it gradually and increase your spend. Then if you have it for at least 90 days, a little bit longer, you can submit a credit line increase request, and then it would not look weird or strike any red flags or have them request documentation if you're spending something excessively. You want to work your way up to it. So I did want to have some time to kind of warm this card up, especially because the 2% cash back will come in handy for the amount that I plan to spend. So, this one for me was a very big surprise. Like it was a very, I'm going to use this card to do a lot with towards the end of the year, but it just caught me off guard because again, I didn't plan for this card. I didn't know that this card was in existence. It actually is going to be a huge asset. Only thing I wish is I would have done more to secure a higher credit line. So, but it's okay. I already have a plan I'll get the welcome bonus, nice $500 bonus. I'll definitely spend $5,000 in the next 3 months. And with that being said, once that happens, I'm going to use it wisely to increase the limit. And, this will probably be like my daily spend card between the things that don't give me higher cash back or higher points back. Anything else, this is going to be the one that I'm going to use. So I highly recommend. I do think that this card can benefit anyone, not only business. This can just benefit you in the day-to-day average transactions, just being able to earn those rewards, not to mention the 0% APR. So I think that will pretty much cover all of the features and benefits that I wanted to go over for this card. If you go onto the website and check out this cashback calculator, I want to see, I probably plan to spend I would say right around 25,000 is probably good. So check this out. Just if I do spend $25,000 on this card, I'll make $6,000 cash back anyway. So this is gonna trust me when I say I'm gonna make a video later on this where I'm gonna show you what I'm going to do to spend money to not only make a lot of money back, but on top of that, now I can get $6,000 cash back. Man, this is gonna be a really good card to add. I highly recommend it. If you don't have a relationship with Wells Fargo, it was very easy for me to open an account with them. I definitely recommend doing that, starting this process, getting this credit card, adding it to what you currently have, and then just be on the lookout for when I make that video. Probably will not be until the fall, but I'm gonna document the whole process, and it'll actually go with one of my other videos that isn't very popular on this channel, but it's nice because it's going to be a callback to that video. And I think I want to show you from start to finish exactly what I do. And just so that if you decide to do the same thing, you are able to do the same thing. So thank you guys so much for watching this video. Let me know if there's any other cards that I should look at. At this point, I've said this before, but I think I'm done with business credit cards, at least until the fall. I think I may grab two more. One account I've been nurturing is with PNC. I haven't done anything with PNC yet. And the other account that I may look at is something else with American Express. I may get one more with them. But other than that, I think I'm just about done. Anyway, thank you so much for watching. If there's any other cards that you think I should review or look at, I can definitely do that. But again, this is one that I think that you should definitely add. If you are able to get approved for this card and you used the information from this video to do it, I would love to hear what limits you're getting approved for. Please drop that in the comments. And also let me know if you already have this card, what limits you were approved for, anything that you did, so that it can help someone else, so that way they don't have to be like me and start off with this low limit. So just share the information in the comments. And thank you so much. You guys have a wonderful day. Welcome back to Success with Steven. My name is Steven Smith. Today we're going to be taking a look at the Amex Business Platinum card and how to get approved. So on this card, I do have a $75,000 pay over time limit. I'm going to explain exactly what that entails. But more importantly than me even discussing that and how to get approved, I want to make sure that this card actually will suit your business needs, and it'll benefit you in the long run, because there is a lot of advantages to having this particular card for your business. And I just want to make sure that you're going to be able to receive the full benefits for that. So first, let's go over that. And then we'll also go over how to get approved and how I was approved for this card. All right, so let's get started. Now, the first thing I want to talk about is the annual fee with the American Express Business Platinum. The annual fee is $695. And the employee fee, if you decide to add an employee on here, and I do have an additional employee card, it's $350 for the annual fee. Now, while that does seem very steep, if you're running a business, you're going to start to see how this can actually offset. There's a lot of benefits where it'll offset the cost, and you just have to understand that this really is a card meant for business owners to take advantage of. So ultimately, you definitely want to be able to get the most out of this card, or there are some alternative options for American Express cards. So let's talk about a few of these benefits. One of them is going to be the sign-up bonus. So right now, the sign-up bonus is 200,000 points. That's membership reward points. After you spend $20,000 in eligible purchases on the card within the first 3 months of card membership. Now, again, if that price seems very steep, like you're thinking, how am I going to spend $20,000? Then again, this card is made for business owners. That's it. That's the purpose of it, to spend high. It's a premium card for American Express. So this offer, it may not be available at the time of this video. My recommendation is to always check the website. As you can see, they'll calculate exactly what 10,000 points looks like. So you can actually go all the way to 100,000, but that's the highest that they'll go. So if you were to pay with your points at checkout for Amazon, the points are worth $700. And as you scroll down, you can start to see exactly how the points are able to convert. You can kind of see how much it'll redeem for Amazon. So you're looking at $1,400. If you look at gift cards, if you were looking at ones for the Fairmount Hotels and Resorts, it's $1,000 for the value. Airbnb, it's $700 for the value. So it can be up to $1,000 for that point value, and that's for 100,000. So of course, if you had the 200,000, you would double that, which would be for Fairmount Hotels and Resorts, $2,000. So on and so forth. Because we're only looking at what 100,000 points are, it would be double that. For a statement credit, it's $600 or $1,200. So if you spend 20,000 for a statement credit, you're looking at $1,200. That's the reason why it's important to know how these points convert, because if you don't know how they convert, you may miss some value. Now, booking travel will probably give you some of the maximum value. Like if you're looking at flights to redeem and you have 100,000 points, it's $1,000. For that bonus that you would get of 200,000, you would get $2,000 to redeem that you can use. So you can check out this calculator online, but I just wanted to make sure that you understood what the breakdown was and how it can be different depending on exactly which way you like to redeem. If you do end up getting that spin bonus for that 200,000 points by spending that $20,000 within the first 3 statement cycles. American Express has partnered with a couple of leading brands to really provide a top-notch experience for your business. We're looking at Dell, Adobe, Indeed, and Clear. So we'll go to the website and check these out, just so I want to give you all the benefits that you actually get, so you understand how, even though this card has such a high annual fee, you get a lot out of it if you use it properly. So currently we're on the website for the Business Platinum card. And as you can see, for this card, it's geared towards travel for business. And then there are a couple of other things that you can get from it. So if we go here and we're looking at Dell Technologies, upgrade your tech and enhance your business. You can enroll and actually get up to $400 in statement credit. It's a $200 semi-annual credit. So on any U.S. purchase with Dell Technologies on the Business Platinum card, you can get that $200 semi-annually. So you can go to Dell and take a look and see what you can actually get, but it'll be about $400. So you might need, whether it's ink cartridges, whatever, if you were going to spend that money anyway, and you paid $695 for an annual fee, that's $400 that you could recoup. So if you're going to spend it anyway, it's almost like you're getting reimbursed for it. Indeed, you get a $360 Indeed credit to build your team and grow your business, and you can enroll and get up to $90 in statement credits per quarter for your purchases with Indeed on this card. Now, that's only if you were going to use that may or may not benefit you, but if you needed to hire employees and you wanted to use this to build your team, definitely a great option. Now, Adobe, I want to clarify with this. This isn't like for you to get like Adobe Premiere or something of that nature. This is for the Adobe Business Plan. And the Adobe Business Plan is somewhere around $1,000 per month. So just keep that in mind. This is not for just regular Adobe. But you can get up to $150 in statement credit for eligible prepaid business plan purchases of Adobe Creative Cloud for teams. So make sure that you're looking at that. It's just not going to be the regular Adobe. It has to be for the team Wireless credit. And this one will apply to almost everybody, but you can get $120, which would be $10 per month for your wireless telephone services. So if you were to spend, pay your phone bill with this card, you get $10 back per month. It's going to total up to $120. So as you can see, there's a lot of benefits here that will start to give reason to why the annual fee is so high. But if you take advantage of it, then you can make it make sense. Now, Clear Plus, if you've ever traveled, Clear helps you get to your gate faster. It's like the TSA PreCheck. You can get up to $189 statement credit, and you can cover the cost of the Plus membership. And that's per calendar year. So it's not just a one-time thing. You can do this per calendar year. Now, that is one thing that I actually enjoy. I do pay for PreCheck. So now I can just say, oh, $189. That completely covers it. So if you are someone who travels and you can see the benefit of this, I recommend you definitely using that when you get the card. Global Lounge. If you've ever traveled and you've seen any of the lounges for American Express, they are really, really nice. It's over 1,400 plus airport lounges. They have amenities like free food, and a place for you to kind of sit down and relax while you're waiting to board your flight. That is something that if you've ever been at an airport, especially if you had a long layover, it's really nice to be able to have that option. You can also get global dining access. So you get a personal dining concierge. It's at your fingertips, and you can access this. This is something that I've personally never used, but if you've ever traveled internationally, wanted to use that, it is really, really cool. Now, Fine Hotels and Resorts. So you can get, it's like a total value of $600 that you can actually get in perks like breakfast, early checkout, late checkout. It's all included for Fine Hotels and Resorts. Check the list to make sure that your hotel is included, but that's an additional perk that you get with this card. And then the cell phone protection, that's going to be up to $800. When you buy your cell phone with this card, you can get the protection for up to $800, and that's the cost of repair or to replace your damaged or stolen cell phone. So if you pay for a monthly fee for your cell phone with your provider for an insurance or a protection plan, and the phone is $800 or more if you just want the difference, you can use this card to cover the damage. I mean, that's pretty cool. So no matter how you look at it, there's a lot of benefits to you having this card. And this is almost over $1,500 worth of benefits depending on how you use them. And that's the reason why this annual fee is so high. I don't think I've seen a card with this many perks. Now, I also want to make mention of this. The Amex Platinum is a charge card. So if you looked at my community tab, I took a screenshot of the charge card when I was able to get it, and it showed an available limit of $75,000. I'm going to explain exactly what that actually means. So charge cards, they don't have any present spending limit. It does not mean that you have an unlimited limit. You want to actually contact Amex if you're going to spend a certain amount, like if it's a large amount, and you would let them know, and they'll let you know if you're approved to actually spend that limit. The limit that was showing in the community tab where I make my post was my pay over time limit, and it showed the maximum amount that I could actually pay over time. So to make it simple, if I wanted to, I could spend up to $75,000 and carry that balance over. Traditionally, charge cards were only you pay the balance in full and that's it. Now they've added some new features where you get this revolving option. So in a sense, it's almost like you have a limit without saying you have a limit. But $75,000 is how much I can carry over. Any charge that would cause my balance to exceed the pay over time limit must be paid in full each month. But of course, that pay over time comes with interest. I probably would never do that unless somehow I could make more than the interest I would pay on $75,000, which that would be a very unique scenario for any one of us. But that's just to, give more context to the charge card and what that entails for a limit. Now, here are my tips for approval. Now, of course, this is a premium American Express card. You will need to have good to excellent credit. I would at least say a 680 plus. You need to have high income. When you're doing the application, you want to add high income. I also just did a video on American Express and things that you need to know when it comes to applying for their cards, and especially when it comes to running up high spend. So your income, it should be particularly high for this card, especially when you're listing your business. Now, this is all stated income. Technically, they're not asking for documentation unless you're putting anything above, I would say, $75,000. So I would try to, if you have the income, you have the income. I'm not saying that you should try to game it. Just make sure that you have it if you put it above 75,000. If not, just know that they may ask you for documentation. And one of my biggest tips that I want to talk about is a product change. This is what I did. I tried to get pre-approved at first for the platinum card. I was not pre-approved. And then I went down to the gold card. There were still some benefits with the gold card that at the time met my needs. I did another video on the Wells Fargo Signify business card. The needs that the gold card gave me kind of got replaced with the Wells Fargo card. So I kind of don't really need the gold card as much anymore, but I did need a travel card. This was a great option for me. So I started with an easier product or one that I could get approved for. You could do the exact same thing. Great thing about Amex, you don't have to impact your credit score. You can just get pre-approved first. Do that for the business card. Get pre-approved. And let's say you don't get the platinum. That's cool. Go down to the gold. You don't get the gold. Go down to the blue. Just keep going down until you actually find one that you're approved for. Now, what I would recommend that I did, I used it for 90 days and I made multiple transactions all the time. I ran up high. I think I spent over $10,000 within the first 90 days that I used that card because they had a welcome bonus. So I used over $10,000, but I kept making transactions and I made multiple payments. I just kept using it as much as I can, using it, paying it, but not for large transactions. Like maybe it was like the largest one may have been like $500. It was like 200 here, 300 here, 400 here, pay. And I just kept doing that for 90 days. Then I requested this product change and I was able to get it with no issue. So that would be my tip for approval. And it's the easiest way to work your way up to it. And they'll let you know if for whatever reason they're not able to do it. The great thing about the product change as well is that it's no hard inquiry. So if you take the one hard inquiry and if it's a business credit card, you know that we can remove the hard inquiry. Do that, take it, and then you have this option. I think that this is really good. Again, you can take a look at the personal platinum and see if it has anything that can help you. But this one will actually benefit me because I do plan to travel more as the year goes on and into next year. And I kind of want to take care of some of these additional benefits because I can definitely use them for me. And hopefully you can see that these things can actually apply to you. And that $695 annual fee can make sense because that is really high if you're not using this card for business purposes and doing a level of high spending on it that is conducive. You really want to make sure that you're doing that high level of spend. Now, what I'm going to also add is a referral link. The referral link is going to be in the description. Hopefully that can, help if you're trying to apply for this card. So definitely check that out. I believe I have 4 of these, and then it does give me a kickback if you are approved. So just want to make note of that. But besides that, I do believe that it does help if you're referred by someone else who's already a member of American Express. So hopefully it helps and you get approved. So let's take a look at what the application for this card will look like. All right, so this is the application. You're going to enter in your email address. You're also going to enter your legal business name, the business name on the card. your company DBA, that's doing business as, if you have an alternative name. If you don't worry about that. You're going to add your business address. If you have a suite or you have a particular additional unit number, you can add that here. Add your zip code, your business phone number, your industry type. And it could be just anything that's related to your industry, or pick other, and then they'll give you some other options that you can choose from. But you want to pick your structure, whether you're a corporation, a partnership, sole proprietorship, which you can be even as an individual. And you could put the amount of years that you've been in business, the number of employees, if you have any employees, your gross annual business revenue, and then your estimated monthly spend, just the average monthly business expenses that you plan to spend on that card. You can enter your role in the company. Take a look at those options there. And then you'll also want to enter your first name, your last name, middle initial, if applicable, the name you want on the card, so then your name. And if your home address is the same as your business, then you can just check that box there. You'll also want to enter your total annual income. And then if you're under the age of 21, you can include only your own income. Income includes wages, retirement income, investments, rental properties, etc. So you can add that in there as well, and then tell them where you want your statement sent, whether that be your business or your residential address. You'll be looking at the terms and conditions. Here are the current APR rates. Those are subject to change. And then you would see if you're approved. Very, very simple, very straightforward application. And again, that referral link is in the description. All right, so thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you have this card, please let me know what's your favorite benefit about this card. If you haven't gotten this card yet, let me know which benefit will actually help you the most. Let me know if you were approved for it after watching this video, and just let me know if there's any other cards that you'd like me to take a look at, anything that maybe I need to apply for that I have not gotten yet. But with that, thank you so much for watching this video. I appreciate your time, and you guys have a wonderful. Welcome back to Success with Steven. My name is Steven Smith. On this channel, we talk about all things financial literacy. And today we're going to be talking about increasing your American Express credit limit, but we're going to be talking about the pay over time limit. With this, I was able to actually go from a gold American Express charge card that had a $50,000 pay over time limit. It eventually got upgraded to a platinum card, which then got it to a $75,000 pay over time limit. And then I requested a $100,000 increase, which I was approved for. And that was about 2 days ago. I posted in the community tab. With that being said, this entire process played out in around 6 months. And not only will we be going through exactly how I did this, I'm just going to show you my account. Instead of just doing a step-by-step, I can just show you exactly what I did on the account. I think that'll be more imperative when you get the information and you can actually just see it, as opposed to me just telling you. I want to also talk about the pay over time limit, how this is a charge card and what a charge card is. We talked about that, but we'll go over it again. And it's basically the same as a credit card. We'll also talk about the pros and the cons of having the pay over time limit and the advantages that you can have if you're using this for business. Now, this is on a American Express Platinum business credit card, but the pay over time limit applies to all the charge cards. So again, we'll be discussing a few different ones, but the most important thing is the pros and cons, how you can use this. I'm usually going to be referring to business when I'm talking about this, because for your personal credit limit, if you just are spending it on regular transactions for your day to day, I don't really see how anyone really need this much limit. But for business, I can definitely think of a few things that I can take advantage of by using this much limit. So without further ado, let's get started. Let's first talk about what a charge card actually is. Again, we mentioned this before, but I do want to touch on it once again. So with a charge card with American Express, you'll need to pay off the balance in full each month. Charge cards do not have a preset spending limit. You have buying power, where you can actually request and see how much that you can actually spend. You also have pay over time, which is a limit that you have with how much you can actually pay and carry over with interest, but we'll get into that. So although that does not mean unlimited spending, because just because you don't have a limit does not mean that you can just spend as much as you would like, your purchases are approved based on a range of factors as you use your card, and Amex will adjust how much you can spend on your card. That's another thing that we're going to talk about, how you can basically give signals to let American Express know that you need a larger pay over time limit, or that you need to have a higher amount of spending power. And again, even though it's not a set limit, I think this can sometimes actually be better, because you really can, I think that they're a lot more lenient when it comes to pay over time. But charge card, to put it simply, it is where you have to pay the full balance. You have to pay the balance in full every single month. But again, if you are using a credit card, that's something that you should be doing anyway. You're not carrying it over interest unless it's a promotion or something like that. But normally you shouldn't carry over interest anyway. So pay over time by American Express is a single extended repayment feature offered to specific cardholders. It allows for a little more flexibility when it comes to paying off a card by giving the option to actually carry a balance over. So normally with a charge card, the balance has to be paid in full. So if I spent $50,000, I'm expected to pay that $50,000 at the end of my statement. With the pay over time, it essentially makes this a regular credit card, right? Because you can carry a balance over and pay interest on it, which you could do on any credit card. So essentially, pay over time turns what would traditionally be considered a charge card into a traditional credit card. So however you guys want to say it, however you want to spin it, this is essentially just like a credit card. It really is no different. They just called it something else, but that's pretty much what it is. So American Express's pay over time feature, in theory, it adds flexibility for those needing a little more time to pay off their balances. In reality, though, this feature does come with hefty interest charges. So if you are considering using the pay over time, you want to make sure that you have all the details before you actually utilize this feature. And although carrying a balance is usually, for the most part, carrying a balance is never recommended. Like I said before, I'll say it again, credit cards are one of the most predatory lending products ever. The interest rates are astronomical, and they can be good. They can also be bad. It just depends on you. It depends on how you use it. If you're using this for, creating income, then you can make it make sense sometimes, even having the interest charge. But if you're just spending it on just frivolous things, then it doesn't make sense at all. So with a little knowledge and some smart planning, you can maximize this option with avoiding getting hit with a hefty interest charge. And we're going to go over the pros and cons next, but I'm going to give you specific examples where it might make sense for you to use it, and then where it may not make sense. So you use your discernment and your business aptitude, because we all do different things. I don't know if you're in construction, if you're in real estate, if you're in e-commerce, if you're in whatever business that you do, your business. I'm not going to tell you how to run your business. But if you are planning this the right way, this can actually help you a lot. If you use this strategically, you may have up to 45 days without paying this card. And I'm going to give you an example. So we're going to go over to the American Express website. They have this really cool calculator for pay over time, where it actually will show you interest. And we're going to give you some I'm going to give you some examples of when this might make sense. So we are on the American Express website, pay over time for businesses and how it works. Again, for me, this is a business card. And that's why, I'm using it. It's for business purposes. So it's not going to be for personal use. If you're using this for personal, I can't really see how that would ever make sense. But what amount would you like to pay over time? So I'm just going to give you an example of how much it costs for interest. Let's say you spent $100,000. I like to use extremes because then everything else, we're working our way down. So let's say you did $100,000. How many days would you like the balance to revolve? Let's just say for 1 day. So you would pay $63 per day for $100,000. Now that is a lot of interest. Let's say you did it for a month. You're going to pay $1,890 in 1 month to basically service that charge, that pay over time balance of $100,000. Let's say you kept it for a year. You would end up paying $22,995 in interest. That is a lot of money. And this is at actually an interest rate that's not even normal, 14.99. Let's actually scale this up because that's not right. 19.99. And I bet you the interest is going to be higher than 19.99. So let's go back and look at that again with a more realistic. Let's just everything with the highest amount that we could possibly show. So one day would be $76.70. 1 month will be $2,301. Now, here's why I said you might have 45 days. If you were to make a transaction, the date your statement cycle date started, because charge cards still have statement cycle dates like regular credit cards, at least the American Express ones do. All right. You started a transaction of $100,000 on that day. You now have about 30 days from when your statement cycle date will close. And then you have 15 days for when it's going to be due again for most of us. I think it can range up to 60, kind of depends on when it falls, but let's just say 45. You have 45 days to take $100,000 and turn it into whatever you're going to turn it into. Now, again, for me, I have things that I do where I've said it before, where I buy inventory or make purchases and I plan on how much money I'm going to get back in that particular amount of time, but I also mitigate risk. If you can make back your money in 30 days, well, it's zero. You pay no interest. Let's say it took you 45 days to make your money. Well, you're only going to pay interest for 15 days if you could pay off that balance. So you're going to pay $1,150. Now, if you took that 100,000 and you turned it into 130,000 and you made $30,000 in profit, you would then make $30,000 minus $1,150.50, whatever it took you. Now, if this was going to take you more than 30 days, $2,301, it's up to, which is essentially you'd have 60 days to actually pay this off, but it will only be about it would really only be about 15 days of interest, but I'm just going to put 30 here anyway. You have that much time to figure out if you can make that money back, or it's only going to cost you this much money in order for you to actually get a profit. Now, again, this goes to your discernment and everything is relative. I don't believe you should use pay over time for more money than what you feasibly have in your account. So if you don't have $100,000 in your account, I don't recommend you play with $100,000. That's just not going to make sense. But let's say you play with $4,000. Well, if you spent $4,000 in 30 days, it's only $92.04. What if it took you 2 months to make that back and you made $12,000? Well, you pay $4,092.04. And then you made a $8,000 minus the 42 minus the 92.04. You made that much profit. It's up to you to determine how much this will make sense. So this can be useful, but it's one of those things where it could also be risky. It's almost like a net 30, or you can call it like a net 45 type loan with high interest once you get past that 45-day time frame. If you spend the money on your very first day of a new statement cycle. Now, there's another way that you can use this where you could get 90 days. Remember, I put out a video recently where I talked about the American Express Plum card. Now, the Plum card has the same thing. It has pay over time. But let's go to the Plum card for 1 second so I could show you how great that might actually be if you combine pay over time with that particular American Express card. All right, now we're looking at the Plum card again. And as you can see, it's no preset spending limit. You also have the pay over time option for this one as well. So this is one of the things that I actually like. You can also choose your billing cycle date. So choose the time most convenient for your business to receive your bill each month. Just let us know and we'll adjust it for you. So that's the best part about this card. It has cash flow flexibility. So if you were to actually get this card, right, using the same strategy that I just talked about, when you need more time, we've got your back with up to 60 days to pay without interest. Just pay your minimum payment due by your payment due date. So remember what I said. If you were to make a purchase for something or a transaction on the very first day of your statement cycle date, that's when the 30 days start. When that statement cycle date closes, you now have 60 days to pay without interest. If you look at it in totality, you actually have up to 90 days to pay with no interest. So let's say you spent $50,000 in your pay over time limit. You now have potentially 90 days to now pay that back. If you are someone who can figure out how to take $50,000 and make a return within 90 days, then this would make sense. You would be able to do it. Now, like I told people, you have to be responsible. There are things that I've done with my own money where I've spent money. I've turned 5,000 to 15,000, but I did it with my own money. That way, no matter what happened, I could take as much time as I want. I could take a year if I wanted to, because I'm not going to get charged any additional for spending my money. You should take that time to learn, to figure out an industry. Again, if you know your industry, I can't tell you anything. If you know it, if you've done this, if you're experienced, then you will know the risk. There are certain things that I do where I'm like, well, I need to make sure I could do this and I could have unlimited amount of time to make back my return, or I'm pretty confident I can make this back in this amount of time. But if I can't, I can handle servicing this debt. I can handle it. If you can't handle it, that's how you fail. That's how you get in big trouble. But in my opinion, this is a great strategy for you to have access to large amounts of capital and then to be able to give yourself a nice cushion of time to then make it back. And someone in the comments, shout out to that person. I hope you're watching this video because you guys gave me a very, very good gem. They told me that they open net 30 accounts, net 30, net 60. Some of them are net 180 terms, where they open up that account with a merchant. They do the net 30 first, then they put it on the Plum card. So then they have 90 days plus the 30 days. Now you have 120 days. If you have a net 60, you could potentially have 6 months to actually make back that money. That is a super, super smart plan. That is super smart, because then even if you make back your profit a little bit at a time, you can then gain some extra cash, capital, and you can then pay it back as you go. It's really, really awesome. I think that's an amazing idea, and I don't have it pulled up, so I can't see what your handle is, but man, shout out to you. That is a very, very intelligent strategy, and I want to make sure that you got mentioned for that. It's on my Plum video, but yeah, man, shout out to you. That's an excellent strategy. So these are the pros. All right, I gave you all the pros, the way that you can use this pay over time limit, and it works, as you can see, just like a credit card. Now we're going to go over, briefly, a few of the cons, and then we'll talk about how I was able to actually get up to this limit. Now for the con, some of the things I already mentioned, but I do want to talk about if you're trying to use this for like your personal card. And although pay over time is an option, I recommend just avoiding it, since paying interest will negate any point value. So some people do this and try to use it for like travel hacking and things like that. Unless you're using it for something that makes you money, I don't think it really is useful. Here's another good thing. I'm not sure if with charge cards on your personal credit, it actually reports utilization, because technically you have no credit limit. So it may not actually affect you on the personal side. So on that end, you might be okay, but I'm not actually 100% sure. That's just things that I have read. If you guys know, I don't have a personal Amex that I have. All my cards are all business, because I don't want anything new added to my personal credit report at this time. So if you guys know that, if you know that your personal American Express card does not report utilization, then, verify that in the comments below for other people. Again, maybe someone might look at that and say, oh, that's pretty cool. They'll like that. It won't bring down their credit score. But when you can just get a business card and for sure it won't show up, I don't see why you would want to put it on your personal. And you're going to get much higher pay over time limits on your business than you will on personal, for sure. That I'm certain of. But yeah, it negates any point value, and always paying off your balance in full is really the best thing that you can do. And I don't know about most people, but credit cards can tempt people to spend more money. These things to me are just debt weapons. They're just things that how we used to play like Yu-Gi-Oh cards. I see each of my credit cards like a Yu-Gi-Oh card with a special ability. That's how I use them. I use them like that. I use them like, oh, here's my Plum card. With the Plum card, I have 90 days, no interest. Oh, here's my Business Inc. card from Chase. Oh, I got 0% APR for 12 months with 10,000. Oh, here's this one. I got 25,000 with 0%. Plus I get 2% back, cash back. I look at them like that. I just use them to do whatever it is that I can, take advantage of to help me get to my ultimate goal of purchasing more assets and then making passive income from my assets. That's my ultimate goal, and that's all I use them for. Everything is just a tool. I don't use them for personal leisure. I would never use them for a vacation. I would never use them for anything. You want to take a vacation? Use your Amex card, spend money on it to make money, and get travel points and travel for free. If you want to learn about travel hacking, I could talk about that. I actually do it. I just never talk about it. But if you want to learn about that and you want to take trips and you want to do things, have your points and your credit cards that you get, have that pay for anything that you want to do. Have it pay with welcome bonuses, but you shouldn't be paying for that personally. Have your business pay for it, or have your rewards and your points pay for it. And if you want to know when is a good time to take a vacation, when you have enough points to do it. That's when you take a vacation. And if you don't have enough points, you clearly haven't done enough work. Go back to work. That's how I see it, but that's just my rule of thumb. Now, with that being said, let's talk about pay over time and how you actually can get this increase. And I was gonna write this down or put it into a slide, but I thought to myself, well, I can just show people exactly what I did. I think that's easier for you to understand, and it just gives more proof to this method actually being feasible and you actually being able to do it. So I'm going to go to my American Express account, and we're just going to go over how much money I've spent over the last 6 months. And then we're going to go over how many transactions that I've made. And I think between those two things, we can kind of get an idea of what will give American Express the signal to increase this pay over time limit. All right, so we are logged into my American Express account. I'm just going to show my balance details. It lets you know here, pay over time limit is 100,000, and this is the available. I also want to show you the APR so you guys know exactly how high this thing is. All right, because the APR is very, very high. It's not cheap. So, you have an idea of what borrowing will actually do. So pay over time option, it's a 25.49% variable. That is a very, very high rate. I believe that you can call American Express and you can ask them to lower the APR. I highly recommend trying to do that every 90 days to 6 months. I haven't done it yet because I'm not using this to charge any interest. I'm not. So, when the time comes, that's the first thing that I would do. So just another tip, if you're going to be using it and you intend to carry over a balance, contact American Express first to get that APR lowered. I actually found the payment activity first. Let's just talk about this for 1 second. On this card, I have made 20 payments and I've had 6 statements. I'll show you all of the statements, but it's been 6. So that means I made 3.33 payments every single statement cycle date. So tip number 1, I would say, obviously, you want to have a high velocity of payments. I will also say that I had a lot of transactions. I would say I had between probably 20 to 30 transactions every single month. I think the increase of my spend kind of gave American Express an idea of, I'm using this card very actively. So you want to do a lot of transactions, I would say between 20 and 30, and you want to make 3 payments throughout the statement cycle date. So make maybe one at the beginning, one in the middle, and one at the end. Make 3 payments. And, it doesn't have to, I don't think that the amount matters, but we can go ahead and take a look at exactly how much I've spent in totality in this 6-month time frame. So year to date, it shows I've spent $12,526.83. So I would say with the balance of $1,400 currently, I've spent about, let's just say $14,000 on this card in 6 months. $14,000. If we take that by 6, it's somewhere around $2,300, somewhere in that range. I've spent around $2,300 per month for the last 6 months. I don't think the amount really matters. I think it's the amount of transactions and it's how many payments that you've made. So I would say in order for you to actually get this payment, in order for you to actually get this pay over time limit to 100,000, I would recommend making 3 payments in each statement cycle date. I would also recommend you making at least 20 to 30 transactions. Again, I don't think the amount matters, but that's just so you know, that's kind of how much that I've spent. Around $2,300 on this card per month. Now, with that being said, I did go from the gold card. And when I went from the gold card, it took me exactly 90 days. Then they gave me the increase. I didn't have to ask. I then did this, which was 2 days ago. And then I requested the 100,000. Now I probably could have requested more and gotten more. I just did 100,000 just because it was a nice even number, a nice even round number. But my recommendation is that you go ahead, make 20 to 30 transactions, pay 3 times in your statement cycle date. Make sure that never late, and pay them in full. And in 90 days, request an increase. Then 90 days after that, you can request another increase. Now, I think this is relative to where you start. If you start at 75,000, which some people do, then you can request a $25,000 increase, and you can do that within 90 days. You can also go ahead and you can, do it within 60. There's an option where you can request for an increase. And if you request for an increase too frequently, it's grayed out. You'll know that you could do it because it'll be colored in, and I'll show you exactly what I mean. So I was trying to show you guys, but it says we're currently reviewing your previously submitted credit limit increase request and are unable to submit an additional request at this time. So I can't actually show you right now, but there is an option where you get to submit a credit line increase or pay over time increase. And when you can't do it, on the website, it looks like this. I always do it over my phone, but when you can't do it, it's like this. It's grayed out and you won't see it. But when you can do it, it becomes blue. That's how you'll know that you have the ability to request it. From what I've seen, you normally can, like if you get a brand new Amex, use it like this, 30 to 20 transactions, make 3 payments within your statement cycle date. You'll probably go to it and notice, oh, after 60 days, I see I have the ability to request an increase. Now you can do it then. I recommend you waiting 90 because that's what I've done here. And really just because I just really wasn't, I really wasn't paying that much attention to it. If I'm being honest, I probably would have done it sooner like I did on my other cards, but you can just try that. I think this is a very, very simple process. All you have to do is just have high velocity of transactions and then high velocity of payments. I think that's it. I don't think it matters how much you spend. Those 2 things should get it done, and then giving it some time so they can actually monitor the way that you spend and the way that you make payments. If you spend a lot and you pay a lot, no reason why they shouldn't want to increase your pay over time limit. It just makes sense. You have really good habits of spending a lot. You have really good habits of paying a lot. That is probably the number one thing that American Express would like to see. So with that being said, I think that pretty much would wrap up exactly how I did this pay over time credit limit increase. All right. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. I do have a few other videos coming out, but I'm waiting on them. I just got the State Farm business credit card. I also just got the Associated Bank business credit card that's backed by Elon Financial. I think all last week, all I did was apply for cards that were backed by Elon Financial. They have a really good 0% APR for 18 months in balance transfers. I mean, if you are someone who makes money from using these cards and you see something like that, it's kind of hard to ignore. So I wanted to actually wait until I got the card so I could log on to the account and I could take a look at it. And then I applied for, I think I have another card coming with Greater Nevada Credit Union. And then I have another one with America First Credit Union. I did a credit card application with them. I also did they're not backed by Elon Financial, but I did a credit card application with them, and I did a business line of credit for $50,000. I talked to underwriting yesterday, and I'm still waiting on that to see what happens with that. And then I have 3 other Elon Financial backed cards, The Associated Bank one is approved. The Farmers one is approved. So I'll probably be talking about those going forward. And then once I have all the cards, I'll probably make a video, because I'm not just getting credit cards just to get them. All of these things have a purpose, and then you're going to see the purpose in all of these things. And I talked a little bit about it in my Wells Fargo video months back. And in that video, I was telling you that this is my favorite time of year, like towards the end, like Q4. This is where I make the most money. This is where I get to heavily get my inventory. And this is how I'm going to probably do $100,000 in 4 or 5 months. Not to mention my trading that I never get to talk about, but that's going to be even more. I think between all of these things, I'm probably going to be doing like almost $400,000 by next year. I'm really excited about that, especially in the small amount of time that I've been able to slowly accumulate and then slowly actually work, build cash flow, set money aside to be able to do this, because I didn't do this with just credit cards. I did not. Everything that I've done has been cash flow. I just made money. So yeah, so I just want to let you nothing. I've never used any of these credit cards now and got this far without having to use any of them. And I'm not in my first time really using them for business purposes is going to be next month. So if you guys want like a in-depth look on how that actually works, then I'll try to figure out a way to title it that makes sense, because it's more like, I would feel like it's more like a vlog of how you can definitely make money by leveraging debt, and then some of these things, how you can make money with a cash flowing business, because I do both. And both ways are recommended, but cash flow always comes first, because no matter what, I have more than enough money to pay back any debt that I have. I have no debt that's more than what I have in cash. So I don't have to worry about that. And I recommend that you do the same. So if you're interested in that, please let me know. I'll be more than happy to figure out a way to like make it into like a little mini series maybe. Because this is my favorite time of the year where the most money is going to be made for me. And then it kind of helps me chill out the rest of the year. Like the rest of the year, I get to just do stuff like this. If YouTube does well, that's fine. If it don't, then I'm fine either way. So yeah, it just makes me not have to be very pressed about doing certain things. And that's a good, that's a good thing to have when you get a little bit of relief. So again, let me know if you guys are interested in that. I'll go ahead and start to figure out how I can make it make sense for this channel. And then we'll get to the end of next year, and then we'll go from there. I might be making a new YouTube channel like I talked about previously. So I may not be on this one as much anymore, or maybe not at all. We'll have to, wait and see. But again, just let me know. I very, very much appreciate you guys watching, and you have a wonderful day. Welcome back to Success with Steven. My name is Steven Smith. On this channel, we talk about all things financial literacy. And today we're going to be talking about the Chase Inc. Business Unlimited credit card. This was a card that I just got approved for maybe 2 or 3 days ago. And this one has no documentation required, 0% APR for 12 months. And this is really going to be a follow up to the original Chase card that I was approved for, the very first one. It was the Chase Inc. Business Cash card. That one also had 0% APR for 12 months. Unfortunately, when I got that card, my limit was capped at $1,000 for the initial starting line, which was, I believe, the lowest starting line that you can possibly get for that card. Now, upon further review and some more research, I learned about some things that I can do differently. Not only did I, make some corrections, I was able to get that card to $5,000 currently. I do plan on requesting another credit limit increase probably in the next 90 days. And then when I was able to get this card a few days ago, I have an initial starting credit limit of $10,000. So I'm going to take you highlight this card just so you know exactly all the benefits that it has for you. But secondly, I'm going to show you all the data points that I believe will get you approved so that you can avoid getting a small initial starting limit, and then you can qualify to get this card as well. So let's get started. So right now we're currently on the Chase website, and this is for the Inc. Business Unlimited credit card. And these offers are current to date. So depending on when you're watching this video, You may want to go over to the website and see what new offers that they have. It may not be the same offers that you're currently seeing here. But for new card members, you can earn a $900 bonus cashback after you spend $6,000 on purchases in the first 3 months after account opening. And what's really cool about this is I thought that I may not be able to get this particular offer because I already got the first one. It turns out even if you have one Chase credit card, you can still get another bonus offer. I don't know if it's within 90 days or what have you, but I do know that it was more than that time frame in between getting the first Chase card and this credit card. And I was also able to get the 0% APR for 12 months for account opening. There's no annual fee on this card. You also earn unlimited 1.5% cash back rewards on every purchase. So if you're buying this, like if you're using this card to purchase inventory and stuff like I am, it's great because I know I'm going to spend probably the entire limit during the holiday season. I'm going to get 1.5% cash back on every purchase. But not only that, 0% APR for 12 months. So I have a year to basically use that, make my money, pay it back. And if I want, I can do it again up until the promotion is over. And then I'll probably just raise the limit on this card a little bit more as time goes on. And then if there is another offer that I could get for 0% APR on another card, I plan on doing a credit line transfer. So my plan is to get as much limit as I can on this card. And then if I have another promotional offer, just transfer the credit line over to my next card. That way I can, basically continue doing this for hopefully at least another 2 or 3 years, or start a new business altogether and then try to get the same ones. If you have employees, then you can add cards at no additional cost. You also earn 5% cash back on Lyft rides. So that is going to be going through March of 2025. Again, depending on when you're watching this video, check back. A lot of the promotions get repurposed or they find something new. You also want to check different web pages. I noticed depending on what you're looking at, sometimes you see different offers. So just always double check and just see what exactly is available at the time. And for refer bonus offers, you can also earn up to 200,000 points per year, and you can earn $20,000 bonus points, for each business that gets approved for any Chase Inc. credit card. And then you can do that by clicking the button and getting your referral. Now, I am going to leave a referral link in the description. If you want to use my referral link, then I greatly appreciate it. I do believe that when you use the referrals, it does help you get approved. I did a video a few months back about the Amex Platinum, and everyone who has gotten approved for that, I basically maxed out the referral. I think it was 4 people got approved like almost within like the first week of me doing that. And then they helped me actually get 125,000 bonus points. So thank you for that. And I do believe that that was also something that assisted them in getting approved when you get that referral. So it's mutually beneficial. And, again, I appreciate it if you do. If you don't, then it's okay. You can just go to the link and you can apply for it. Makes no difference. So let's actually go ahead and figure out the data points. And let me just go into explaining what I did to basically get 10 times the limit I originally got when I first got the cash card. So as I stated before, this is a no doc stated income credit card. So you're not required at all to present any documentation in order to get approved for this card. You can do stated income when it comes to what you make, and you can do stated income when it comes to your business, or you can do what you expect to make throughout the year. So you can just make a projection of what you think that you'll do in the next 12 months. And I've talked about this a lot. And of course, that's usually what you guys are looking for. No doc stated income and no doc business credit cards. They're designed for entrepreneurs like me and you who don't have extensive financial documents that lenders would require for an actual business loan. So these are also known as asset-based financing or alternative financing options. But no doc business credit cards gives small businesses access to capital without that extensive documentation. And that's the point. And you don't have to present income or assets in order to get this card. All you have to do is have a business that is completely structured. And then there are some data points that I will be going over. So let's go to the data points now. Now, these are the data points that we're looking at for your credit score. They do a hard pull from Experian. Okay. It is a Experian hard pull. So you don't have to worry about the other 2 bureaus. Now, sometimes things can be regional. So I would suggest just freeze Equifax, freeze TransUnion, leave Experian open, and you want to have between a 680 credit score to an 850 credit score. That's going to be the bare minimum, I would say. You may even get approved with the lower one if you have a prior relationship with Chase. But if you have no prior relationship and you have a 680, or really if you have below a 750, I'm going to tell you what I recommend. When I got approved for this card, I was at 760 because my score just seems to fluctuate. But right now, that seems to be like my sweet spot, 760, because I have been applying for some things. I've added new loans, auto loans. So there have been a lot of different things going on with my report that has caused that to change throughout the last few months. Now, hard inquiries, you want to have less than 2. Me personally, right now, I have 0 hard inquiries on my Experian credit report. As I get new business credit cards, I remove them. I have a video on this channel. If you haven't seen it, that will show you how to remove hard inquiries. You only remove hard inquiries for accounts that do not report to your personal credit. And as I've stated before, but some of you are new, business credit cards do not report to your personal credit. For the most part, there are exceptions like Capital One business credit cards. They pull from all 3 bureaus and they report to your personal. I avoid those. I have no Capital One business credit cards because of that reason. So for me, I'm able to get these cards and remove hard inquiries. So right now, currently for Experian, I have 0. You want to have at least 2 or less. You don't want to have more than 2, and you want them to be at least 90 days old. So meaning if you just got a brand new personal card, like let's say last week, I would wait 90 days in order for you to apply for this one, because there's a good chance that you'll be denied because you just opened a new account recently. Wait at least 90 days. And if you have a score that's lower than 750, actually, even if you have a score that's higher than 750, because I believe this is the mistake that I made that caused me to get a $1,000 credit line for the Chase Ink card. So just, take this with a grain of salt. You can do your own research, but I'm just going to tell you my experience. So when I first applied for the Chase Ink card, I froze my report. I had to go unfreeze it and then rerun the application. I had to call. When I called, even though my business was completely structured, I had no other relationship with Chase. I had no checking accounts. I had no savings accounts, nothing like that. After I had to speak with underwriting, I got approved for the bare minimum. Now, my credit score was around a 770, I believe, at the time. So even with that high credit score, it did not help me get a higher limit because it's not just about the score. So what I recommend that you do, get the Chase business accounts. There's a checking account and a savings account. You want to open those up first. This is what I did that got me a $10,000 limit from starting with a $1,000 limit from that other card. I went into Chase. I opened up a checking account, a savings account. Periodically, I've been depositing $100, one of like 500, like just little extras into the checking and the savings account. And I've been doing that consecutively for 90 days. The first thing that happened when I did this, I was able to go from a $1,000 credit line on the Chase Ink card to a $5,000 credit line. So that already I got 5 times what I got by depositing money monthly. And you can do as little as $50, $25, whatever you can afford. I was doing anywhere between $100 and $500. I did it consecutively for 90 days. I would do it every single week. I was basically just taking money and just zelling it to myself once a week. Just little extra money that I had, and I was just putting it there. And I knew that's what I was trying to do, was create a relationship. Banks have a just like Navy Federal, like a internal scoring type system. It's a banking model that they use. The more money that you put in, it almost raises the profile of your account, because they like to see you putting in money. They like to see you sitting it in there. That's going to basically give a positive signal to give you a higher credit line, because you're actually contributing to this institution and not just taking from by just getting credit line. Even though they do make money off of that, it's definitely better when you actually make deposits into this account. It looks very, very good, especially when you're doing it on a weekly basis. It looks very, very good when it's consecutive deposits. So I wouldn't make I wouldn't just take $5,000 and just put it in checking, put it in savings. I would just take 500 and deposit it weekly and just do that for the next, 12 weeks. That would be 90 days. So do that, take that approach, and trust me, if you're not in a rush, that's going to give you your highest limit to start with. Again, that's how I was able to go from the 1,000 to the 5,000, requesting one credit line increase. I did have to call for the business credit cards with Chase. You need to call. But then when I was able to apply for this card, I got 10 times the limit that I started with because I did that and built that relationship with them. Now, the other thing that I want to mention is that there's business credit reporting. Chase will show up on your business credit report. That's going to include Experian Business. That's going to include Dun & Bradstreet, and it's going to include Equifax Business. Now, why am I telling you this? I will let you know that when you have accounts that you're using, and let's say that you plan on using this for whatever, for me, inventory for stuff, maybe you do construction, real estate, whatever you plan on using it for, just know that when you have a balance that sits, it does negatively impact your business scores. And you'll see, I think my Experian business score, when I first started with like NAV and a couple other net 30s, it was at like an 85. My score is currently at like, I think like a 25 or 35. It makes you look like you're high risk when you have that balance, even if you're paying it off every month. Business credit reports are a little bit different. So I'm just going to let you know that if you decide to get this card as one of your first cards, just know that if you leave a balance on there, you may get denied for other cards because of it. Like, for example, the Sam's Club Business Mastercard, they look at the Experian Business Report and they will hard pull it. You'll probably get denied because you have a balance sitting on that card. If it's the GM Marcus card, you'll probably get denied. If you go for the US Bank card, you'll probably get denied. If you go for the Bank of America card, you may get denied. So my recommendation, depending on what you're trying to do, you may want to get a few other cards first, like US Bank if you want that, like Bank of America, like GM Marcus. You may want to start with those first. And then the ones that report are going to be like, for example, the GM Marcus card, that one reports too. Chase reports. You may want to save these for after you get those. Again, your order is going to be your order, depending on how you want to stack. My recommendation is just making sure that when those cards, you'll get the letters in the mail. They'll tell you too many delinquent accounts on your business credit profile. It'll be something along the lines of that. That just means you got to go pay it off and then reapply, and then you can get approved. So just be aware that that is something that can happen. But it's something that, again, it may or may not affect you. It just depends on if you plan on leaving a balance. But just know that doing that when this reports will affect your score. But consequently, if you pay it off, it also will aid to your score. So it may actually improve your business credit score, and you'll have some revolving accounts with good balances which will actually positively affect you when you go to get those other cards. So it could be a double-edged sword, just depending on what you're doing. Or you could just not worry about it, and you could stick with your American Expresses and your Chases and Wells Fargo and a couple of the other ones that don't look at the business report, and then you don't have to worry about it. So just a little tidbit of information that I had to deal with that hopefully you won't have to deal with either. And you can then go from, if you have a low limit, follow this process, get this card, you can get a higher limit. And again, you can transfer the credit line. So if you really want to take advantage of it, there's a Chase Inc. business card that has a, I don't remember the Premier maybe, but the one that has the $195 annual fee. If you want the highest limit, do what I'm talking about now. Open the checking and savings, make the deposits consecutively for 90 days, and then get that card. It'll have the highest limit. It has the highest initial starting limit that you could possibly get. Doesn't have 0% APR. So if you want to be strategic about it, you can get that higher limit on that one. And then you could go ahead and you could get one of the other cards like this one, and then you can transfer the credit line to raise that limit. So that's a little trick that you can get to actually get access to more capital and then get the 0% APR promo, which is something that, I plan on doing in 90 days. I may go back and get the next one and then transfer the credit line. So we will take a look at that, and we will see if I get approved. I'll keep you updated, and it'll just be a continuation of this video from that point. All right. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. Really, really do appreciate it. The channel has grown so much. We're right up to around 30,000 subscribers now, and I believe that we'll probably end the year at 50,000. So yeah, when I started, I had about 7 or 11 subs, like in the first week of January. And in this very short amount of time, we know we'll probably go from there to 50,000. My goal was 100, but hey, 50,000 is not anything light either, and I'm very appreciative of that. I will continue posting content until the end of 2024, and then beginning in 2025. You may not see me on this channel because I'm thinking about stopping really posting. Well, I probably won't upload any new content, or maybe I will upload something like every 3 months or so, but it's not going to be very often because I want to focus on doing something else for YouTube, thinking about doing something in just the broadcasting and personal brand space and getting out of the finance space, just because that, personal branding is where I need to be at and where my goals are, and broadcasting is where my goals are, not necessarily personal finance. And I don't think I can make the transition on this channel. So I think I'm gonna start over next year. This was a good test run and everything like that. So I'm glad I was able to do it. I'm glad I gave you some information as time goes on. If I want to just give little gems and stuff about finance and how I do that, I'll just throw it on this channel, and it'll be cool. And I think I like that idea, to be able to just throw that information out there at my leisure. But yeah, next year I think I'm going to be hyper focused on switching to a personal brand, start my broadcasting, back to podcasting, back to doing that kind of stuff. That's really my bag and what I want to do. So yeah, but I'll be around at least until the end of 2025. So if you guys, I'll probably give an announcement on that and let you guys know at the end of the year. It's been a great year thus far. I'm going to end with a bang. We're going to keep the content coming, and then next year I'll start my new endeavors. So thank you guys so much for watching this video once again. Let me know in the comments if you have any questions. If you were approved for this card, let me know. The referral link is in the description. Please use that if you would like to. And thank you guys so much. You have a wonderful day. Welcome back to Success with Steven. My name is Steven Smith. On this channel, we talk about all things financial literacy. And today we're going to be talking about Associated Bank. This is a bank that is backed by Elon Financial. And at the time that I applied for this card, I actually did not know this, but they actually back over 1,300 regional banks and credit unions around the country. And they basically have the exact same products. Like, I looked at a few different credit unions and banks that were also backed by them, and the credit card application is identical. It looks literally the exact same. But the reason why I'm excited about this is because it has a feature that a lot of us have been looking for, and you can actually get 0% APR for 18 months. And you have balance transfers, 0% APR for 18 months. So if you are someone right now that has personal credit cards with high utilization, and you maybe wanted to get rid of that, so then maybe you can get in a position where you can get other business credit cards, this may work for you. Or if you're someone like me that has to purchase inventory or other things like that, and you want to actually spend some money so that way you have a big chunk of time to then make a profit and to then keep doing that over and over, this would be the perfect card for you. So definitely for entrepreneurs who are looking to flip money at a reasonable rate and doing that with a very, very extensive period of time, this is going to be one of the greatest options that you can possibly look for. And again, there's like 1,300 banks that you can go to that are literally going to have the same application. It's not going to be a very long video for this because it's pretty much self-explanatory once we take a look at the credit cards, but I will give you a few data points and a few things to note when you're getting this, so that way you can maybe do this strategically. Now, I'm going to start by going to the business credit card section, and we're going to see what credit cards that they actually offer at this time. So there's a few different options. There's the business cash preferred. One thing I like about this, it gives you 3% cash back at gas stations, your cell phone provider, office supply stores, and then dining, including takeout and food delivery. So if you watch my other videos about using credit cards to then get cash back, especially the business ones. And what you could do with that in the course of a year, depending on how much money that you spend, then 3% on those things might actually seem pretty good, especially when it comes to food and delivery, because the next best thing to that is like the Amex Gold. So that is pretty good to keep this card just for food and delivery and dining, even after the promotional period ends. But this card though only has, I believe, 6 months of 0% APR. So let's keep scrolling down. There's the business real rewards card. You earn 1.5 points back for every dollar that you spend. There's no cap or limit to that. And then $25 is awarded for your first purchase, and that's 2,500 bonus reward points. So if we keep scrolling down, each one of these has a unique feature like 2x points per dollar spent on the top 2 spend categories automatically. And then this is the one that I'm looking at: pay down balances, save on interest with a great low introductory rate for an extended period of time. You are supposed to, or the expectation is for you to use this for large purchases, unexpected expenses, or last minute necessities. So let's go to get started so we can get a little more details about this card. And as you can see right here, 0% APR on purchases and balance transfers for 18 cycles. So with that being said, just being able to purchase things and have that extended period of time is really good. And then having the intro APR for balance transfers is even better. So you have so much time to either transfer balances to create more like wiggle room for you to then maybe spend a little bit more, or to get some credit cards down on the personal side. So maybe you can get a few more approvals. And then after that, you can also look at balance transfers if you're able to pay that down and you have a little bit of time left. Now, again, all of these cards that are backed by Elon Financial Services, they're all coming from the same place. And I do have to make a little note here. They pull from TransUnion. Every single one that I've looked at, they pull from TransUnion. I actually applied for 4 other institutions that are backed by Elon Financial, and I was approved for one other one with the exact same limit. They were both approved for 2 limits of $3,000. That gave me $6,000 of one 18-month 0% APR, the other 12-month 0% APR. Now, after I was approved for both of these, I was told I can't get any other ones. I can only get these 2 credit cards, and there are no other options until I use these for at least 6 months. So with that being said, just know that the one that you are approved for, you may not be able to get any more exposure after the first 1 or 2 approvals. So I would do this as strategically as possible. Again, with both of them, it was the same exact limit. And I'll be talking about the second one. That's going to be the State Farm card. So they're very, very similar in nature to what they can do, except for the rewards that they do offer. But other than that, you're pretty much going to get the exact same thing. In the meantime, I've been compiling a list of all of the Elon Financial back cards to kind of give you an idea of which ones that you could do. Again, they keep track of exactly the rate of exposure. So if you go from one place to the other, it's going to be the same thing. You're not going to be able to get too many of these. But if you could just get maybe 1 or 2 that have pretty good limits, you can definitely do a lot with this particular option. So just keep an eye out for the next video. And then I'm going to do a very extensively long video about Elon Financial. And I'm going to do an extensive, guide of maybe the ones that are more likely to have the approval. And again, it's all TransUnion. Every single one that I've done, it's all been a TransUnion pool. And as long as it seems like you're above, I would say like 680 with good credit limits on your personal profile, and you keep the hard inquiries low, because some of these I got approved for with like back to back with 2 hard inquiries. I would say you want 3 or less, then you shouldn't have any problem getting approved for any of their other products. I don't know if they do instant approvals, but I will say every single time that I've done it, it has not been instant. I get a 7 to 10 day where they want to actually go over it. And it seems like for these smaller regional banks and credit unions, that's something that's always going to happen. They're going to do a little bit more research. And the, again, application is very simple. First name, last name, your email, the best number to contact you. After that, they ask for the business information. And then that's really it. I've gotten every single time the 7 to 10 day waiting period. They called me after the first 6 days to verify my identity, just because this particular bank there wasn't a branch where I lived. So they did need to verify me for that. I do believe because of that, that's why my limit was low, and I wasn't able to get exactly what I needed. It's good enough, but I wasn't able to get exactly what I needed, I think, because of where I lived, and they have to do that additional verification. So another recommendation, another tip, I would try to find one of these Elon-backed institutions in your area or somewhere that's in their footprint. So that way you won't have to go through that extra verification. You might even get instant approval. So that's something that I did learn. I wish I could have done it over and done it slightly differently, but it's okay. It'll get the job done for what I need. I did also learn that where I live, there is also a First Citizens location. So probably sometime next week or the week after that, I will be going into a branch. And then once I go into the branch, I'll document that experience and let you guys know exactly how that goes as well, because they also have another 0% APR promo that is going on that looks pretty good. And then I think that might be the last one. I might do BMO Harris. There is a location here that I was unaware of. Maybe I'll just do them all in the same day and just, get it knocked out. But we will see. That's probably going to be my upcoming week. Thank you guys so much. Let me know if you have any questions about this institution. Again, I think this was very, very good. There's, again, 1,300 plus banks. I'll try to compile a list of the ones that are most likely to have approvals, or the ones that don't have to have like a geographic location restriction, because there are some that do. So I'll keep you guys informed on exactly how that's going. So thank you so much for watching, and you have a wonderful day. Welcome back to Success with Steven. My name is Steven Smith. On this channel, we talk about all things financial literacy. And today we're going to be talking about one of the cards that rarely ever get talked about, or one of the institutions that don't get talked about rather, and that is Barclay. But today we're going to be talking specifically about the Barclay Wyndham Rewards Earner Business Card. Now, most people who've done a review on this card, it's going to be about the diamond status that you actually get whenever you are able to get the Wyndham Rewards Earner Business Card. And while that is very important, and it's one of the top 2 reasons why I got this card, I also got it for another reason that I think is overlooked right now. And as you know, I've been doing business credit card stacking over the last few months, and this is going to be probably one of the last 3 cards that I might get before I close out the year. And this one was actually a surprise. I didn't plan on getting it initially, but I did find some things that were kind of beneficial about it. And I wanted to talk about Barclay because it's something that we overlooked. We never talked about Barclay before, which is kind of weird for me because I used to work at Barclay in fraud detections. And I'm going to give you my experience, and we're also going to go over some data points so you too can be approved for this card. So without further ado, let's get started. So I'm going to give you guys a brief description on who Barclays actually is. So Barclays is a British multinational universal bank headquartered in London, England, and Barclays operates as 2 divisions, Barclays UK and Barclays International, supported by a service company, Barclays Execution Services. And although Barclays no longer offers any credit cards in the United States under its own brand, it remains one of the country's largest issuers through its partnerships with airline, stores, and others. And all the Barclays business credit cards at this time of recording are related to travel in some type of way. So there are Barclays cards with, I believe, Barnes & Noble, Gap, Frontier, AA. There's a lot of different cards that they are with, and that's on the personal side. For the business side, there's the JetBlue business card, Hawaiian Airlines business card, and the Wyndham Reward Earner business card, which is the one that I applied for and I did get approved for, but it did take a few steps in order for me to get approved that we'll go over. So now that you have a little brief description on who Barclays is, I would say the reason why we probably don't hear much about this institution is because it's not too many offers that actually make sense in the terms of credit card stacking. But I do want to make it a point now that when you get to a certain level when it comes to business credit cards, after you're comfortable with just making money from these cards, you start to focus on what you can get from them. Like, for example, if you know how to take a credit card and make money with it and you're really good at that, you're going to start looking at, okay, what can I get for free? there's cashback, there's travel, there's hotels. Like if I'm going to spend $20,000 on a credit card and make money from it, that's great. I'm going to make money, right? But what is it going to give me? What do I get from it in addition to just spending money? I'm spending money with you with these transaction fees. You're making money. What can you give me? Well, this is one of those things that you can get a benefit for yourself, as well as some other travel cards, getting points to actually fly for free. You get the Wyndham rewards where you can actually get points that can go towards diamond status with Wyndham, but it can also be transferred to Caesars in a sense. That also will translate to MGM properties. I live in Las Vegas. If you're aware of these things, you know what it costs to get to a diamond status. So to be able to get that from a credit card, there is a benefit in that. And that is something that was a plus. So let's get into some more of the other details about this particular credit card. Now, like I said, there's two things that people don't talk about. One of the main things is automatic diamond level benefit status. For a little while, I even did sales in Wyndham. So I can tell you that is a nice perk that you can actually get. But the one that people have overlooked, because no one ever talks about this card, it does have a 0% APR offer right now. So it's 0% APR for 6 billing cycles on all Wyndham timeshare purchases. That's after your APR will be 20.74% to 29.74% based on your credit worthiness and other factors. And this APR will vary with the market based on the prime rate. So that's something that you can take a look at if that was something that you were interested in, the Wyndham timeshare purchases. A lot of people come to Las Vegas and they actually get that same thing, and they don't know that they can get one, diamond level status just by getting this card, and two, they can get 0% APR on those timeshare purchases. So that is something that if you were interested in, you can definitely check it out. Now, as far as data points go, you do want to have a 700 plus credit score or better. No derogatory marks, no late payments, no collections, no charge-offs, nothing like that. They pull from your TransUnion FICO 9. For utilization, 10% or less will be good. The average age of account should at least be 2 years for your best chances of approval. No recent inquiries in the last 6 months as well. If you've ever applied for this card, 60% of the time your credit card application will get denied or you will get the further review. I'm going to tell you exactly how to get through this. If you've gotten a Barclays card and you got a further review email, I got the same thing when I applied for this card 2 days ago. Immediately turn around, give them a phone call. Give them a phone call. Because that means that something was wrong with the application where they probably need to verify some information with you. It's literally as simple as just doing that and verifying information, and you can go from being approved like tentatively. You may call them and they may say, hey, on our customer service end for credit cards, we see that you are approved, but we need to get this approved with our customer security team. That's what they're going to call them. So they're going to try to verify information with your LexisNexis. If they cannot, they're going to ask you to send in documentation. They're going to ask you to fax over documentation. That's going to be your driver's license front and back, your social security card signed front and back. They'll also ask for your proof of address. So those things are going to be asked for. They're going to ask you to fax them. Just know that they weren't able to verify your identity when they looked up your LexisNexis. So 60% of the time, again, your application is declined or under further review. If that ever happens, call the recon line. Call. It's 1-866-408-4064. That's the recon number. Barclays also has a 524 rule that's similar to Chase. So if you've opened more than 5 accounts in the last 24 months, they will deny you. If you call the recon line, there's a great chance that they'll overturn this and approve you. Like seriously, if you look up any data points, it happens to everyone. Everyone goes through this exact same thing. They call and normally they get approved. Okay. So, don't be alarmed if that happens. Call immediately. Don't wait. Because then if you wait, they'll send you a letter in the mail. If you just so happen to don't get it, in a certain amount of time, you may automatically be denied. So a lot of people don't know that. Now that we've gone over that, let's go over to the website just to get further information about this particular business credit card. And then before I get over to the business credit cards, I just wanted to go over some of the ones that you probably don't know of on the personal side. There's Miles and More, there's JetBlue, there's UPromise, Barnes and Noble, RCI, Banana Republic, Hawaiian Airlines, of course, the Wyndham on the personal side, Emirates Skywards, Hawaiian Airlines, JetBlue again, and so on and so forth. So if you've never checked out any of their credit cards, there's a whole lot of stuff here. You can definitely check that out. But let's go over to the business expenses side. And as you can see, it's only 3 cards here: Hawaiian Airlines, JetBlue, and Wyndham Rewards. So those are the only ones that you're going to get on the business side at this time or the recording of this video. So there is a special offer going on right now where you can earn up to 80,000 bonus points. That's enough for 10 free nights. You earn 8 points per dollar that you spend on hotels by Wyndham and gas. Special offers other than that are going to be 5 points that you can earn for $1 spent on eligible marketing, advertising, and utility purchases. So if you're advertising for your business or marketing, or you have a utility bill, this is really good. You also get an annual bonus. So you can receive 15,000 bonus points each anniversary year. And that's enough for up to 2 free nights at participating properties. So just, that alone, every year you can get 2 free nights. That pretty much covers the annual fee on this card of $95. Of course, that automatic diamond level status, if that benefits you, like if you are aware of this and aware of Wyndham Properties, Caesars, and MGM, especially if you live in Las Vegas or anywhere where there are lots of hotels, you'll understand the benefit of that. Unlimited earnings, so there's no limit to the amount of points that you can earn, and you can enjoy a card member booking discount. There's also complimentary employee cards, zero fraud liability, contactless technology, some of the things that you've already known, extended warranties for purchases, no foreign transaction fees, and then you also get that 0% APR on timeshare purchases. And then there's a balance transfer fee if you decide to do that, either $5 or 3% of the amount transferred. So again, when you get to a point where you've pretty much covered all of your bases when it comes to earning for just making money and stacking business credit cards, eventually you can combine something like this with another travel card and something else where you could get, possibly a free hotel, free airfare, free rental car. And a lot of people do this when they do travel hacking, bonus hacks, and they're able to get, extensive stays at really nice properties, all paid for by their business credit card rewards, just because they spent money on expenses and things that they were going to anyway in order to make money for their business. So that's just one, aspect of business credit card stacking that we never really talk about. I did a video on the best cashback rewards cards, but I'm probably going to do another one with this. Like, I think one of these days I'm going to actually take, okay, here are the best business credit cards for traveling, and I'm going to come up with a really good strategy for you guys where if you want to travel for free while also doing business credit card stacking, then we'll come up with a strategy so you can travel completely free, all expenses paid by your business. Credit line that I received on this card was $5,000. I got $5,000 credit line on this card. I do want to mention that the process for me, I applied, I got the under review notice. I did have to call. I did have to fax in documentation. And when I did that, I was able to get approved. If you apply for this card and you're declined, no big deal. Again, just give them a phone call. I did want to mention that credit line, though, in the making of this video. So it was $5,000 for that credit line. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. Again, I think I have 2 more cards. I'm going to try to carve out some time. I'm doing so much stuff right now, and it feels like I'm so pressed for time. I am probably going to be taking a drive to First Citizens Bank sometime this week. That's probably going to be my second to last card, and then BMO Harris. I have 2 accounts open with them. I need to apply for their credit cards. I'm going to go in person. I need to take care of those 2 this week. So keep an eye out for that. And then from there, I'll probably be doing videos on exactly how we're about to be making a lot of money towards the end of this year, and just going over some good money making strategies with your business credit cards and some do's and don'ts. So keep an eye out for all of that content. Thank you so much for watching this video, and you guys have a wonderful day. Welcome back to Success with Steven. My name is Steven Smith. On this channel, we talk about all things financial literacy, and this is kind of a surprise video. I recorded one today, but I'm going to be doing a second one. I just got approved for the American Express Plum card. It wasn't something that I was looking to actually do, but I read a couple details on here that I found to be really, really good to take advantage of, especially at this time of the year. So if you don't know, this is my favorite time of the year, Q4 towards the end. Reason being, this is where I make a majority of the money that I get in the year because of holiday season, but mostly because a lot of things go on sale around this particular time. And there's also it's a great opportunity to be investing in the market. So there's plenty of things that I do around this time of the year that get me so much money. So one of the most amazing things that you can do around this time is buying inventory for Black Friday sales, things like that, because everything's going to be discounted around this time. Now, while most people purchase goods and stuff like that and they try to get it at a discount rate, I purchase things throughout this time of the year and I hold them until the holiday season is over. Things go back to regular price, and then I sell them after everyone else has been already fighting and doing that. So I'm going to talk today about why the American Express Plum card is so good and how it can help any business owner with their expenses. So one thing I wanted to do first, I wanted to actually show you guys the pay over time limit. So the American Express Plum card is a charge card. That means that it has no preset spending limit. So it's flexible. So as you can see here, unlike a traditional card with a set limit, the amount you can spend adapts based on factors such as your purchase, payment, and credit history. This is not applicable if you have been assigned a spending limit. So with charge cards, again, there is no spending limit. Normally, I just would use a charge card just like a kind of like a debit card. I just pay it back as I use it. And they usually don't have the same kind of promotions that cards do that have a exact limit. So sometimes, they may not be as attractive to most people, but this one definitely is. Now, because it's so new, I can't show you my preset spending, not my preset spending limit, but my actual pay over time limit. But I can request the spending power, but I don't think that gives a good indication on what I'm trying to actually convey. So just know this is the card. I actually want to go to my platinum card. Let's take a look at that really quick. So this is what I wanted to show you on the platinum. If I look at my total pay over time limit, currently it's $75,000. And this is the available pay over time limit, $73,727.20. So technically, if I wanted to, the highest balance that I can carry on this card would be around $75,000. But if you go to the APR, it's actually going to show exactly how much I'm going to have to pay in order to carry over that balance. So it's going to be 25.49% APR variable, and that's fairly high. That's a very, very high rate. So normally, I would never carry over a balance on a card like this, but let's actually look at the benefits of the Plum card to see how this really does help with your expenses as a business owner. This is an overview of the Plum card, and this is exactly why I wanted this card. So there is an annual fee of $250. Yeah, that's pretty high, but the benefits that you're going to get will definitely make all the difference. And this is the reason why I thought this card was amazing after I did some more research. Early pay discount and extra days to pay. So if you pay early, so basically before your due date, you get rewarded when your cash flow allows. So you earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on eligible charges when you pay within 10 days of your statement closing date. So there's no cap on how much that you can earn, and there's no purchase categories. It's just savings that get applied to your next statement. So that's cool. So that already lets you know, hey, if I was using my platinum pretty often and I pay that frequently, I can get 1.5% cash back to my statement just by using that how I normally would my other charge card. But here's the other benefit. We already know that it's no preset spending limit, but this one actually allows you to have extra days to pay. So when you need more time, we've got your back with up to 60 days to pay without interest. Just pay your minimum payment due by your payment due date. And that's the key. I know it sounds like, okay, well, you have 60 days. This is the beauty of this card. Let's say that I get 75,000 on this card for the pay over time limit as well. Just like my platinum, I get the same exact one because I probably will use it the same exact way and spend the same exact way. If I have 75,000, when my statement cycle date closes, I can purchase something. The statement cycle date will close in the report. I now have 60 days of no interest to pay that balance off. All I have to do is make the minimum payment and I can carry it over. That is amazing because if you think about it realistically, you get 90 days to actually pay that off. Now, I don't know about you, but when I would normally buy inventory for me to sell things on Amazon, like I said, I do retail arbitrage. I now have basically 90 days of 0% APR from the time that I purchase it. I normally would buy inventory to sell within 30-day time frames. So I now have 3 times the amount of time to pay with 0% APR. So for me, in my normal cycle of paying off inventory, I could pay this off without ever needing a 0% APR promo again. And there's no limit. So, I mean, if I could spend up to 75,000, this would be my like go-to card for almost everything that I would do. I mean, I could put everything on here for inventory as long as I can pay it off within 90 days. And normally I spread them amongst a few different cards, but this is going to be great during the holiday season, especially because I've been accumulating various cards with 0% APR and saving them for this time of the year. Adding this one to my arsenal, if I need an extra maybe 20,000 that I want to get and have 90 days to pay it off, I can get that, sell it, pay it off, and then I can continue with all my other ones. So this was really, really good for me. I actually I'm going to get a lot of use out of this. For cash flow flexibility, you can choose your billing cycle, choose the time that's most convenient for your business to receive your bill each month. That's something that's kind of normal. They'll let you know, you'll let them know and you can adjust it. But other than that, no foreign transaction fees, car rental loss and damage insurance, global hotline assistance. This card really doesn't have any additional uses. So for most people, they probably never saw what good use they can get out of it. But for someone like me, or for someone who's looking to actually spend money and to get a 90-day time frame of 0% APR to make your money, that is pretty good, especially if you can get a very high pay over time limit. I think that is amazing. And for me, this is a game changer. This is probably going to be my new favorite card next to the Wells Fargo Signify business card, just because that one has 2% cash back on everything. So, I try to make sure I try to make sure I use all of my cards very purposefully. I like to make sure that there is intention with everything that I do. So when I want to do stuff for travel, I have the platinum. Like you saw, I think I have almost 100,000 points on that now, so I can use that for my travel expenses. I have the Amazon card, so I use that for 5% cash back for all my Amazon transactions. I then have the Blue Cash card. It has 0% APR, 2% cash back that goes back to the card itself. So it's a lot of everything I do. There's a purpose for it. The GM Marcus has a purpose. Every card has a purpose, but this one is probably going to be my ace in the hole for when I need to get just a little bit more inventory for the holiday season. I am super excited about this. I just got the Chase card because it had 0% APR. So this is just I probably don't need to look at anything else. And during the year, when I'm just buying, every once in a while I buy some inventory just here and there, this one is probably going to be my go-to, man. This one is going to be awesome. Very excited about this card. Can't wait to get it. Can't wait to use it. If you guys want more information or you want to actually see during Black Friday and the holiday season how I pick up my best inventory, and then maybe you want an explanation of why I wait until after the holiday season to then send my inventory to Amazon and then make money throughout the year, because that inventory alone makes me probably around $50,000 to $60,000 easy throughout the year, which is like somebody's salary. So I continuously can get paid year round just from that. It usually sells within 3 to 4 months, but it's an easy way for you to get paid. So if you wanted to maybe, you want to know how to make money really easily, this is a great opportunity with this business credit card, and you can make a ton of money during times like this. So if you guys want more information on that, just let me know. I'd be more than happy to provide you with that. Let me know if this is a card that you ever considered getting, if you were even aware that this was something that was going on. And if you aren't aware of that, how do you think that you're going to implement this into your business planning so that you can make some money off of this, especially during this holiday season? I mean, this is the time, guys. This is where you're going to make a majority of your money, or you can set yourself up for the rest of the year to just get paid. So hopefully, if you didn't know, this will open your eyes to that. You'll see the significance of this card. I mean, it is amazing. And yeah, I'm very excited about it. So yeah, if you guys have any large expenses, I would think this is the card for you. If you flip things, if you just need to spend a little bit of money to complete a project or anything like that, I would say this is probably going to be the card for you. Keep in mind that interest rate can be a killer if you let it go over the 60 days. But like I was saying, if you buy it if you wait till your cycle date closes, you buy it on that day, you technically have a whole cycle date until it closes. Then you have 60 days from that date. That's my impression of it. If that changes, I'll let you guys know, because like I said, I've never used this card before. This is my first time really taking a look at it, but that's my impression of what's going on. If I have 2 billing cycles, I can use it for 90. Maybe it's only 60, but again, I haven't really seen it yet, and I haven't really seen anyone touch on that. So I'm going to take a look at it. Either way though, 90 with the closing cycle date plus 60, or just 60 from the date I purchased it. Either way, that's good for me. I could make money and flip it very, very fast. And I never buy anything that I don't have the cash for on hand to pay. So I wouldn't be too worried about this if you're using it responsibly. But other than that, guys, yeah, I think this is the most misunderstood American Express card, and it has a superpower. Like I said, I've seen people make videos saying that this is the worst card, and because you just get 1.5% cash back for paying 10 days early. It sounds like that, but yeah, the way that I see it, this one is a game changer, and it's going to make you a lot of money. So let me know in the comments what you think about this. Thank you so much for watching, and you guys have a wonderful day. Welcome back to Success with Steven. My name is Steven Smith. On this channel, we talk about all things financial literacy, and today we're going to be talking about First Citizens Bank. I personally went down into a branch that we have here in Nevada, and I was able to open an account. I called, see if there was an appointment available. I was able to go in the same day while I was running some other errands. And when I went in, I sat down with an actual banker there. We went over a couple things. We'll talk about it. And then I was able to open a savings, a checking account. And then I was also able to get a credit card with them. I didn't find out about the approval until the next day. I believe it could have been done same day, but it was towards the end of the business day. It was also on Halloween. And I did get a $10,000 credit card with 0% APR. So I want to talk about a few data points, and I also want to talk about the experience with this, and how for this one particular institution, you could probably get up to $100,000 in business credit funding. So this is a great institution to look at, especially if you are in their area. There's also a way that you can definitely get into this institution without being in one of the 20 states that they are located in. Now, if you like this content, you like this video, please drop in the comments business credit. Let me know that you really are appreciating this. So very quickly, I'm just going to go over some brief information about First Citizens Bank. They are in the top 20 financial institutions in the U.S. with over 15,000 plus associates across the United States, $200 billion plus in assets, and 550 plus bank branches in 23 states. So excuse me, it's 23 states. Now, with this actually being said, one cool feature with First Citizens, if you have an ATM card with them, they actually waive all ATM fees. So you never have to pay an ATM fee when you're pulling out money using a First Citizens account. So that is one thing that's really interesting, and it's pretty cool. Now, I'm not going to go into all the details about this institution, but we're going to go into its geolocation. It is a regional institution, but again, there is a way to work around that. So if you were trying to find a branch for First Citizens Bank, here are all of the states that they are available in. That's Arizona, California, Colorado, Florida, Georgia, Kansas, Maryland, Missouri, Nebraska, Nevada, New Mexico, North Carolina, Oklahoma, Oregon, South Carolina, Tennessee, Texas, Virginia, Washington, West Virginia, and Wisconsin. Even if you are not in one of these states, you can still become a customer of First Citizens Bank. So again, we'll talk about that. I did go into a branch here in Nevada that was going to be in the Las Vegas area. It was this location. Now, you can't apply for this card online. That is one of the drawbacks. You cannot. You have to go into a branch personally. So that is the one thing I would say is a little bit of an inconvenience. If you want to do everything online, you will have to go into a branch. You will have to speak with someone. They will ask you very simple questions. And then we're going to go into that a little bit while I talk about the credit card as well. Now, before I go into the credit card, I'm just going to kind of lay out the experience that I had. So I went into First Citizens Bank. This was exactly 3 days ago. I did not have to make an appointment. They were actually free that day. It was Halloween, so I think that it was just kind of slow. When I went in, I talked to a personal banker. He sat me down in the office and he asked me a lot of questions. Now, this is going to be the traditional type of questions that you normally get when you are online. It's going to be the same thing if you go to any different bank. They're going to ask you the exact same things. They're going to ask you the nature of your business. They're going to ask you for probably your business license, your articles of incorporation, and they're going to ask you for 2 forms of identification. So that's going to be your driver's license. If you have a credit card, then you can also use that. That's what I presented. Everything else that I presented was digital. I just emailed it to the personal banker while we sat down and we talked. They're going to try to push you to get one of their their payment processors. That's like a big thing with all the banks right now. If you sat down with anybody, everybody wants you to get their payment processing. You could just decline that, just ignore that. But I did open up a Business 3 account because I do have transactions that I might decide to run through this particular institution. And then I also opened a money market savings account. I'm not going to go into the accounts because I'm going to assume that you don't really care about that if we're just looking at business funding. But I would say that it does look really good if you go in there and you actually are inquiring about some other products besides just a business credit card. So I did that first. I told them I want to open up a checking. I told them I want to open up a money market savings because that would give you the impression that I want to leave money in here and I plan on running business operations from this particular account. So while you're sitting there, it's actually good to just, give them some other things that they can look into besides the credit card. I never even brought the credit card up. He brought the credit card up to me. So once we had gone through that entire process, they asked me the nature of my business. They asked me how much money that I make for my business. How long has my business been active? I recommend having a business that's at least 3 months old before you go and apply for this credit card. I also recommend that if you can, you deposit some money before you do it. Now, I was able to get a $10,000 credit limit and I only had to deposit $100. That was the minimum requirement. I did have to go to an ATM and withdraw that out in cash. They couldn't take a card. So you need at least $200 in cash. You'll deposit that in the checking. You'll also deposit that in the savings. When they do the application for the credit card, it looks like an old antiquated system. It's not the most up to date, right? So they do the application for you. Again, all this stuff, the most inconvenient thing is that you have to go talk to a personal banker to do all of this stuff. It's easier when you can just do it online, but unfortunately, you will have to go down there. You will have to talk to someone, but they were very, very nice. I had a great experience. It was like the white glove treatment. And I can tell that the relationship they like to have with their clients is you can call them and you can meet with them to talk about all of your business needs. It's actually really nice if you're looking to build that relationship with your banker. It's actually really nice. So once that was done, he told me about some other products. One thing that I didn't get into, which I should have gotten into, and I still might, I just didn't need it at this time. But the business line of credit, he did offer me the business line of credit. I told him, hey, not at this time. I don't need it. But I believe if you were to apply for this, or if I were to apply for this, especially with these data points, it could have easily been $50,000 in business credit funding. If you want to know more about business lines of credit, I have a few other videos on different ones that you can get. They're definitely available with a lot of institutions. You can get it with Chase. You can get it with Wells Fargo. You can get it with most institutions. But I would recommend that you go ahead and you look into a business line of credit. It's great for access to funds that you can manage when your cash flow is low. That's really the main purpose of a business line of credit, to have access to cash flow, to make money, or to keep your business afloat in between times where it might be kind of tight. I don't recommend using this for long periods of time. If you want long periods of time, look for SBA loans, SBA 7 loan. I just did the video on the US Bank SBA back loan that I was approved for. It was $15,000. I still believe the interest rate was too high. But anyway, you can check this out. They're probably going to go through and offer it. If you want to do the same thing, then you can. If you do it at the time, I believe it's only going to be the one hard inquiry for both. So if you want to do it at the same time, then I recommend they're going to ask you, do the business line of credit as well as the credit card. Now, once he took all my information, it was a little bit towards the end of the business day, I think around like 3 when we were done. He gave me information, processed the debit card order. He took my business information, how much I make, all of that. He just wrote it down, and he told me he would submit the application. The next day, he called me. And when he called me, he told me I was approved for $10,000, and he asked me if that was okay. When he asked me if that was okay, that gave me the impression that I could have probably pushed for more, but this was no documentation. They never asked me for bank statements. They never asked me for, anything like that. It was just stated. I told him what I make. He came back and he said, this is what they're going to give me. And this is with me only depositing $100 into the money market savings and the checking. If you wanted more than that, there is a long-term play, I would say, for about 90 to 120 days, where if you want to get up to $50,000, those are data points that I've seen, guys. You can get $50,000 on this credit card very easily. This is probably one of the most generous banks that I've seen when you're not actually doing any type of relationship building. But if you were to do that, you can get a lot more. So let's go over some of the credit cards that they have here. So you guys know I care about right now 0% APR. There's the premium rewards card here. It gets you points. There is the reward business credit card. This is actually the one that I got. $10,000 on this one. 0% APR. Oh, I'm sorry. This one is points, right? Sorry. I didn't get this one. I got the cash rewards. Same exact thing, 0% APR, but you can receive 5% cash back on utilities, wireless phone purchases, and that's going to be for the first 12 months. Then it's 3%, 2% back on cash and office supplies. I like the 5% back on wireless phone purchases in the first 12 months because that's similar to what I get on the Chase Ink card. It gives me 5% cash back for wireless purchases and utilities and the same exact thing. So that's pretty cool to have that again for 12 months. And also the 0% APR, which I am going to utilize, and there's no annual fee, which makes it even better. So this is a nice one. You spend $3,000, you get a $100 cash bonus in the first 90 days. Not much on that welcome bonus, but with no annual fee and these high cashback offers with no APR, 0% APR for 9 months, can't complain. I like this one. There was also one more, the low interest business credit card, but I decided that I would rather wait and get this one later. Reason being, I've been noticing with some of the 0% APR cards with longer periods of time, because they know you plan on taking big balances and just, pushing them, kicking the can down the road for long periods of time, those, in my opinion, seem to get lower limits. But I believe if I use this card properly, if I want to go back and get this one the next time, I might be able to get it around like 20, 30, 40,000. Like this card may be the only 0% APR card I might need next year. if I play my cards right. So I decided to forego getting this one. Let's just keep it on the side. And then instead I went with this one for the 0% APR for 9 months. I like the limit that I was approved for. And again, guys, you could make a cool play with this for probably $50,000 on the business credit card and $50,000 between the business line of credit, getting up to $100,000 in total business funding just from this one institution. And again, no documentation, very smooth process. I mean, it was very easy. This was probably the easiest process that I've had with any institution. That is it. Only drawbacks I have to say is that you have to go in person. Their systems are very old and antiquated. Those are my two complaints. But now I'm going to go over some data points that I think are very important for this particular card. We'll also talk about things that you can do to join this particular bank without having to actually live in any of the aforementioned states. So let's talk about that. All right. So we're looking at the data points for First Citizens Bank. The hard pull. The hard pull is going to be from Experian and Equifax, FICO 9. Yes, they pull from both. You will need to unfreeze both, but they don't pull from TransUnion, which is nice. For credit scores, the lowest one I would say that you need to have is a 680 plus. I can't confirm this for sure. My personal credit scores were Experian 770, Equifax 744. But I would say for the best results, at least have a 680 plus. I think 720, that range might be the sweet spot, but at least a 680 plus. Now, if you have a 680 credit score with Equifax and Experian and you have no derogatory marks, no late payments, no collections, nothing like that. If you have any derogatory marks, I would get those off or I would wait. No derogatory marks. If you have a 680, it's going to become more important that you open up that checking. I opened up a Business 3 account. Reason being, a Business 3 account is the highest amount of volume transactions that they expect. Again, I'm showing them that I'm probably going to be using this account for a lot. I also did the money market savings. Reason being, for the money market savings, you can get, I believe, 3.5% interest, but you have to have at least $25,000 in the account in order to get that. You need to have $100, like we mentioned, to open the account. That's going to be required at the time of opening. That's going to be for the checking and for the savings. If you do this, I recommend to increase your internal bank score with First Citizens Bank. If you could deposit at least anywhere between $5,000 to $10,000, and you don't have to do it all at one time, you could deposit it slowly, or you could do 5 and 5 or 2,500 and 2,500, and you can leave it in there for 90 to 120 days at a low credit score of 680. I do think that would get you the $50,000 on the credit card and $50,000 on the business line of credit. I recommend that if you want to get the highest. For me, I've gotten every card. Everything I do on this channel is not just me talking about what someone else did. I have all these credit cards. I've applied for them. I've gotten them. And I'm going to show you guys the account online. Everything I've done, I've actually gotten. So when I'm giving it to you, this is a firsthand account, firsthand experience. This is not synthetic information. So I got approved for 10,000. I'm sure I could have pushed for more, especially because I have documentation that could have helped, at least as far as income goes. But I did not. But if you needed to, you probably could. If you don't want to have to go through all of that, the best thing you could do is garden and build a relationship by depositing money. If you want the highest, do that. That's what I recommend. I also recommend you have no more than 3 hard inquiries on your personal credit. That's going to be for Equifax and Experian. Your personal accounts, hopefully you have none that were opened in the last 90 days. New accounts, shorten your account age. That could affect you getting approved. I had this same problem with Wells Fargo, so I recommend you don't open any new credit cards or any new accounts in the last 90 days when you go to apply for this card. And again, you can also qualify for that business line of credit. I believe it can be $50,000 plus. And if you want to join First Citizens, we've talked about this before, a business can file as a foreign entity when it wants to conduct business in a state other than where it was originally formed. Now, in order for you to do this with First Citizens, then I recommend you go on to your Secretary of State for a new state, file as a foreign entity when you want to conduct business. And when you do that, you can sign up for something like Regis, and you can have your registered agent appointed in Nevada or whatever state that this is in. You have an address there that can collect mail, and then you can have a mailing address to wherever you are in the United States. That would be a workaround for you in order to do this. However, you would still have to go into a local branch in one of these states in order for you to do this. But when you give them all of your information, if you filed as a foreign entity and you set up another address, like a virtual address, that is the way that you would go about joining First Citizens or any other, PNC, for Truist, for any of these other banks. If you wanted to hit any of these regional ones, that would be the way that you actually do it. Now, before we completely wrap up this video, I just want to log into my First Citizens bank account. I'm just going to show you how it looks and that credit card on there, just so you have an idea of what you might be dealing with when you get approved for this credit card. All right, so I'm logging into my account, and here we are. So right now, Business Cash Visa Card 6887, that is the credit card. Business Banking 3 with $100, and the premium money market savings at $100. Total assets $200, and this is everything. So First Citizen rewards balance. It just kind of tells me exactly, what I have going on, and I can register my card to access all of these rewards. And you'll see that same thing when you open your account. I don't have the card yet, so I haven't registered. But if I go here, then I can see transaction details, but the details just show the credit limit of $10,000. No, of course, no balances, no anything here. Options to manage the card. Like I said before, I'm not a big fan of their system. It looks very old and antiquated, and I would say that's my only gripe. They do, for Zelle transactions, I believe it's $3 when you send transactions through Zelle. So never seen that where I got charged for Zelle. You might want to keep that in mind. And like I said, old looking, not the best setup. However, not any different than what you'll probably see: statement and documents, card management, alerts, bill pay services, money and transfer, and the message center. I was trying to actually see if once I opened up an account, would I be able to apply for loans and stuff without having to go into a branch. There's an open new account option right here. And the only thing that it looks like it lets me open is just business checking and business savings. And like I said, premium savings, you need to have an average balance of $25,000 for no monthly maintenance fees and no charge for the first 50 deposited items. So you can potentially be charged for a lot of deposits. All right. So unfortunately, as of right now, from what I can see, anything that I wanted to do, I have to go into a branch, which is probably, again, the most annoying part. Other than that, I don't think that there's any problem with First Citizens. So far, so good. Everything else has been pretty seamless. And yeah, that's pretty much the setup. Again, old looking, but simplistic and probably easy for anyone else to understand. But you can't do, like, again, everything has to be done in the branch. And then even when you do, there's limited options to what you can and can't apply for, to what you can and you cannot apply for through First Citizens online. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you would like me to do a video on BMO Harris, please drop BMO in the comments below. I already have an account that's been set up with them for a few months. I've tried to apply for their credit card online. Every time I do, it tells me I need to apply in person. I do want to say all the research I've done for BMO Harris has not been favorable. It's been very bad, actually. It's been really bad. A lot of people talk about how they can't get any customer service. They talk about it's bad. And I looked at all the reviews from every location here in Las Vegas. They all have less than 2 stars, like 2.6 stars for the reviews. And it's kind of like that everywhere. I don't know if I don't want to go get something and recommend it to you guys if I have a bad experience with it, or if other people are telling me they've had a bad experience with it. I don't know if that would make sense. If you still want me to make a video on BMO Harris, I will go this week, try to go there, see if I can get them to actually run the application and get it done and get approved for their business credit card. They have a 0% APR for 12 months. If you guys want it, drop a comment that says BMO. Again, with all that being said, if everyone is saying they have a bad experience with this bank, not just the people in the bank, but their systems are horrible and they can never get anybody from customer service, and apparently every time they have transactions, they're being flagged and you have to call. Me reading that kind of, I respect my time, and I also respect research and information. Everyone's not going to tell me a lie, if you're getting information from different sources. So again, I'm not really, I wanted to, but now I'm kind of on the fence. Like, I don't really want to, but I'll leave it in your guys' hands. If you want me to do a BMO video and go down there and do it, I'll do it. But I have to have at least 10 comments that say BMO. If I get 10, I'll go down there and I'll do it, and I'll document my experience. And hopefully maybe it's not as bad as they say. Maybe I catch them on a good day. Maybe I don't have those problems, but we will see. Other than that, thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you have any questions, please drop them in the comments below, and you guys have a wonderful day.